Your life, your legacy. Part 2. Finding your flow. Chapter 5. The Creator. When you can't get a job, you start your own business. Walt Disney. Getting things going. On the wealth dynamics square, creators sit up at the top, bang in the middle of introvert and extrovert. Sure enough, creators come in two forms. The introverted creators are the inventors, inventive and able to multitask on many new ideas at the same time. Introverted creators such as Thomas Edison, Walt Disney and Bill Gates will focus totally on the creative process and let others run their business. The extroverted creator is a pioneer, innovative but focused, creating not just products, but business strategies as well. Extroverted creators such as Richard Branson have multiple businesses but with others running each business. Both are visionaries and motivate others by their drive and innovation. All add the most value when they are free to create. The more they stay in their creative space, the better their creations become. Head in the clouds. Creators are best when their heads are in the clouds. At altitude, they can see the big picture and will rely on their intuition more than any market research to guide them. Their over-optimism is their greatest strength when it comes to their vision and their greatest weakness when it comes to what they believe others can achieve. As a result, many creators succeed in their creation only to fail in their execution. Creators are naturally intuitive, so tend to get involved in their own creativity, which can cause friction with others. They are big-picture thinkers, which can often mean missing the details. Their drive gives them the momentum to spark their creativity, but this drive can also exhaust or disorientate others. As a result of this double-edged sword, creators are often described by others as the best communicators and the worst communicators at the same time. Creators are excellent at getting things started, but often terrible at completing. With a passion to always be occupied with the next big thing, many creators also overstretch themselves. They come up with a great idea that will bring them success, only to drop it before it has been properly executed to go on to something more exciting. As a result, there are plenty of creators with half-finished projects and the next big thing just around the corner. Many creators also happen to believe they are the best at what they can do, mainly because their brain often forms solutions or reaches conclusions that appear faster than others around them. The fact that these solutions may not be the most thorough is a mere technicality. In any event, this habit leaves many creators getting involved in areas where they add little value, and when they get the ball, they often run so fast they shoot over the horizon, leaving the team behind. Those creators who have turned their back on their creativity have often done so as a result of others criticizing their lack of attention to detail or their inability to complete the task at hand. Unsuccessful creators are those who either have seen their creativity as a distraction in the serious business of earning a living, or who have become a victim of their success, living the consequence of some creative idea they had in the past, whether it is a company they set up or a career path they have entrenched themselves in. The creators that have made it have set up a structure to allow them to stay in their creative groove every day, with great teams and partners to execute. They know what value they deliver and are crystal clear in owning that value through their equity, patents, and trademarks. They are also generous in the way they share the pie, aware that it is only through the efforts of others that their creations can be fully leveraged.
Thomas Edison. The Wizard of Menlo Park. The electric world we live in today is the result of Thomas Edison's unwavering insistence on being able to dedicate his waking hours to his passion, inventing. A consummate creator and one of the most prolific inventors in history, He held 1,093 U.S. patents and 1,300 foreign patents in his lifetime. His most significant innovation was creating an industrial process for creating, pioneering the first industrial research lab at Menlo Park. Edison worked as a telegraph operator in his early years, patenting his first invention, an electronic vote recorder, in 1868 at the age of 21. 2 years later, Marshall Lefferts, a former president of the American Telegraph Company, saw promise in Edison and decided to finance him. Rather than pump the money into marketing his existing creations, a temptation many lesser creators might have, Edison used the money to set up a space in New York and hired an English mathematician, Charles Batchelor, and a Swiss machinist, John Cruise, to increase his capacity to invent. Within 8 years, Edison and his team had 45 inventions patented, including the stock printer and quadruplex telegraph. Aware that true creativity occurs when others have long given up, he would often lock the lab doors and tell his staff they couldn't leave until they had cracked the project they were working on. By the age of 29, Edison, having become wealthy off the royalties of his inventions, moved to Menlo Park. He continued to pump back the money he made to invent even more, saying, "My main purpose in life is to make enough money to create ever more inventions." It was here that Edison perfected a common trait amongst successful creators, the ability to cash in on concepts even before they had become reality, what became known in Bill Gates' era as a vaporware. For example, the following year he filed the patent for the phonograph, before he had actually invented a working prototype, and in 1877 he persuaded a consortium to provide him financing through a rights and remuneration agreement for a marketable lighting system, before he had invented the light bulb. The promises of great creators will come to fruition with enough work. That year, Edison delivered the phonograph, and the year after, the light bulb. In each case, he delivered these inventions through his team at Menlo Park, and almost always as commercial modifications of other inventions that were taking place at the time. So when he applied for a patent on the light bulb, the U.S. Patent Office ruled that Edison's patent was based on the work of another inventor, and was invalid. The legal case dragged on for 6 years until a judge ruled that Edison's use of a filament in his bulb was a legitimate improvement that could be patented. Even so, Joseph Swan had beaten Edison to a similar patent in Britain, and so Edison joined together with Swan to form a joint company, Eddy Swan, to market the light bulb in Britain. In 1889, the same year that he invented an early motion picture camera, Edison formed Edison General Electric to market his inventions. 3 years later, he merged with Thomson Houston to create General Electric. Having no interest in running the company himself, he continued to focus on simply inventing. In the following years, with his team, he created over 1,000 new inventions, including the DC generator, the electrical metering system, alkaline storage batteries, cement manufacturing equipment, and the first synchronized movies with sound. Did Edison's decision to invent more, instead of managing what he had already invented, affect the future of his business? General Electric went on to become one of the first 12 companies that made up the Dow Jones Industrial Average, in 1896. Today, it is the only one of the 12 to survive. In fact, General Electric is today the world's second largest company, with $152 billion in 2004 revenues and assets of over $750 billion. Over 100 years after Edison started the company, in 2005, Fortune magazine ranked GE first overall in their Global Most Admired Companies list. Other major companies today, including RCA and AT&T, were launched by GE in its first 20 years, and Jack Welch, GE CEO and chairman in the 1980s and 1990s, is featured in a later chapter.
Walt Disney, the mouse that roared. A person with a creator profile quickly becomes aware their greatest value is in their creations, and that ownership of their creation is paramount. Walt Disney learned it the hard way at the age of 22 when he found that he had signed away the rights to his prized animated creation, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, in a distribution deal with Universal Studios. When in 1930, at the age of 29, Disney signed a $7,000 per picture distribution deal with Columbia Pictures for the character he came up with after losing Oswald, a mouse called Mickey, he agreed to split the money but insisted on keeping copyright on the mouse. In 1948, he said, "Mickey Mouse to me is the symbol of independence. Born of necessity, the little fellow literally freed us of immediate worry." Once a creator profile has a bankable creation, wealth is created in leveraging that one product. While presenting himself as an animator, once Mickey was born, Disney began to leverage in many different ways. In the same year of 1930, he published the Mickey Mouse book and sold close to 100,000 copies. He signed an agreement with King Features to develop a Mickey Mouse comic strip. He hired an agent, Kay Kamen, who licensed the National Dairy Products Company to make Mickey Mouse ice cream cones, which sold 10 million cones in the first month. Within a year, Disney was netting $300,000 in endorsement deals alone for Mickey Mouse, a phenomenal amount in 1931, especially for a character that cost nothing but Disney's imagination to create. For all creators, being constantly creative is not just a natural habit, but also the route to increased momentum. Throughout the 1930s, Disney began to create a host of Disney characters with a team of talented animators. In 1937, the team created the world's first animated film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, with an unprecedented budget of $1 million. The film went on to make $8.5 million in its first release. It has been re-released 8 times since, distributed in 46 countries, and grossed a further $100 million. Disney remained a step ahead in his innovation and, with an animation team in place, focused his creative efforts and $100,000 of his profits on a 51-acre studio in Burbank, California. Disney called it the house that Snow White built, and it began to churn out expensive animations. However, whilst to the outside world Disney appeared a success, he continued to spend everything he made, and by 1940 the studio had accumulated $4.5 million in debt. A public listing temporarily eased the cash crunch, but by 1953, after Walt Disney had been in Hollywood for 30 years, the company was still scraping along with minimal cash. As with all great creators, success came when the company pursued a new avenue to leverage the creations. In 1954, Disney signed a long-term contract with ABC to start a Disneyland TV channel. In the first season, 30 million viewers tuned in and in turn boosted sales of Disney products, finally turning Disney's cash flow around. By the mid-1950s, Mickey Mouse ears sold at a rate of 25,000 per day. Despite the publicly listed Disney studios making a decent profit, Walt Disney wasn't done yet. After trying, unsuccessfully, to convince the Disney board to finance a theme park based on the Disney characters, Walt Disney sunk his life savings in a separate company, Walt Disney Incorporated, to launch Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Launched in 1955, Disneyland sentimentally harked back to the two creations that gave Disney his success, Mickey Mouse and the Snow White Castle. As with many of Disney's other ventures, the park ran over budget, costing $17 million to build against the original budget of $5 million. As with many of Disney's other ventures, the market response exceeded the expectations of the experts, and 170,000 people visited in the first week. Today, 75 years after Mickey was born, the Walt Disney Company is worth $50 billion.
Bill Gates, the richest man in the world. Whilst billionaires create millionaires, the richest man in the world can claim to have created multiple billionaires. Paul Allen and Steve Ballmer, who went to school and college with Gates, are both billionaires. In Allen's case, he remains one of the richest men in America despite leaving Microsoft in 1978. Like all successful creators, Gates focuses on his area of greatest passion and contribution, innovation, and leaves the day-to-day management of his company to others. For the last 6 years, he has been the chief software architect at Microsoft, focusing on what he is best at and loves most, creating the future. From the beginning, Gates followed in the footsteps of Edison and Disney by positioning himself in a growth industry he was passionate about, in this case software, and then building an innovation machine that continued to turn out one new innovation after another. Gates recognized that as a creator, the greatest value in his new products was the value that others could easily leverage. As an example, it was 5 years after Microsoft started that Gates saw the potential of selling operating systems to PC manufacturers after the MS-DOS deal with IBM in 1980. When MS-DOS was launched, Microsoft was a small $7 million business with 40 staff. By comparison, Apple Computer, the personal computing pioneer, was already a listed company with the Apple III launched. By 1982, Apple's revenues were over $1 billion. Apple, however, continued to bundle their software and hardware exclusively, attempting to control both the innovation and the distribution sides of their business. When Apple came up with Lisa, the first PC with a graphic user interface and mouse in 1983, Microsoft came up with Microsoft Windows 1.0, which was then sold wholesale to the many PC manufacturers in the market. The two differing strategies led to Apple's OS market share falling to less than 3% and Microsoft's share rising to over 93% in the next 20 years, despite Apple having created an arguably superior solution. This focus, at commercializing the inventions of his team and others, and then leveraging through an entire hardware industry geared to distribute his products, has led to Microsoft today having close to $40 billion in sales. Why has Gates been so successful when there have been so many other smart and talented entrepreneurs who have entered the software market in the last 20 years? Gates' unrelenting focus on extracting commercial value and leveraging that value in spite of the many distractions around him is unmatched. Over the last 15 years, Gates has had his fair share of distractions. From competitors to changes in the industry, the advent of the internet, and the efforts of regulating bodies to break Microsoft apart. Starting in 1990, when the U.S. Federal Trade Commission launched a probe into possible anti-competitive practices, Microsoft has been sued, often successfully, by companies and state governments in the U.S. and Europe. In June 2000, U.S. District Judge Thomas Penfield Jackson ordered Microsoft to be split into two companies. In June 2001, one full year later, an appeal court reversed the ruling. Creators often complain that they can't get into their creative zone because of the distractions around them. With the ongoing threat of his company being broken up, and his paper worth having fallen by some $30 billion since the heights of the dot-com boom, Gates has had more distractions than most, but has remained fixed on his daily task of innovation. This ongoing focus is not only a result of choosing to have the discipline to only do what he loves. It also comes from the process that Gates has put in place to extract cash from his ongoing wealth creation. While poor creators lock all their cash in their creations, Gates sells a portion of his Microsoft shares every quarter, 20 million of them. That's over $500 million cash in his pocket every quarter. This cash flow ensures that whatever the future of Microsoft, his own personal wealth is secure. With his personal cash flow secure, doing what he loves, Gates is in his flow. His net worth, the $51 billion on paper, is already being pledged in large parts to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This will be his legacy, which he will be working on full-time from 2008. This process of effective wealth creation and contribution will continue to unfold through the stories in the coming pages.
Steve Jobs. $1 billion not once, not twice, but 3 times. When Steve Jobs launched Apple with Steve Wozniak in 1976, they decided to name the company after the fruit that, according to legend, spurred Isaac Newton's theories on gravity. Since that moment, Jobs' entrepreneurial career has had a tumultuous battle against gravity, and from the latest score, gravity is losing. From the beginning of Apple, Jobs demonstrated the tenacity and resourcefulness that defines every great creator. Realizing they did not have the expertise or financing to build the business, Jobs brought on a local VC, Mike Markula, who bought shares in the company and subsequently became CEO. He brought in Regis McKenna, the best public relations man in Silicon Valley, to market the Apple II, and over the next 5 years he continued to seek out the best minds and mentors he could find for his company. Markula was responsible for the early financing of the company, and for taking Apple public in 1980. Starting with the premise that the best ideas are already out there, Jobs also negotiated with Xerox to grant Apple engineers access to the Xerox PARC facilities in return for selling them $1 million in pre-IPO Apple stock. It was from this visit that Jobs collected the ideas behind the fundamentals of today's PC, the graphic user interface, mouse, and pointer. On the day that Apple went public, riding the PC wave, Steve Jobs became worth $217 million. Each wealth profile has an Achilles heel, however, and Jobs' heel came to trip him over. Ambitious creators can trip up by running against the grain of the team, especially if the team is riding a struggling business model. As IBM led the PC manufacturers into a Microsoft-enabled war against Apple, Jobs continued to insist that the Apple bundle of software and hardware remain as one package, preventing Apple from leveraging as either a software company or a hardware company with the rest of the industry. As a result, within 2 years of entering the market, the revenue of IBM's PC division had already overtaken Apple's. Thinking, as creators often do, that he knew best, with Apple now a billion-dollar company, Jobs continued to drive his product development team purely from intuition. Apple's head of marketing, Mike Murray, commented, "Steve did his market research by looking into the mirror every morning." Sales stalled. Jobs' management style was seen by his board as a liability and, in 1985, he was thrown out of the company he had started 9 years earlier. That might have been the end of another entrepreneur's story, was it not for Jobs' perseverance. Having left Apple, he launched Next, to provide PCs to the education market. Apple sued Jobs for launching in competition, prompting him to say, "It's hard to think that a $2 billion company with 4,300 plus people couldn't compete with 6 people in blue jeans." Jobs sold all but one of his Apple shares, and Apple continued to languish, falling from 20% market share to under 5% by 1996. Jobs, in the meantime, struggled with Next, burning through $250 million of investors' money as he tried to market his new computers. In the same year that Jobs founded Next, George Lucas was looking to sell a small computer animation group he owned. Disney rejected an offer to buy 50% for $15 million, and a deal to sell to Ross Perot and Philips for $30 million fell through. Jobs ended up negotiating Lucas to under $10 million for the business, thinking he could market the high-end animation computers that the group had designed. Jobs kept 92%, with the other 8% going to the two founders, Alvin Ray Smith and Ed Catmull. Renamed Pixar, the company began marketing the Pixar image computer to the medical market, with little success. By 1989, with Pixar losing over $1 million each month, and Next faring little better, Jobs found himself left with less than 20% of the $150 million he had received when he sold his Apple stock. At the rate he was going, within 2 years he would be back to zero. Taking drastic measures, Jobs sold the hardware side of Pixar for several million, taking a massive loss. Most people at this point would have thrown in the towel, but Jobs persevered, keeping the core team and looking for a way to make money from their animation talent. The perseverance seemed to pay off. An animated short movie they had produced, Tin Toy, received an Oscar, and in 1993, Disney approved a full-feature joint venture with Pixar called Toy Story. The victory was short-lived, however, with Disney shutting production of Toy Story down later in the year after losing confidence in the script. The following year, 1994, became Jobs' worst year ever. 1994 was the year that Disney lost 4 executives in a helicopter crash, including Chief Operating Officer Frank Wells. In the aftermath, animation head, Jeffrey Katzenberg, fell out with Michael Eisner and left to launch SKG DreamWorks with Steven Spielberg and David Geffen. Meanwhile, Jobs was left attempting to get Toy Story back on track while also having to close the Next manufacturing facility and sales operation. Most of the Next team left. The investors, having put in another $100 million, saw that money disappear too. From the deal that Katzenberg had originally negotiated, with Toy Story now back on Disney's agenda, it would need to earn at least $100 million for Pixar to make any money from it at all, more than any other Disney film had made at the time. Even so, Jobs decided to bet that not only would Toy Story be a success, but it would also enable him to publicly list Pixar and raise further funds. In November 1995, Toy Story opened to enormous acclaim, becoming the highest-grossing release of the year, generating over $450 million in cinema and video rental sales, and leading to a lucrative 7-film deal with Disney. 1 week later, Pixar had its IPO. The advisors argued for a $12 to $14 price range. The stock opened at $22 and ended the day on $39. Less than 12 months after his worst year financially, Steve Jobs was a billionaire. Then, in 1996, Gil Amelio, the new CEO of Apple, went hunting for a new operating system and finally found it, in Next. Approaching Jobs for his system, Jobs was only interested in selling the entire company. Apple bought it for $377.5 million in cash and $1.5 million in Apple shares. In one fell swoop, Jobs could pay off all his investors and was involved with Apple again, after over 10 years. In 1997, Apple's sales were $7 billion and losses were over $1 billion. Jobs took to the challenge of revitalizing Apple, first as consultant and then as interim CEO. By 1998, Jobs launched the iMac, which was followed, entirely by chance, with the iPod and then iTunes. Ironically, Jobs' need to rely on a leverage structure he could not own when he entered the entertainment world made it a natural step to approach the music giants when he launched iTunes. The partnerships he has now created have given him incredible leverage for his undoubted creative leadership, multiplying the effect of his creations into the billions. Jobs is now transforming Apple into a cutting-edge multimedia company. 2005 sales were up to a record $14 billion, and Jobs' net worth has risen to over $4 billion. In January 2006, Disney, having rejected the chance to buy 50% of Pixar for $15 million 10 years earlier, bought a transformed Pixar from Jobs for $7.4 billion in stock, making Jobs Disney's largest individual shareholder and a billionaire for the third time.
Richard Branson, the maverick multi-billionaire. How can we ensure we stay in the game? Today, Richard Branson has over 200 companies, and his Virgin Group generates over $8 billion in revenue. As a creator of companies rather than inventions, Branson has been a master at leveraging himself out of sticky situations through his creativity. 8 years after launching, in 1992, Virgin Atlantic needed to raise $10 million for seatback video terminals to compete in the market. But with the global recession taking grip, all attempts to raise the money had been unsuccessful. As a last resort, Branson called Phil Conduit, CEO of Boeing, and said he wanted to buy 10 new Boeing 747-400s, but would like Boeing to throw in seatback videos and economy as a condition of purchase. Branson then repeated the process with Airbus. Both companies welcomed the new orders and readily agreed. Afterwards, Branson commented, "We discovered that it was easier to get $4 billion credit to buy 18 new aircraft than it was to get $10 million credit for the seatback video sets." Virgin was launched in 1968, first as a student magazine and then as a mail-order business. Soon after the mail-order business launched, there was a 6-month postal strike. Within days of the strike starting, Branson opened the first Virgin record shop. The record shop then led to a record label, Virgin Records, launched in 1972. Virgin Records signed Mike Oldfield's Tubular Bells, the Sex Pistols, Culture Club, Phil Collins, and other hit bands. But in 1979, just as Virgin was blossoming, interest rates soared and a recession hit. Branson persevered, growing Virgin on tight cash flow with his stores making a loss. He owed the bank close to £3 million, $4.5 million when he decided to launch Virgin Atlantic. In 1984, The day after Virgin's leased jumbo arrived in the UK, it hit a flock of birds, destroying one of the engines. As it did not yet have CAA approval, the engine was not insured. As a replacement engine would cost £600,000, Branson called up Coutts, Virgin's bank, and pleaded for an extension of their £3 million overdraft to cover the engine. Several days later, after the inaugural flight and CAA's approval, Branson returned to London to find Chris Rashbrook, the manager of their account, at his door. Rashbrook told Branson that Coutts would bounce all Virgin checks that took it over its limit. Branson mobilized his various subsidiaries for cash, keeping them in their limit. After such a close call, later in 1984, Branson decided to bring in professional managers Don Cruikshank and Trevor Abbott. Abbott became Branson's money man, continuing to find the financing that Branson's growth demanded. First, Abbott contacted a wide range of banks and extended Virgin's overdraft facility to £30 million. Then, to raise more money, in 1986 the Virgin Group listed. At this point, the company had 4,000 employees and £189 million in revenue. The float raised £30 million, part of which Branson then used to finance Virgin Atlantic. The following year, Abbott arranged a further £100 million loan with the Bank of Nova Scotia to buy shares in Thorn EMI, which Branson wanted to take over. Abbott and Branson began buying shares of Thorn EMI on the open market and had spent £30 million by October 1987 when the stock market crashed. Virgin shares almost halved in value from 160p to 90p. Thorn EMI shares crashed from 730p to 580, and the £30 million became worth £18 million. The bank asked for an immediate cash payment of £5 million. Faced with a significant loss on his hands, Branson gave up the idea of buying Thorn EMI. In fact, by 1988, with the stock market becoming a poor source of financing and the constraints of running a public company around his neck, Branson chose to buy back Virgin plc, setting the price at 140p, a premium of 70p. So no one who bought when it listed would lose. Abbott organized lines of credit for a £300 million overdraft, and Virgin became a private company again. 20 years after Virgin was launched, Branson had his freedom and a company with over £300 million, $450 million in debt. All creators know that there is cash locked up in their creations, and the greatest cash flow comes when this value is unlocked. Branson recalls, "We realized that we would have to sell shares in both Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Music in order to reduce our mountain of debt." Branson sold 50% of 10 of his megastores to W.H. Smith for £12 million, which immediately paid down borrowings in Virgin Atlantic. He sold 10% of the airline to a Japanese travel group for £36 million. 25% of Virgin Music was sold to a Japanese media company, Fujisankei, for £100 million. Showing how little relationship company value has against stock market value, through the Fujisankei deal, Branson not only paid down some of his debt, but demonstrated that Virgin Music was worth £400 million, compared to the £180 million stock market valuation of the entire Virgin Group just 1 year earlier. Despite the additional cash, Virgin kept trading in debt as Branson continued to grow the music and airline businesses. By 1991, Virgin's overdraft with Lloyds Bank had grown to over £50 million. Even so, Branson would not let the cash flow pressures stop him from acting at critical moments. The Rolling Stones became available for signing in 1991, and Abbott got a £6 million loan from Citibank to pay the signing fee, with repayment the following April. "We were living so much from hand to mouth that we didn't care about next April." By the following year, the Lloyds overdraft had grown to £55 million. Virgin Atlantic needed a further £30 million, and a recession was taking hold. Finally, with cash flow pressures reaching a critical point and Virgin Music having built considerable value, Branson decided to sell Virgin Music in its entirety to Thorn EMI for £560 million. In 1993, 25 years after starting Virgin, Branson was finally debt-free, with $500 million in the bank. Reflecting on the past 25 years, he said, "We were lucky. Each time something went wrong, we were the smallest jump ahead of the banks. As time has gone by, Branson's ability to make money has grown dramatically. It took him 20 years to make Virgin Music into a billion-dollar business. He turned both Virgin Blue and Virgin Mobile into billion-dollar businesses in a fraction of that time. In 2000, Branson launched Virgin Blue in Australia with $10 million in financing. He listed the company 4 years after launching it at a value of $2.3 billion. In 1999, Branson launched Virgin Mobile, and in 2006, UK cable company NTL paid $1.7 billion for it, while still keeping the use of the Virgin brand. Branson, who owned 71.2% of Virgin Mobile, made himself over $1 billion from the sale and continues to receive $15 million a year for licensing the brand. Edison, Gates, and Jobs created invention factories with a stream of new inventions that they then extracted value from as their companies grew in attraction. In a similar fashion, Branson has created an enterprise factory with a stream of new companies that he then extracts value from as the Virgin brand grows in attraction. Today, Virgin continues to attract thousands of new proposals each year. With a constant inflow of new opportunities, where is Branson focusing? In September 2006, Richard Branson made a $3 billion pledge to fight climate change. All profits from Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Trains over the next 10 years will fund investments in renewable energy technology through a new investment fund, Virgin Fuels.
Creators in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, dynamo. Action dynamic, introvert/extrovert. Thinking dynamics, intuitive. Wealth creation key, building a better product. Secondary profiles, mechanic, star strengths, visionary, creative, optimistic, stimulating, able to inspire others, can multitask, quick to generate revenue, great at getting things started. Weaknesses, poor sense of timing, over-optimism with what others can achieve, easily distracted, quick at spending what they make, terrible at getting things finished. Successes, best when free to create, with a team to execute and a team to hold on to the purse. Strings, excels when kept focused on the creative process from inception to commercial completion, with a creative team that can help bring products and businesses to fruition. Failures, failure results from trying to control too much, run too fast, or expect too much of the team. Creators will often burn out their team or move on to new ideas before their old ones are contributing cash flow. Once a team is in execution mode, a creator will often be a liability in management, as he will automatically look for creative solutions to issues, when it is more likely to be a people or process issue that needs to be addressed. Many creators have never got started because, thinking they can do it all themselves, they have never invested the time to find the right mentors and supporters. Others have been shot down, often as early as in primary school, for being too rebellious or individualistic, and have repressed their creative passions in run-of-the-mill jobs where they can keep a low profile. The creator's strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. Creators can be extremely productive when using their creativity, but may invest little time in this area. As a creator, your biggest priority must be to build a team around yourself to support and execute the right ideas and plans. Great creators have a ready source of financiers and supporters they can call on to finance and support their new ventures. They also have the right distribution and deal-making partners who are ready to take their new products and market them, and they have their own brainstorming teams that will often come up with far better ideas than the creator can on his own. 2. Moment of wealth creation. Creators need to maximize their time invested dreaming up and creating new ideas, products, and strategies. Yes, that's right, doing the things that are most fun. Key to this is choosing a market that you are passionate about, and that you can see yourself remaining in, attracting the butterflies, even when it's no longer about the money. 3. Value creation. The value creation in innovation is in maximizing the value differential in your business or product's unique selling points. Commercial value is quite different from uniqueness. Commercial value is what allows others to leverage a creator's products profitably. This is the value you give, not the value you get. This alone will multiply returns. Great creators identify and build product niches that they can dominate, which means narrowing their niche. You can't boil the ocean. Everything else is secondary. Operations, systems, someone else can do it and will do it better. 4. Value ownership. Before leveraging, you need to own the product rights of whatever you and your team have created. That means trademarking, copywriting, or patenting. You need to ensure that you have ownership of the originality of what you create, or any cash flow you generate will be very temporary. 5. Leverage. Extrovert creators are much more likely to start their own business to support their product innovations. Leverage will come from multiplying reach and productivity through distribution networks and mass production, and magnifying the brand and goodwill through marketing and partnerships. Introvert creators need to leverage even more by securing licensing agreements with distributors. Hence the need to link with dealmakers. 6. Secure cash flow. The world is full of creators who have not followed this strategy and so have missed their wealth and are spinning in the eddy currents, out of the flow. Many even find a way to leverage, but then miss the final key point, getting paid their worth. Cash flow will come from patent royalties, license fees, or often direct from your business. Company profits or equity sales. You need to secure where the money is coming from, and how and when it will be paid, before rushing ahead and conquering the world. Creators to learn from: Thomas Edison, General Electric; Walt Disney Company; Bill Gates, Microsoft; Steve Jobs, Apple/Pixar; Richard Branson, Virgin; Larry Ellison, Oracle; Thaksin Shinawatra, Thailand's richest man; J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter books; Mark Burnett Productions; George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, SGK DreamWorks; Jeffrey Katzenberg, SGK DreamWorks; Anita Roddick, Body Shop; Narayana Murthy, Infosys, India.
Chapter 6. The Star. Fame is a bitch, man. Brad Pitt. Not just a pretty face. On the wealth dynamics square, stars sit up at the top right, creative and extrovert, which means they take their cues from the reaction of those around them. The more they stand out, the more at home they feel, and the more they attract. Like creators, stars are best off when left to innovate. But rather than innovate products or systems, which they do not have the patience or inclination for, they innovate and magnify their brand. This often means making themselves less accessible to make themselves more valuable. Stars such as Oprah Winfrey and Martha Stewart have built entire empires around their names, with others managing the shop while they star in the show. In their cases, they have not only leveraged on the media to magnify their brand, they have created their own media to ensure their star keeps shining. Shining brightly. Stars, naturally, are the easiest of the profiles to spot. After all, the value is in the person. Obvious stars can be found in the sports, music, film and entertainment industries. However, the highest profile CEOs, salespeople and trainers also achieved their wealth by following their natural path as a star. Naturally extroverted, stars will be happy around others and will be quite comfortable being the center of attention. In fact, their creativity comes far faster when in conversation than when sitting alone. As a result, stars are best when they can take the products and concepts of others and add their own unique spin for effective promotion. Stars are not the most diplomatic of profiles, often skirting controversy for the fun of it, causing disharmony and alienation at times. As stars grow in stature, the demand on their time grows. To continue to shine brightly, however, they need to continue to deliver, which can lead to exhaustion and dissatisfaction if they have not learned how to leverage effectively. With the stress that comes with increased success, it is natural for a star's ego to often get the better of them. This can lead to them forgetting the winning formula that brought them their wealth, and it becomes all too easy to burn out or self-destruct. When stars shine, they also find it easy to make money, and even easier to spend. In fact, many stars have crafted into an art form their ability to spend their money before they make it. In leadership, while mechanics are best leading from behind and providing systems to support, stars are best leading from the front and setting an example to follow. They are often the best salespeople and promoters but come unstuck when they then try and build teams to multiply their success. The successful stars in insurance, real estate and other sales industries stay firmly in the sales process, with a support cast feeding the pipeline, magnifying their brand, and magnifying their earnings. Those stars who have ignored their path have often done so because of the knockbacks they have received in the limelight, and the responsibility that goes with it. Fallen stars have often been trained to not draw attention to themselves, much as they secretly enjoy it. And others simply lack confidence and knowledge, so tread a careful path incognito, blissfully unaware of the simple steps they could be taking to claim their wealth. High-profile stars, such as Arnold Schwarzenegger, Paul Newman and Amitabh Bachchan have amassed fortunes in different industries on content created by others and leveraged through others but modified and packaged around their own particular identity. Stars like Oprah Winfrey and Martha Stewart have lifted themselves from day-to-day execution to do what they love, stay in the limelight and light up the world.
Oprah Winfrey, the queen of the talk shows. Oprah Winfrey is worth more than every Hollywood celebrity she has had on her talk show. Are their multimillion-dollar blockbuster movies not enough to propel them ahead of a talk show host? Oprah Winfrey, according to Forbes in 2006, is worth $1.4 billion. Oprah's wealth comes from playing the game exceptionally well, establishing ownership over her empire, and leveraging that brand over multiple media, something few Hollywood stars have managed to do. As with all wealth creators, a star's first step is to follow their passion. As with a good pair of shoes, passion doesn't come from analysis, but by trying it all on and finding what fits. Oprah tried news reporting on radio at 19, news reporting on TV at the age of 22, then co-hosting a chat show on radio, before hosting a TV morning talk show in 1984. When she was 30, the show, AM Chicago, became the #1 talk show in America, and after 10 years Oprah had found a passion that she has kept to ever since. A year after playing Sophia in Steven Spielberg's The Color Purple in 1985, Oprah got her own nationwide chat show, The Oprah Winfrey Show. She pioneered a format that dealt with everyday life and the issues we face, which drew a growing daytime audience over the next 9 years. However, in 1994, with many copycats following Oprah's show format and sensationalizing relationship issues and everyday hardships, Oprah revamped her brand, repositioning to Change Your Life TV. This proved to be a critical decision, enabling Oprah to carve a niche that has resonated with an ever-growing audience through the following decade. A further critical moment came in 1998, when she bought the rights to her show from the ABC. Ownership of your own brand is paramount for a star profile. With ownership, you are able to leverage and magnify your brand across multiple media. Oprah set up Harpo Productions, Harpo being her name spelt backwards, and invested $20 million on her own production facility in Chicago, making her only the third woman in history to own a major studio, after Mary Pickford and Lucille Ball. With a production vehicle in place, she began to build her leverage. The following year, she launched the Oxygen Cable TV network, a 24-hour channel dedicated to women. In 2000, she launched O, a magazine that now reaches 2.4 million readers monthly. In each case, she brought in management teams while she continued to host her show. By 2006, her show had 49 million US viewers each week and was being broadcast in a further 122 countries. All great wealth creators see opportunity while others are looking the other way. As a great example, in 1996 Oprah found herself in the middle of an unwelcome legal case in which her brand power had landed her. A group of Texan cattlemen sued Oprah in a food disparagement suit after Oprah commented on a study on mad cow disease on her show, saying it just stopped me cold from eating another burger. The cattlemen said they had lost $11 million when the cattle market plunged after the show. The case dragged on and Oprah had to relocate her TV show to the local theater in Amarillo, Texas, where the case was being heard, for almost a year. During this time, she hired a company called Courtroom Sciences to help her analyze and read the jury. Rather than worrying about the trial, Oprah saw promise in one of Courtroom Science's co-founders, Philip McGraw, and brought him into her show as Dr. Phil. Oprah went on to win the trial, leaving Amarillo saying, "Free speech not only lives, it rocks," before adding, "I'm still off hamburgers." As a result of her comments on Mad Cows, a chain of events has now led to Harpo Productions owning the #1 and #2 talk shows on U.S. national TV, The Oprah Winfrey Show and Dr. Phil. Oprah's charity work is legendary and has grown with her fortune. As she says, "What material success does is provide you with the ability to concentrate on other things that really matter. And that is being able to make a difference, not only in your own life, but in other people's lives." To date, her Oprah's Angel Network has raised over $50 million. As her brand continues to grow, she continues to keep grounded, writing in her magazine, "Though I am grateful for the blessings of wealth, it hasn't changed who I am. My feet are still on the ground. I'm just wearing better shoes."
Martha Stewart, the homemaking queen. Martha Stewart's star path has been remarkably similar to Oprah's, leveraging her brand through existing media companies, and then taking ownership of her brand by setting up her own media company, with the many accompanying spin-offs. In Martha's case, however, she has taken her path to the extremes. As a result, we have seen her off the racing line, and into the gravel trap. While Oprah initially built her brand through the radio and TV networks, Martha built her brand through her books, Kmart and Time Warner. From a small catering business in Westport, Martha's first step up in brand building came when her husband, who was the CEO of a book publishing company, helped her to get her first book, Entertaining, published in 1981. A string of books followed, establishing her identity as America's lifestyle and homemaking star. Every star needs a dealmaker to grow their brand. In 1987, Barbara Loren Snyder, from America's second-largest discount retail chain Kmart, called Martha out of the blue and said, "I can make you a multimillionaire and a star and it won't cost you a penny." Kmart was looking for a star to bring some glamour to their kitchen department. Martha agreed to a 5-year contract at $200,000 per year. While stars are quick to make money, they are generally even faster to spend it. As soon as the contract was signed, Martha bought her dream house, a $535,000 farmhouse she wanted to renovate. Although Martha was quick to spend, it didn't mean the money had to be hers. She came up with a plan to fully fund the purchase, convincing Barbara and Kmart to loan her the money to buy the house. In return, she would use Kmart supplies in the renovation, video the process and turn it into a Kmart promotional campaign. This chance idea, that simply came from Martha's idea of leveraging her brand to get her dream house, turned out to be the launch pad for Martha's TV career. With 37 Kmart vendors on board, Martha became the face of their various advertisements in a national $20 million campaign. This then led to print advertisements, TV show appearances and a new book in 1989, Martha Stewart's New Old House, which, with all of Kmart's dollars funding the hype, became an instant bestseller. By 1991, Time Warner was ready to sign a 10-year contract to publish Martha Stewart Living. Her magazine gave her another massive leverage point, with the production, distribution and marketing undertaken and financed by Time Warner. Circulation of her magazine grew to 725,000 by 1993. In that year she secured a similar arrangement with Time Warner for her own half-hour TV series, Martha Stewart Living Television. At this point, Martha took another big step up, again by bringing the right person into her team. Sharon Patrick, a former partner of management consultants McKinsey & Co., came in to organize Martha's business activities. Sharon went about renegotiating her deals with Kmart and Time Warner, and then set up Martha Stewart Living Omni Media, which bought the rights to Martha's activities from Time Warner in 1997. Martha again leveraged on other people's finances to raise the money for this, with the $85 million price coming from a mix of shares, a loan, and a payment reportedly made by Kmart to Stewart which covered the cash portion of the deal. Having leveraged off the promotional muscle of Kmart and Time Warner to build her brand, and then having leveraged on their finances to buy back the rights to her brand, Martha and Sharon took Martha Stewart Omnimedia public in 1999. The IPO made Martha a billionaire. By 2001, Martha reached the Forbes richest list and was elected onto the prestigious board of the New York Stock Exchange. But then, less than a week after her election to the NYSE, in December 2001, she made a share trade unrelated to her company, and her billion-dollar winning formula suddenly became a losing formula. She sold 3,928 shares in ImClone one day before the Food and Drug Administration declined approval on ImClone's cancer drug, sending the stock into freefall. In June 2002, ImClone's founder, Samuel Waxel, was arrested and charged with insider trading. 18 months of negative press and speculation later, Martha resigned as chairman and CEO of her company. Every star's winning formula is their force of personality. Martha had used this successfully to build a billion-dollar business. Force of personality, however, becomes a losing formula when you switch from the star game to the trading game. While federal prosecutors initially charged her with securities fraud, she was never found guilty of this charge. In March she was convicted for lying to regulators during their investigation. Her natural instinct to protect her image at the critical moment, a strategy that served her so well as a star, resulted in a jail sentence in the regulated trading market. Martha spent 5 months in prison, from 2004 to early 2005. During this time, she rebuilt her brand with the announcement of new partnerships and TV shows, and shares of Martha Stewart Living Omnimedia jumped 70%. Today, she has recovered her wealth and is back in her flow.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Governator. Wealth Dynamics uses many analogies with sports and likens the process toward financial fitness to that of working toward physical fitness. Schwarzenegger has often compared success in life with success in the gym, and as a 7-time Mr. Olympia, he is qualified to do so. Schwarzenegger has reached the top of 3 entirely different, highly competitive vocations, by applying the same level of determination against the odds in each case, and by recreating his brand and team each time to have maximum attraction and effect. His Hollywood success, and election as governor of California, both occurred in circumstances where the odds were stacked against him. With the opposition and challenges he faced, many people in his position would have quit early in the process. In fact, most would probably never even have started. Comparing this process to the gym, he comments, "The last 3 or 4 reps is what makes the muscle grow." This area of pain divides the champion from someone else who is not a champion. That's what most people lack, having the guts to go on and just say they'll go through the pain no matter what happens. Strength does not come from winning. Your struggles develop your strengths. When you go through hardships and decide not to surrender, that is strength. While serving in the Austrian army as a tank driver in 1965, Schwarzenegger, who had the dream of winning the Mr. Universe title, snuck off base to compete in his first bodybuilding competition. When his base found out, they put him in detention for a week. However, his commanding officers realized he had come back with the Mr. Europe Junior trophy, and on release from detention transferred him from tank driving to full-time competitive bodybuilding. By 19, he had won the titles of Best Built Man in Europe and Mr. Europe, as well as the International Power Lifting Championship. At 20 he became the youngest competitor ever to win the Mr. Universe title. With ambitions of furthering his bodybuilding career, and finding his fortune, Schwarzenegger moved to the United States the following year. Despite having little money, and little fluency in English, he continued to compete, with Joe Weider as a mentor. Weider was the founder of the Mr. Olympia competition and had built a publishing business around his passion for bodybuilding, with titles such as Men's Fitness and Muscle and Fitness. Schwarzenegger competed for a decade in Weider's Mr. Olympia, winning a record 7 times, between 1970 and 1980. Determined to break into Hollywood, he starred in his first film, Hercules in New York, in 1970. His accent was so strong, he was dubbed and, following advice to drop his complicated name, he appeared under the name Arnold Strong. Over the next 10 years, he continued to audition for parts, deciding to revert to his birth name, saying, "If it's hard to remember, it'll be difficult to forget." After 2 Conan films in the early 1980s, Schwarzenegger's break came, as breaks do for so many star profiles, when he teamed up with an inspired creator, James Cameron. Cameron's film, The Terminator, starring Schwarzenegger, together with its 2 sequels, became a $390 million franchise. 14 years after beginning his quest, Schwarzenegger found the superstar status he was looking for. Over the next 7 years, before announcing he would be running for governor of California, he continued his run at the box office, while carefully converting his success in both bodybuilding and Hollywood into sustainable cash flow. Oak Productions, which he had set up in 1977 after his nickname, the Austrian Oak, received all his film fees, licensing fees, and merchandising fees. Pumping Iron America, named after the bodybuilding film he featured in and which he bought the entire rights to as soon as he could afford it, received sales from his weightlifting videos, merchandise, and clothing. Fitness Publications received fees from his books and magazine contributions. Schwarzenegger was also careful to funnel the cash flow that his brand had attracted into real estate and stocks, so while his businesses gave him a net worth of between $100 million and $200 million, his portfolio increased this to a reported $800 million by the time he ran for governor, making him the world's 3rd wealthiest celebrity after Oprah Winfrey and England's Paul McCartney. A star's winning formula is their force of personality, and their ability to connect with their audience while staying in the limelight. While Oprah achieved this through her sincerity, Arnold achieved it through his sense of humor. When he announced his entry into politics during the California recall election in 2003, he said on The Jay Leno Show, "It's the most difficult I've made in my entire life, except the one I made in 1978 when I decided to get a bikini wax." For a star to shine, a critical factor for success is their team selection. Schwarzenegger was off to a good start, having married John F. Kennedy's niece, Maria Shriver, back in 1986. Exposure to America's most famous political family had given him an invaluable introduction to politics. As he began to campaign against a background of criticism of his credibility, he brought in Warren Buffett, America's most successful investor, and former Secretary of State, George Shultz, as advisors on his Economic Recovery Council. His choice of a team to build his credibility had a large part to play in his success in winning the governorship. For the first year, despite ongoing media attention devoted to his history of alleged inappropriate behavior, his popularity ratings remained steady at 65%, the highest for a California governor in 45 years. While Schwarzenegger's final track record in politics has yet to be written, his success in building attraction around himself through his determination and force of personality have been proven time and again. Keeping himself grounded, with the right teams and the right wealth creation strategies, has allowed him to continue to shine. A fellow star profile, George Bush, compared himself to Arnold at a White House dinner after his election success. "We both married well. We both have trouble with the English language. We both have big biceps. Well, 2 out of 3 isn't bad."
Amitabh Bachchan, superstar of the millennium. Amitabh Bachchan is the undisputed king of India's Bollywood. Having appeared in more than 70 films, today he remains the highest-paid actor in India's entertainment industry. His journey has been anything but smooth, however, and his story shows how easy it is for our winning formula to become a losing formula. With an ambition for Bollywood, Bachchan gave up his job as a freight broker to get into film early on. It took 13 films, however, before he got his first hit, Zanzibar, in 1973 at the age of 31. His popularity grew through the 1970s and 1980s. By 1983, his star status turned into a national obsession. After being punched on the set of his film Coolie, he fell against the table and ended up in hospital with near-fatal wounds. The national papers kept a running commentary on his progress, which also dominated the television news. With his star shining brightly, Bachchan then took two turns in his career that each demonstrated just how quickly winning formulas can become losing formulas. After the assassination of Indira Gandhi in 1984, Bachchan was convinced by Rajiv Gandhi to enter politics. His brand quickly got him elected into government. Passing your brand into the hands of others, however, is a surefire route to disaster. Rajiv Gandhi was elected as Prime Minister, but soon after taking office, his government was hit by the Bofors scandal. The government was accused of receiving kickbacks from Bofors AB for a bid to supply India's 155mm field howitzers, and Bachchan found himself in the middle of the drama. Resigning his seat, Bachchan vowed never to get involved in politics again. In 1995, Bachchan took another ill-fated diversion by starting ABCL, the Amitabh Bachchan Corporation Ltd. Stars are successful in business when their companies are leveraging their brand and being run by others. Stars become extremely unsuccessful in business when they attempt to run the businesses themselves using their force of personality. Bachchan intended to create a production company to get involved in all aspects of the Indian film and media industry. ABCL began producing and distributing films and was the principal sponsor of the 1996 Miss Universe contest in Bangalore. Rather than building his own brand, Bachchan spent his days managing his company and spending freely on films which then flopped at the box office. Over 2 short years, ABCL racked up 900 million rupees in debt before Bachchan closed it down, leaving his reputation in Bollywood at an all-time low. Determined to pay back the debts, Bachchan promised his creditors he would compensate them by acting as brand ambassador for their businesses, appearing in their campaigns and promotions, and that he would repay them from the fees he earned when he returned to acting. In 2000, Bachchan was chosen as host of India's TV quiz Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which became a huge hit. He then starred in a series of hit films, becoming a far bigger star in his 60s than he was in his 30s and 40s. The size of his following in India was highlighted when the BBC held an online poll for the superstar of the millennium. Votes from India flooded in, giving Bachchan the position ahead of all the celebrities in America and Europe. When Bachchan switched from a star profile strategy to a creator profile strategy, he unraveled all the wealth he had created in his first 50 years within 2 years, leaving him arguably in more debt than any of his fans. When he switched back to a star profile strategy, Bachchan not only reversed his fortunes, but reignited his passion. Now in his mid-60s, Bachchan continues to operate as Indian brand ambassador to a dozen major companies, charging around $500,000 to each. He starred in 13 films during 2005 and has become the highest-paid actor in Bollywood.
Paul Newman. Shameless exploitation in pursuit of the common good. You will not see Paul Newman on the list of Hollywood's top earners, yet he has given away more money than most Hollywood superstars have ever made. In fact, the way that Newman's life has revolved around his passion and purpose is a living example for every star. Newman, born in 1925, has spent most of his life in the theater and film. He had to wait until his 40s before starring in his most successful films, Butch Cassidy and The Sundance Kid with Robert Redford when he was 44, and The Sting when he was 48. He was nominated 9 times for an Academy Award, but had to wait until he was over 60 before winning one, in 1986 for The Color of Money. Despite his late success, Newman leveraged the brand he was building in Hollywood to pursue a passion and a greater purpose. His passion, motor racing, he discovered in 1968, when he trained for Winning, a film revolving around motorsports. To begin with, he raced with the Bob Sharp racing team, lending his brand to the team by appearing in some of their commercials. 15 years later, he combined his brand with the expertise of professional race manager, Carl Haas, to launch Newman Haas Racing. This allowed him to pursue his passion at the top of the sport. The team won its first kart title with Mario Andretti the following year, and went on to attract other top drivers including Michael Andretti, Nigel Mansell, Paul Tracy, Christian Fittipaldi and Cristiano de Matta. Newman Haas Racing is the most successful team currently active in the Champ Car World Series. It has won 5 championships, the most recent with Sebastian Bourdais in 2005. Newman, who has just turned 80, has stayed actively involved in the team throughout. Newman's purpose, he discovered by accident. In 1982, he teamed up with his friend A.E. Hochner on a bet to see if they could sell the homemade salad dressing that the Newmans gave out as holiday gifts. Run by a small team, from the beginning the company let the public know that all profits would go to charity. Newman's Own leveraged on Newman's brand and gradually expanded into pasta sauce, popcorn, salsa, and other things. Aware that it was his brand that was getting the salad dressing noticed, Newman gave the company the motto, "Shameless exploitation in pursuit of the common good." In the first year, Newman's Own donated close to $1 million to charity. By 2006, the company had reached an astounding $200 million in donations to charities. Newman's explanation of this phenomenon is worth hearing. A lot of the time we thought we were in first gear when we were really in reverse, but it didn't seem to make any difference. We anticipated sales of $1,200 a year and a loss, despite our gambling winnings, of $6,000. But in these 20 years we have earned over $200 million, which we've given to countless charities. How to account for this massive success? Pure luck? Transcendental meditation? Machiavellian manipulation? Aerodynamics? High colonics? We haven't the slightest idea. Newman was not new to philanthropy. When his only son, Scott, died of a drug and alcohol overdose in 1978, Newman started the Scott Newman Foundation to spread awareness of drug and alcohol abuse. Of the many charities that Newman's Own began to support, one of the main ones was Newman's Hole-in-the-Wall Gang Camp, which was a summer camp for seriously ill children, named after the gang in his film Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. However, the success of Newman's Own led to a chance meeting that has since catapulted Newman's involvement in philanthropy to an entirely new level. In 1990, Newman's Own won the Lawrence A. Veen Prize for Corporate Social Responsibility. At the prize-giving ceremony, Newman met Peter Malkin, Veen's son-in-law, who told him how Lawrence Veen had led a personal crusade to improve corporate philanthropy by buying stock in 300 large corporations, and then attending their shareholder meetings and writing to their chairman to pressure them to practice greater philanthropy. Inspired by Veen's efforts, Newman joined up with Malkin to launch the Committee to Encourage Corporate Philanthropy, CECP, in 1999. Newman committed $125,000 a year over the next 4 years to fund the committee, and it soon took off with further grants from major corporations and entrepreneurs. In the 5 years since launch, the CECP has encouraged corporate giving, which has doubled from 1998 levels. In 2005, the CECP was chaired by Citigroup CEO, Sandy Weil, and the membership list is a who's who of America's top CEOs and chairmen, representing companies that gave over $7 billion to charities in 2005.
Stars in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency. Dynamo/blaze. Action dynamic. Extrovert. Thinking dynamics. Intuitive. Wealth creation key. Creating a unique identity secondary profiles. Creator, supporter strengths. Vibrant, energizing, image-driven, quick to deliver, quick to connect, can take an idea and run with it, can think on their feet, can improvise quickly in tricky situations, holds the stage weaknesses, can be overbearing, controversial, operates by force of personality, cannot let go easily, values image over execution, doesn't listen to others easily, quick to spend, quick to cut. Successes. Best when free to express and develop their own identity and brand, with a team to support them and a team to negotiate the deals. Stars excel when they focus on performing or being in front of their market and clients, while the business the star attracts is managed professionally by others. Failures. Failure results from a star driving their ideas through as a result of their force of personality. While they are great at driving their ideas through, they do not always have the best ideas. Stars who leverage ideas achieve greater success. Stars often stretch themselves too thinly, because they think they are the only ones who can do the job properly, and so often fail to build the right team or turn off the teams they build, resulting in low staff loyalty. A star's combination of quick decision-making and overconfidence can lead to reckless decisions which sound convincing at the time but lead to failure later. Many stars never get started as they fail to see that the value of their brand comes from being less accessible, rather than more accessible. They will show up one-to-one rather than magnifying themselves to show up one-to-many, through the various leverage channels that already exist. Stars often also fail by missing that their value lies in themselves and not their products. And so they limit themselves by promoting products created by themselves, rather than partnering and promoting far better products created by others. The star strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. Stars draw the admiration and curiosity of others, but may fail to package this properly. As a star, your first step must be to define the area where you contribute most to others, your niche in your market. Then you need to commit yourself to this path. Great stars have entrenched themselves in their niche, so anyone with a new product or promotion is likely to be attracted to that star to support them. They have their own deal makers to manage the deals, business teams to manage their businesses and investments, and support teams to manage themselves. The key is to see your brand grow year on year despite the fact that the products or businesses you are creating the most wealth with may chop and change. 2. Moment of wealth creation. Stars need to focus as much time and effort as possible on defining and refining their identity, and then delivering against it. That's right, vanity rules. The biggest downfall of many a star is their failure to create a unique identity around themselves that people can relate to. So they just become another face in the crowd. All other activities should take second place until you have become fairly certain that when people talk about you, based on your branding strategy, you have a pretty good idea what they are saying. 3. Value creation. As a star, your value creation activities will be in the efforts you apply to building your exposure, crystallizing your brand, and fine-tuning your talents to fit your brand. Who has the best products and leverage systems in your market? Link with them to build their wealth while they build yours. 4. Value ownership. Most everyday stars deliver their value liberally with no ownership or leverage. Regardless of whether you are a doctor, salesman, or network marketer, you need to create ownership of your identity, which means owning all intellectual property rights relating to your material, your brand, and your image, and managing how others use this, whether on a paid or promotional basis. 5. Leverage. The most important area you need to leverage is your time. That means being ruthless about what is low-value time that you should be delegating to others. The team you create should allow you to free up your time to accelerate the process of magnifying your brand. You must also create leverage through your packaging, duplication of content delivery, and duplication of promotional material and vehicles. 6. Secure cash flow. Unlocking the cash flow when you are the product is a fine art. The most successful stars will negotiate their returns up front and link them directly to their pulling power, whether it be sales commissions, signing fees, service fees, license fees, or endorsement fees. Stars to learn from: Oprah Winfrey, Harpo, Martha Stewart, MS Living, Omni Media, Arnold Schwarzenegger, California Governor, Amitabh Bachchan, Indian celebrity, Paul Newman, Newman's Own, Bono, U2, Bill Clinton, U.S. President, George Bush, U.S. President.
Chapter 7. The Supporter. Getting the right people in the right jobs is a lot more important than developing a strategy. Jack Welch. The consummate leader. Supporters are outgoing, loyal, reliable, and fantastic networkers. With a blaze frequency, their value is in the heat of the moment, the relationships they create, and the wealth of energy, enthusiasm, and time they can offer. On their own, they will find themselves outwitted by the innovations and timing of others. But when given the opportunity to build their own team, the team can outpace, outsmart, and outperform the most quick-witted competitor. Supporters such as Jack Welch and Meg Whitman have built their reputation around their ability to mobilize teams to perform. In an innovative environment they thrive, with new products adding fuel to the flames. The more wood, the more fire. The sharper the products, the smarter their marketing and leadership. Innovation, though, is left to others as supporters are too busy leading from the front to have their head in the clouds. IT wasn't me, IT was the team. While dynamo frequencies, such as mechanics, creators, and stars, are busy creating value and have no shame in taking credit for it, supporters see motivation as one of their key roles, and will always be the first to praise the team. This people focus makes supporters absolutely essential in any ambitious undertaking. Successful supporters can be found working with every successful wealth creator. However, many supporters have found success without aligning solely with one wealth creator. As a result, there are many CEOs of well-known, listed companies who are supporters. Supporters are both intuitive and sensory, which means that they often can act as the antenna for a more removed wealth creator. With strong interpersonal skills, a supporter is more comfortable out meeting people than creating sustainable systems, and so it is easy for value to be lost as quickly as it is being created. Also, in the excitement of new opportunities and relationships, distractions and diversions are aplenty. Most failed supporters mistook their profile as an employee doomed to a life of salaried income, or they tried to start a business or investment with limited success. Others might have liked the idea of finding a dynamic moneymaker to team up with, but preferred variety and trying new things over focusing on turning one spark into a flame. Despite being one step away from the star profile, the two are as different as thunder and lightning. Supporter profiles engender plenty of loyalty wherever they go, one of the star profile's greatest challenges. This is because while stars generate hands-off admiration, supporters attract hands-on motivation. The Achilles heel of a supporter is this lack of focus, which can lead them to slip strategy and slip profiles. As in the case of Michael Eisner, who slipped from a successful supporter profile into a star profile while running Disney, and Steve Case, who slipped from a supporter profile into a deal maker profile while running AOL. When you shift from your profile, it causes friction not just with your flow, but with your entire team. When your staff, your shareholders, and the people who supported you get rubbed up the wrong way, they soon rub your back and rub you out. The supporters who have succeeded have continued to magnify their leadership to scale with the market. Their reputation in the market, and the networks they have built, become their greatest value. They remain in high demand whatever business they choose to run.
Jack Welch, manager of the century. Jack Welch spent his life working for the company that Thomas Edison founded, General Electric, GE. Joining in 1960 as an engineer on a $10,500 annual salary, Welch worked his way up to vice president after 12 years, and up to vice chairman before his 20th year. In 1980, the year before 45-year-old Welch took over as CEO and chairman of GE, Fortune voted the company the best managed company in America. Starting from the front, Welch set the target of making GE the world's most valuable company. He recounts, Peter Drucker asks a great question: if you weren't already in this business, would you enter it now? That's a great question. And we began asking it about every business we were in. What we decided was that we would keep a business if it required a high amount of technology, a lot of money to run, and there were reasonable cycle times, that is, it didn't operate on short cycles. These factors were our strengths. We're the fastest elephant at the dance, but we are still an elephant. Welch's Dancing Elephant went from a $14 billion company with revenues of $26.8 billion in 1980 to a $400 billion company with $130 billion revenue when he left in 2000, making it the world's second largest corporation after Citigroup. His strategy was focused on his strength, which was his people management. Explaining his approach, he said, I spend 60% or more of my time on people stuff, and that's the way it should be. I couldn't produce a show on NBC. I couldn't build an engine, I couldn't do any of these things. So my involvement revolves around people. Welch stumbled on a fundamental key to leadership soon after joining GE in 1961. Welch's boss, Bert Kopplin, handed him a $1,000 raise a year after he joined, and Welch promptly quit. Hearing the news, Koplin's boss, Reuben Guthoff, invited Welch and his wife to dinner to persuade him to stay. The dinner and subsequent call from Guthoff had an impact on Welch, who recalls, during his 2-hour drive back home to Westport, Connecticut, he stopped at a payphone next to the highway to continue selling. It was 1 a.m., Carolyn and I were already in bed, and Reuben was still making his case. Welch eventually got an additional $2,000 and an increase in responsibility, and decided to stay. Guthoff's recognition, that he considered me different and special, made a powerful impression. Ever since that time, differentiation has been a basic part of how I manage. That standard raise I got over 4 decades ago has probably driven my behavior to an extreme. But differentiation is all about being extreme, rewarding the best and weeding out the ineffective. Rigorous differentiation delivers real stars, and stars build great businesses. His first public speech as CEO, in 1981 on the new GE, explained his vision. At the New York presentation, Welch outlined the soft issues in his vision. Quoting von Clausewitz's On War, Welch cited the Prussian army, strategy was not a lengthy action plan. It was the evolution of a central idea through continually changing circumstances. His vision included creating an atmosphere where every individual across the whole company is striving to be proud of every product and service, an atmosphere where people dare to try new things. The speech was a flop, prompting one analyst to say, "We don't know what the hell he's talking about." Criticism increased over the next 5 years, as Welch cut over a quarter of GE's workforce, 37,000 in sold businesses and 81,000 in continuing businesses, leading to his nickname at the time, Neutron Jack. During those years he was investing in facilities at the GE headquarters in Crotonville, his new management development center, and building his vision of a workforce of star players. Despite the criticism, Welch did not sway his strategy. In his book Jack, Straight from the Gut, Welch says, "I could understand why it was difficult for many GE employees to get it. But I was sure in my gut it was the right thing to do." Differentiation, the strength of every supporter profile, underscored his entire approach. In the 1980s, differentiation in a manufacturing organization seemed in itself a paradox. Saying, in manufacturing, we try and stamp out variance. With people, variance is everything. Welch put in place structures to ensure differentiation. Each year, the review structure would identify and reward the 20% of A players and would identify and release the 10% of C players from the workforce. This became known as the vitality curve, with the A players differentiated from the B players by the GE 4Es. High energy, able to energize others, the edge to make decisions, and the ability to execute. Welch said, "In my mind, the 4Es are connected by one P, passion." It was passion that separated the A's from the B's, and it was each manager's job to turn B's into A's. Welch's focus was people first, strategy and everything else next. The Crotonville pit became the venue for open exchanges between staff to bring forward their ideas. Managers had to make a yes or no decision on at least 75% of the ideas on the spot. The process prompted one appliance worker to say, "For 25 years you've paid for my hands when you could have had my brain as well, for nothing." The exchanges went global, with GE's workouts bringing together entire teams to exchange and share their ideas. In 1989, with the aim of focusing the brainpower of 300,000 plus people into every person's head, Welch came up with the idea of GE as a boundaryless organization, which would put the team ahead of individual ego. This process is a key distinction between the leadership style of a supporter and that of a creator. Welch explained, "For our entire history, we had rewarded the inventor or the person who came up with a good idea. Boundaryless would make heroes out of the people who recognized and developed a good idea, not just those who came up with one." This concept went on to form the basis of a restructure of the way that GE's staff worked, breaking down divisions between staff and customer, between divisions, and between countries. As with his other leadership concepts, Welch kept focused on the one big idea, repeating, measuring it, and making it real to the team. "Whenever I had an idea or message I wanted to drive into the organization, I could never say it enough. I repeated it over and over and over, at every meeting and every review, for years, until I could almost gag on the words." This concept of simplifying the vision and then magnifying that one vision is common in all successful supporters. In summarizing GE's success, Welch says, "We've only done 3 fundamental things in this company in the 20 years I've been in this job. We've changed the hardware, changed how we behave, and changed how we work." Within the hardware framework, the most important thing was deciding what businesses we wanted to be in, and we used the number 1 or number 2, fix, sell, or close the thing idea to guide the organization's thinking. How we behave, this drive for boundarylessness, open idea sharing, came from several years of town meetings where everyone in the organization was urged to participate. Our latest initiative, Six Sigma, defines how we work. We want to have a quality mindset in everything we do. Now, what those 3 things have in common is people. Welch's relentless people focus is summed up in his phrase, "Accounting doesn't generate cash. Managing businesses does." In 1999, Fortune magazine named him Manager of the Century. Despite building over $380 billion in shareholder value through 100 consecutive quarters of increased earnings, Welch's record salary of $94 million and retirement plan of $8 million a year attracted criticism. In summing up his time as CEO and chairman at GE, Welch said, "You get paid a lot, but the real payoff is in the fun."
Michael Eisner. Giving the Mickey. Michael Eisner's story reads like a Disney fairy tale, without the happy ending. As with all supporter profiles, Eisner's strength in marketing was spotted early on. Barry Diller took him on at ABC as his assistant in 1966, where he went on to become head of daytime and children's programming. In 1976, Diller, now at Paramount, headhunted Eisner to where he became president at the age of 34. Paramount had a strong team, with Jeffrey Katzenberg, another of Diller's assistants, rising up to become president of production. In the 1980s, Eisner had his golden years. Between his marketing and Katzenberg's creativity, Paramount had a string of hit TV shows included Taxi, Mork and Mindy, and films including Saturday Night Fever, Elephant Man, Grease, Star Trek, Airplane, Raiders of the Lost Ark and Beverly Hills Cop. Profits increased from $30 million in 1977 to over $100 million by 1982. Eisner's winning streak continued at Disney, which he joined in 1984 as CEO. Roy Disney, Walt Disney's nephew, brought on Eisner along with Frank Wells, former president of Warner Brothers, to revive the Walt Disney Company. Eisner, in turn, brought on Katzenberg as Disney's new studio head. Over the next 10 years, Katzenberg focused on creative output, releasing the highest-grossing animated features that Disney had ever released: Who Framed Roger Rabbit, The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin and the Lion King, which became the highest domestic grossing animated film of all time until 2003. In the meantime, Eisner repackaged classic Disney animation films on home video, including Bambi, Cinderella, and Katzenberg's hits. As a supporter, Eisner leveraged every creation as far as he could, saying, "If you try to pinpoint what it is that will allow us to continue to survive and grow, it is asking whether we have done that last mile on the Broadway show for The Lion King? Have we gone the last mile on the Animal Kingdom? Making sure we have, that's what it's all about." With Eisner driving leadership and marketing, Katzenberg driving new content, and Frank Wells managing the finances, in the first 4 years of the new team, Disney's market value quadrupled, and by 1988, after exercising stock options awarded when he arrived, Eisner's income was $40 million, making him the highest-paid executive in America. From 1985 to 1990, the company posted record profits 20 quarters in a row. By 1990, Walt Disney Company was posting revenues of over $5 billion and profits of close to $1 billion. 1994 was a tragic turning point for Eisner and for Disney. Eisner lost his 2 key team members following a helicopter crash which killed Frank Wells in Nevada's Ruby Mountains. As well as losing Wells, Eisner lost Katzenberg, after he refused to give him Wells' vacant role. The separation was a messy one, with a protracted legal battle over Katzenberg's severance payment. Eisner took on the responsibility of all 3 roles, writing in 1995, "What I'm doing now looks crazy. No president, no CFO, no treasurer," and adding, "Soon I hope to have a first-class CFO." That CFO came in the form of Stephen Bollenbach, Donald Trump's CFO, who had restructured Trump out of near bankruptcy. Bollenbach encouraged Eisner to get into deal-making, saying, "We can borrow cheaply and easily and we ought to take advantage of that." On his advice, Eisner bought Capital Cities/ABC in 1994 for close to $20 billion, at the time the second-largest merger in U.S. history. Eisner went on to recruit Hollywood's most accomplished deal-maker, Michael Ovitz, as Disney's new president. In contrast to Wells' accumulator profile, Ovitz's deal-maker profile led to enormous friction within Eisner. Almost immediately, Eisner set about clipping Ovitz's flow, writing in a letter to Ovitz, "The deal is not the essence of Disney, operations are the thing. I feel about acquisitions exactly as I feel about everything else. We don't need them." Major arguments followed. As Ovitz tried to bring in major signings for Hollywood Records, Eisner vetoed the signing, saying, "We'll grow our own acts." Ovitz retorted, "You can't just grow a major music act." Ovitz had created incredible attraction as founder of the Hollywood agency CAA, but his profile was ill-suited to the operations role that Eisner wanted him to fill. Ovitz left Disney in one of the decade's most public and acrimonious corporate splits. He received $38 million in cash and $100 million in stock for 14 months' work. Supporters put an extremely high value on trust, and Eisner saw the actions of Katzenberg and Ovitz, both reacting to being taken out of their flow, as breaches of trust. In an interview with Fortune magazine, he described Ovitz as too devious, too untrustworthy, and only out for himself. By the end of the decade, struggling to find the right, trustworthy team to match his 1980s dream team, Eisner focused on trying to build the Disney brand without dedicated resources to improving creativity, leading to conflict with Walt Disney's nephew and board member, Roy Disney, who said, "Branding is for cattle." Eisner continued to rely on those he felt he could trust, and Disney continued to falter. His dispute with Roy Disney, who felt the creative magic of Disney had been lost, led to Disney resigning in 2003 to fight for Eisner's ousting from the outside. Following Disney's resignation, 4,500 Disney animators, nearly everyone who had worked there, signed a letter of support to Roy Disney, saying, "In the new corporate template we become little more than factory workers or unskilled laborers at the studio." Mr. Eisner's rejection of Walt Disney's heritage has been a colossal failure. Yet this is a man who has been paid over $700 million in compensation since 1996, while the feature animation department has been decimated by pink slips. In 2004, 43% of Disney shareholders voted against Eisner's reappointment at Disney, led by Roy Disney. By 2005, Eisner had resigned from Disney and waived his ongoing entitlements. When Eisner arrived, Disney had revenue of $1.6 billion. By 2005, it was over $31 billion. Yet his legacy is being defined by the nature of his departure. While Jack Welch laid the platform for GE to operate creatively, Eisner failed to build a similar creative platform at Disney. In the 1990s, as he leveraged the existing creations within Disney, he was not being served by a flow of new creations. Ironically, his departure opened the way for Disney to purchase Pixar, leading to a stream of new creations, and creator Steve Jobs becoming Disney's biggest shareholder.
Steve Case. The deal of the century. Steve Case's story is an incredible story of how, when you turn on your flow, you can create $100 billion, and when you turn it off, you can lose it just as fast. In 1992, the age of 34, Case listed AOL after 3 years of operation. He acquired CompuServe in 1998 and Netscape in 1999, merged with Time Warner in 2000, and by 2003, he was gone. Supporters often fall into a rolling wave by luck. Case's background was in marketing at Procter & Gamble and then PepsiCo, the Pizza Hut division. In 1983, Case joined Control Video, a small video game service company. It was here that he met Mark Serif, who worked on ARPANET, the forerunner of the Internet, and Jim Kinsey. While Serif managed the technical side and Kinsey managed the finances, Case managed the marketing. With the video company not going anywhere, the three of them launched Quantum Computers to provide online services to Commodore computer users. Then, when Commodore imploded, the three renamed Quantum Computers American Online, AOL, in 1989. Case was 31 years old. As Case grew AOL into America's leading online subscription service in the early 1990s, he was exhibiting a key sign of flow, anticipating the critical moments, moment after moment. Barry Schuler, an AOL executive, commented, "There were a half-dozen seminal moments in the history of the company, and Steve always made the right decision." Another AOL executive, Jack Daggett, added, "Steve kept making the right decisions. 1 time, 2 times, you chalk that up to luck, but when you keep doing it, it moves to the realm of skill." By 1996, AOL had grown to 4.5 million subscribers, but Case's focus on getting new subscribers had led to a crisis at AOL. Case hired Bob Pittman, co-founder of MTV, to take over the day-to-day running of the company. Pittman came on board to find massive service issues and escalating customer acquisition costs. AOL's paid service was losing ground to the free access web. They had to come up with new revenue streams fast. Businessweek wrote, "If those new sources of revenue don't materialize, AOL does not have many other tricks." Many businesses have great concepts, but understanding how to monetize those concepts is fundamental, and new ways to monetize can come out of the blue. In January 1997, Daniel Borislow, who ran TelSave, a low-cost long-distance call service, appeared at AOL with a $50 million check. Borislow wanted exclusive rights to sell his service to AOL members. Pittman put his top dealmaker, David Colburn, in negotiation with Borislow. AOL ended up with $100 million in upfront cash and a share of ongoing profits in return for the rights. As a result, 100,000 new customers a month signed up to TelSave. By 1998, TelSave's stock market value had soared to $2 billion. AOL had found new value to leverage, exclusive marketing partnerships to reach their members. 1-800-FLOWERS bought the flower concession for $25 million. Amazon paid $19 million to be the exclusive bookseller on the external AOL.com website. Barnes & Noble paid $40 million to be the exclusive bookseller inside. Within a year of the TelSave deal, AOL's stock price climbed 231%. Suddenly, Case's relentless drive to build subscribers above all else appeared a stroke of genius. In the dot-com frenzy of 1998 and 1999, vendors were willing to pay enormous amounts to have an exclusive deal with AOL as it multiplied their stock value at public listing. Having a deal with AOL became a rite of passage for many dot-coms on their way to IPO. David Colburn's deal-making team became the driver of AOL's revenue, squeezing increasingly outrageous amounts from eager vendors and leading a colleague to say, "David will look you right in the eye and take your wallet out of your pocket." Another said, "These were win-win deals. We win and then we win again." AOL began taking a share of their vendors' stock, multiplying their gains further when the company listed on the frothy stock market. Subscribers grew to 20 million on a fixed pricing structure and after the acquisition of CompuServe and Netscape. Between 1998, AOL's stock surged from $2 to $40. By 1999, Steve Case was worth $1.5 billion, and AOL was worth more than IBM, Disney, or Time Warner. AOL revenue jumped to $4.8 billion from $1.4 billion the year before. A deal-making culture pervaded the company, and armed with AOL's high-flying stock as currency, Case went out looking for the deal of the century. He approached Disney, but following the Capital Cities/ABC merger, Eisner was averse to any further deals. Case then approached Jerry Levin at Time Warner. At the time, AOL had $5 billion in revenue and 15,000 employees. Time Warner had $27 billion in revenue and 70,000 employees. Yet the valuation of AOL would give it 65% in a new merged company against 35% for Time Warner. As Levin considered a deal, AOL's stock price continued to escalate, reaching $95 by late 1999. Over the following months, Case found himself in the minutiae of deal-making and out of his AOL leadership role. As the deal progressed, Levin and Case were both in their own world, while a sea change in the market was occurring. As the new millennium opened, Case and Levin gave their advisors a 3-day weekend for due diligence before announcing the deal of the century, a merger between AOL and Time Warner. One of the bankers said, "If you do a deal over a weekend, you take shortcuts, it was sloppy." An AOL lawyer said, "It really was a joke. We were just going through the motions." On the January 10, 2000, AOL announced it would buy Time Warner for $165 billion. Time Warner shareholders would get 45% of a new merged entity, AOL Time Warner. This was by far the biggest acquisition in corporate history. Yet it was a castle crafted on sand, where the craftsmen were oblivious of the knockout wave about to reach the shore. As the internet bubble burst, the enormity of the deal was nothing compared to the dramatic carnage that followed. Within a year, the merger went from the biggest deal in history to the worst deal in history. In 2002, AOL Time Warner had to report a loss of $99 billion as a result of a write-down in goodwill, the largest loss ever reported by a company. AOL Time Warner went from $280 billion market value in 2000 to $84 billion in 2004. By 2005, over $200 billion of shareholder value had been wiped out. In his flow, Case built a fortune of $1.5 billion over 15 years. Out of his flow, Case lost $200 billion in shareholder value in just 5 years. More than the entire wealth of Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, George Soros, Jack Welch, Richard Branson, Oprah Winfrey, Donald Trump, Steve Jobs and Rupert Murdoch, plus all the founders of eBay, Amazon.com, Yahoo and Google combined, poof. In December 2005, AOL's subscriber base had halved from its peak. Google bought 5% of AOL for $1 billion, valuing the online business at $20 billion. Steve Case resigned from the Time Warner board in October 2005 and today focuses with his wife on the Case Foundation, promoting social entrepreneurship.
Meg Whitman, the Empress of eBay. Since 1998, Meg Whitman has been the president and CEO of eBay and, unlike Case, she remained focused on leading and leveraging the business throughout the dot-com crash. As a result, she has built eBay into a community of 135 million users worldwide, leading her to say, if we were a nation, we would be the 9th most populous nation in the world. By 2005, Whitman was worth $1.6 billion, and Fortune magazine ranked her the most powerful woman in business. eBay was founded as Auction Web in 1995 by Pierre Omidyar in California. The first item to be sold via the online auction house was Omidyar's broken laser pointer for $14.83. When Omidyar contacted the winning bidder and asked if they understood it was broken, the buyer replied, "I'm a buyer of broken laser pointers." Omidyar hired Jeff Skoll as eBay's first president and full-time employee in 1996, and the company was renamed eBay in 1997. By 1998, the company had 30 employees and began interviewing for a new president. Meg Whitman's early career was in marketing at Procter & Gamble, Bain & Company, and Walt Disney, where she rose to senior vice president by 1992. Whitman took an interview with eBay in order not to make the headhunter mad. She took the job and went on to grow the company to 11,600 employees and $4.55 billion revenue over the following 7 years. Her leadership freed up Pierre Omidyar's time, and he went on to form the Omidyar Network to fund social enterprise with his $10 billion fortune. It also freed up Jeff Skoll's time, the second largest shareholder of eBay, and he has gone on to form the Skoll Foundation and the Skoll Center for Social Entrepreneurship at Oxford University to promote social entrepreneurship around the world. As with other supporters, Whitman keeps her market instinct ahead of analysis. In an interview with USA Today in 2005, Whitman said, "This is a completely new business, so there's only so much analysis you can do. It's better to put something out there, see the reaction and fix it on the fly. You could spend 6 months getting it perfect in the lab or 6 days in the lab. We're better off spending 6 days, putting it out there, getting feedback and then evolving it." Like Welch, Whitman has stayed focused on a small number of fundamental principles that can scale with the growth of the business. In each action and strategy, she reminds her team and the market. What we do at eBay is we connect buyers and sellers better than anyone else in the world. When looking to innovate, she does so through the community, saying, "Our users are our best R&D lab." Whitman's summary of the internet is equally clear. In a 2006 interview with Fort, she pronounced that the 5 things people do on the net are find, buy, pay, share, entertain. She has made a number of high-profile acquisitions that, unlike AOL Time Warner, have added to the eBay river. Whitman bought PayPal for $1.5 billion in 2002 and Skype for $2.6 billion in 2005. Asked if she had plans to keep buying, she said, "We always look at acquisitions if they further our strategic objectives. But probably, for the moment, and I've said this before, we're pretty focused now on maximizing the 3 businesses that we have. And we've got 3 of, I think, the best brands on the net. Let's just optimize those." Through her focused leadership, Whitman has built greater wealth than anyone else in this chapter. How does she build trust within her team and keep out of the contract disputes that tied up Eisner? We don't have contracts at eBay. I've never had a contract. This was a bit of a surprise because at Disney, everyone had a contract. When I came to eBay, Pierre was incredibly clear, we're not having contracts for anyone. We're not having severance agreements, we're not having any of this. The eBay philosophy is that it is not contracts, but commitment that keeps the team driven. Whitman has kept in her flow year after year, continually adding new value to eBay and optimizing that value through the ups and downs of the market. By 2006, Whitman had built eBay into a $34 billion company. What keeps Whitman going in an executive role when she has over $1 billion in wealth herself? I love this company. And it is endlessly interesting.
Supporters in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, blaze, fire. Action dynamic, extrovert. Thinking dynamics, intuitive/sensory. Wealth creation key, supporting wealth creation by leading the team's secondary profiles, star, deal maker strengths, relationship focused, confidence building, able to lead, able to follow, enjoy team building, enjoy networking, great cheerleader, very loyal to the right team, strong upfront weaknesses, little patience with spreadsheets, restless in the back office, easily defocused, loves to chat, can change direction often seeks too many opinions, wants constant variety successes, best when able to take an idea and run with it. Will shine if given the opportunity to build a team and execute around a task, project, or product. Supporters move at a more bearable pace than stars, and so build stronger team loyalty. They excel when they can leave the creative development and bean counting to others, and get on with the task of leading the team. Failures, supporters cannot be micromanaged, as they need the space to burn brightly. Conversely, supporters will also get stuck if left with no base to work from. For fire to burn, it first needs wood. For supporters to succeed, they first need the idea to run with. Many supporters never get started because they can't figure out what business to start. Supporters also fail when they start a business based on their network, such as a restaurant or retail store, only to be out-innovated by competitors. Supporters fail by painting themselves in a box, kindly taking tasks off their team to enable them to perform, only to be left doing the exact things they should not be doing. The supporter strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. Supporters already know many people and are undoubtedly a popular person around town. But to create your foundation for wealth as a supporter takes a clear strategy to connect what you already have, together with your natural talents and time, to one or more wealth creators. That means packaging your network and your team. Focus on building a reputation and network around your area of greatest passion. Connect with the deal makers and stars who will connect you to even more of the right people to know. 2. Moment of wealth creation. Supporters maximize the time that they invest in pinpointing and developing their areas of greatest contribution to the prospective or actual wealth creators they are going to support. That means spending time with them and being clear on how you can add the most value, not just by clarifying where your strengths are, but by helping them see where they are weakest and where they are entrenched in lower value activities. 3. Value creation. The value creation activities you need to focus on are building and nurturing the relationships with the wealth creator and with your network, including the team players working with you. Building trust and commitment are the 2 greatest areas of importance. 4. Value ownership. For you, the value that you need to own is the relationships themselves, most importantly, the relationship with your team and the wealth creator. Without this ownership, no matter how good you are, wealth creation will be limited. But note, ownership is not simply a contract, although that is important, and it is not about constant proximity. It is about unwavering trust and reliability.
5. Leverage. How do you leverage when the value is in the relationship? By magnifying your time, your knowledge, and your resource base through a competent and loyal team. 6. Secure cash flow. Many supporters go through the entire process and then fall down on the final one. They end up delivering fantastic value but have nothing to show for it but their salary. Steve Ballmer didn't become wealthy from his salary. He became wealthy from his shares in Bill's company. Similarly, you must secure a cash flow linked to the success of the wealth creator. That means, make sure you have an equity share or profit share of his company, and make sure it is a large enough share and he is a good enough wealth creator that the end result will be a worthwhile one. Supporters to learn from: Jack Welch, GE, Michael Eisner, Disney, Steve Case, AOL Time Warner, Meg Whitman, eBay, Steve Ballmer, Microsoft, Louis Gerstner, IBM, Lee Iacocca, Chrysler, Tony Blair, UK Prime Minister.
Chapter 8. The Deal Maker. I don't make deals for the money. I've got enough, much more than I'll ever need. I do it to do it. Donald Trump. The art of the deal. With a sensory dynamic, deal makers are reactive, acting on the right opportunities as they happen. On the lower right corner of the wealth dynamic square, deal makers can be found aggregating the connections within an industry or region, such as Rupert Murdoch in media or Masayoshi Son in Japan. Deal makers can also be found wherever there exist assets with significant value differentials, such as in property, corporate mergers and acquisitions, or the entertainment business with its multi-million-dollar brand brokering. While others may burn relationships to build bridges, deal makers will burn bridges to build relationships. After all, who needs a bridge when you are the bridge? Deal makers are the great connectors, and the best ones understand how to monetize their network to develop and control their own Grand Central Station. Let this deal launch. Deal makers are in their flow when they spot the differential in the deal. While traders will multiply the trades and control the spread, deal makers will control the deal and magnify the spread. As a result, a deal maker can make $1 billion in just one deal. A deal maker's natural communication skills put them in this position, and for this skill to shine, they need to be in front of people. They will always add far more value negotiating over a salad than over a spreadsheet. Deal makers are natural communicators, influencers, and negotiators. They have a great sense of timing. As a result, they can easily become intoxicated by their own success, looking for each deal to be bigger than the one before. This trend, however, is often the undoing of a good deal maker, who will go one deal too far and get burnt badly before they learn their limits. Most failed deal makers are really deal makers in waiting. They have never seen this as a credible way to create wealth and have never pursued this path. Or they have just never been aware that this was their main talent and would never find out unless they stumbled into it by chance. However, of all the profiles, when a deal maker finds his path, his wealth is one of the first to arrive. It is also far too easy for deal makers to make connections naturally, but miss out on their wealth because they did not secure their cash flow. Without a niche, the right team, and the right momentum, it is often the deal maker who is the first to get cut out of the team. The sharp deal makers corner their market in all four corners, so every game gets played on their turf. Successful deal makers understand this and strike a balance between the two sides of their market. Masayoshi Son became the richest man in Japan by bringing America's biggest internet brands into Japan, benefiting the American companies and benefiting the Japanese consumers. As each side of the equation grew, so the deals grew. Other wealth profiles are often seduced by the ease with which deal makers make their deals, have been seduced by the combination of fire and earth to escalate value in a handshake, only to be burnt and buried in short order. As Donald Trump said, deal making is an art, not a science. At the critical moment, what you say and how you say it can make all the difference. You can lose $1 million by what you say, and you can make $1 million by saying nothing at all.
Donald Trump. The Donald. While deal makers tend to let their deals do the talking, Trump stands out thanks to creator Mark Burnett, who has built Trump's brand and his own wealth through the hit TV show, The Apprentice. Trump's first big deal in 1974 at the age of 28 is an example of how deal-making is not about the resources you have, but the resources you can assemble. Trump found a vacant hotel on land owned by Penn Central Railroad, which owed New York City $15 million in back taxes that the city needed. Trump planned to buy the land for $12 million, persuade the city to accept part payment of the taxes owed in cash and part in profit share, then find a big hotel operator to run the hotel, and convince a bank to loan $80 million to build it. With little of his own money, but plenty of his time, over the next 2 years he worked on the deal. Eventually he succeeded in the purchase, with Bowery Savings Bank fronting the money, Hyatt opening the hotel as the Grand Hyatt, and Trump launching his real estate career. Trump's father was a successful developer in Brooklyn, and in 1975 Businessweek reported the Trump family's fortune at $100 million. Trump chose to move out of his father's shadow and focused on Manhattan property. Over the next 15 years, he built his reputation in New York, building Trump Tower, the Woolman ice skating rink, and a series of casinos in Atlantic City. As with every dealmaker, he stayed hands-on in his deal-making, while delegating everything else, saying, "Every time I come over to a site, I make a lot of money. My father used to tell me that you can't make money sitting behind a desk." By the late 1980s, banks were lining up with easy credit for Trump. Trump's attorney, George Ross, said if he needed $60 million, the bank gave him $80 million, even if the project wasn't worth $80 million. Trump bought the Plaza Hotel 4 months after the 1986 stock market crash for $407.5 million, borrowing $425 million from a syndicate of banks to fund the deal. Trump gave a personal guarantee against the loan, something his father had always advised him against doing. 5 months later, he bought the Eastern Air Shuttle Service for $365 million, again with a personal guarantee, and renamed it the Trump Shuttle. By 1989, Forbes magazine said Trump was worth $1.7 billion, but behind the scenes he was fully leveraged with debt payments he would soon struggle to make. More significantly, Trump had begun to lose his focus, spending less time on deal-making and more time promoting his brand. By 1990, the property market turned, leaving Trump in trouble. Trump, however, didn't blame the markets. He blamed his own lack of focus, saying, "In the late 80s, I lost focus. I'd fly off to Europe to attend fashion shows, and I wasn't looking at the clothing. Then the real estate market crashed. I owed billions upon billions of dollars, $9.2 billion to be exact." As the new decade began, Trump was faced with the loss of 3 top executives in his casino business as a result of a tragic helicopter crash. The press was hounding him about relationship problems with his wife Ivana and mistress Marla Maples, and he was billions of dollars in debt. Trump had just launched the $1 billion Trump Taj Mahal casino, and within months was not able to make a $41 million bond payment due on one of his other casinos. His bankers gave him a $56 million emergency loan and deferred $2.7 billion in debt in return for security over his 3 casinos. Trump was put on an allowance and charged with running the operations, taking him out of his flow. With over $3 billion of outstanding business debt and $900 million in personal guarantees, Trump described how he was called in at 3 a.m. to attend a meeting at Citibank. He said, "That was the low point. There were 30 bankers sitting around a big table. I phoned one Japanese banker, then an Austrian banker, and then a third banker from a country I can no longer remember." Trump's woes became public, and in 1990 Jersey Record columnist Mike Kelly wrote, "If we still had debtors' prisons, Trump would be in the dungeon," and adding, "Donald Trump is a third world nation." Trump regained his focus, renegotiating his debts while aiming to keep control, if not ownership, of his assets. He continuously focused on making it to 1995 intact, saying later, "I knew that if I could survive until 1995 and hold on to most of my properties, which I did, the market would come back," and it did. With the press against him, the banks watching him, and his wife divorcing him, Trump worked down his debt. In 1995, he took his casinos public, raising $2 billion and making him debt-free. By 1997, Trump was back to being a billionaire. Reflecting on his experience, Trump later said, "I was a schmuck, but I was a lucky schmuck." Over the next 8 years, Trump built back his reputation in New York property, remaining focused on the deal. With no computer or email, Trump remained constantly on the phone. "My phones are so busy that I require 2 executive assistants, and they never stop. They alone handle, on average, more than 1,250 calls a week. My whole life is just one big negotiation." To understand people more effectively, Trump read up on psychology, saying, "For me, reading the work of Carl Jung was a step in the right direction. If someone had told me in business school that studying psychology would be important for financial success, I would not have believed it." Trump equates this ability to tune into the people around him as the technique for seeing into versus reading into the people around you. In the new millennium, Trump was approached by Mark Burnett, who pioneered the reality TV genre with Survivor, and in 2004, The Apprentice was launched, taking Trump back to a focus on his brand. Over the next 2 years, on the back of the success of The Apprentice, Trump's name began appearing through books, keynote talks, and talk show appearances. His fee for each show went from $500,000 to $3 million. Yet this was peanuts compared to the money he had been making through his property deals. Was Trump, again, in danger of losing his focus and, again, swapping show for flow? In late 2004, Trump Hotels and Casino Resorts, which operated all of Trump's casinos, went into bankruptcy with $1.8 billion in debt. In 2005, the company was restructured and re-emerged as Trump Entertainment Resorts. Trump held a 30% stake of the loss-making company but resigned as CEO. In 2005, Trump also faced a major setback with his biggest New York project. Trump Place became the name for the 56-acre site that made up Manhattan's West Side rail yards. Originally purchased by Trump in 1985 for $100 million, the area went through a series of planning disputes over the years before Trump was forced to sell it to Hong Kong investors as part of his debt restructuring in 1994. Trump managed the project for a fee and retained a profit share. It continued to bear the Trump name as construction finally started on residential units in 1997. Then, as The Apprentice was reaching record ratings in 2005, the Hong Kong investors, headed by Henry Cheng, sold 17 acres of the site to the Carlyle Group for $1.76 billion. Trump sued, claiming the sale was over $1 billion less than it should have been. Trump lost the suit. While Trump continues to make millions from leveraging his brand, he can continue to make and lose billions from his deals. We, in the meantime, continue to benefit from his experiences. Trump follows in the footsteps of billionaires like Carnegie and Getty by writing books on wealth. His book, How to Get Rich, gives a range of gems under headings such as Keep Your Door Open, Make Sure Both Sides Come Out Winning, Let Your Guard Down but Only on Purpose, and If You Have Them by the Balls, Their Hearts and Minds Will Follow.
David Geffen. When you're hot, you're hot. David Geffen's story is the classic entrepreneur journey from mailroom to millions, literally. Determined to get a job at the William Morris Agency, the largest talent agency in the world, 21-year-old Geffen started with a job in the mailroom. On his first day in 1964, he arrived in suit and tie to sort the mail, and began to diligently study the company structure and communications through the mail he was sorting. Hearing that Nat Lefkowitz, the head of Morris New York office, came to work on Saturdays, Geffen began to do the same, eventually introducing himself after an accidental meeting at the elevators. Lefkowitz invited Geffen for a sandwich, and then took him under his wing, mentoring him, introducing him to his wife, and inviting him to dinner at their apartment. Geffen's mailroom colleagues were stunned at the speed with which Geffen had moved. Within 2 years, Geffen was given a secretary and a corner office, and set about signing clients. While stars naturally stand out, deal makers naturally fit in. Earning $300 a week, Geffen stretched his budget to buy $450 suits to ensure the top executives would see he already considered himself one of them. Building his network diligently, within a year he was being headhunted by rival agencies. The Ashley Famous agency offered him $1,000 a week to sign up new talent, and Geffen took the offer. Immediately after starting in his new role, he got on the phone. Rather than seeking out the best talent, he wanted to hire the top talent agents, to give him an ongoing flow of talent. He called Albert Grossman, the biggest manager of artists in the business. Grossman said he was happy with the agency he was working with, run by Todd Schiffman. Geffen immediately noted Schiffman's name and sought him out in Los Angeles. Geffen flew to meet Schiffman and persuaded him to join Ashley Famous, bringing his clients, including Grossman, with him. Within a year, Geffen set up David Geffen Enterprises, signing up Crosby, Stills and Nash and securing them a recording deal with Atlantic Records. Geffen found a new mentor in Atlantic Records chairman, Ahmet Ertegun. When Geffen asked him how to make it in the music business, Ertegun replied, "Walk very slowly." Geffen asked him to explain, and he said, "You walk very slowly and maybe by chance you'll bump into a genius, and he'll make you rich. Geffen started walking slowly, bumping into, and signing as clients, Jackson Browne, Van Morrison, the Eagles, Cher, Bob Dylan, Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses and Nirvana. Geffen continued to move, to CMA, then to Warner, then to his own management company and record label, Asylum Records. With each move, he took his clients with him. In 1972, Warner bought 50% of Asylum Records for $7 million, despite earnings of only $150,000 for the label in the first year. Geffen received $2 million in cash and $5 million in Warner shares, along with an annual salary of $150,000. Geffen was 28 years old. That year, Newsweek wrote an article on Geffen entitled Golden Boy, in which Geffen said, "I thought I'd be a success even back in the mailroom at William Morris. It was just inconceivable to me I couldn't win it all." In 1980, Geffen negotiated a 50-50 partnership with Warner to launch Geffen Records, where Warner would cover all expenses, and Geffen would still enjoy half the profits and half the equity. Geffen soon signed up Donna Summer, Elton John, and John Lennon. His first record, Double Fantasy, by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, launched in tragic circumstances. Shortly after the record's launch, Lennon signed an album for a 25-year-old, Mark Chapman. Chapman returned later the same day with a gun. Geffen's profile grew unexpectedly, as front-page stories of the murder featured photos of Geffen escorting Yoko Ono out of the hospital. Over the next 4 years, Geffen Records increasingly suffered from struggling sales. By 1984, the company was yet to show a profit. Geffen saw this as an opportunity to renegotiate with Warner, and managed to reclaim Warner's 50% stake. Geffen got back into his flow, wheeling, dealing, signing up rising stars and striking it lucky with hit records from Whitesnake and Guns N' Roses. In 1990, Geffen was ready to sell his company, speaking to Disney, Thorn EMI, and Time Warner about a potential acquisition. As Geffen was doing his best to orchestrate a great deal, the president of MCA called unexpectedly, saying, "We're going to make you the biggest offer this company has ever made, and I'm going to send it to you by messenger right now." "It's 1990, Geffen replied, "Send me a fax." MCA bought Geffen Records for $545 million in stock, giving Geffen a 12% stake in MCA and making him the largest shareholder. By luck, MCA was bought by Matsushita later in the year for $6.59 billion, giving Geffen $660 million in cash and making him the largest American beneficiary of a Japanese acquisition in history. Geffen was just getting started. As Jeffrey Katzenberg was publicly ejected from Disney in 1994, he convinced Geffen to join him together with Steven Spielberg to form a new studio, DreamWorks SKG, after their 3 initials. While Spielberg and Katzenberg were the creative geniuses, it was Geffen's deal-making that got the venture going. With $100 million equity from the 3 partners, Geffen persuaded Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen to invest $500 million, and convinced Chemical Bank to provide $1 billion in financing. Together with advances from home video and pay TV partners, Geffen had soon leveraged their startup financing to $5 billion. This gave the team the comfort that every single movie, record and TV show that they produced in the first 5 years could fail and they would still be standing. DreamWorks SKG got off to a slow start, and the press began to report that the Dream Team may have lost their edge. But as the team built up momentum, the hits followed. Spielberg produced the blockbusters Saving Private Ryan, Gladiator, and A Beautiful Mind. Katzenberg exceeded his Disney animation magic with Shrek, Shark Tale, and Madagascar. In 2004, DreamWorks Animation was listed on the New York Stock Exchange worth $2.1 billion. In 2005, Paramount bought DreamWorks Live Action Studio for $1.6 billion. Geffen continued to multiply his wealth through his investments, reaching $4.4 billion in 2006, taking him from mailroom clerk to the wealthiest person in Hollywood by far. Over the years, Geffen has built a reputation as a philanthropist in medical research and AIDS, and more recently he has pledged to give all the money he is making away. Asked by New Yorker magazine whether he felt he was a success, he said, "My life is a success, I am a happy man."
Masayoshi Son. the software samurai. Like Trump and Geffen, Masayoshi concentrated all his deals in one niche. Like a modern-day Marco Polo, Masayoshi left his home country to collect his fortune and return with the spoils. His niche was the internet, and his strategy made him the richest man in Japan. Sun had grown up inspired by Japanese entrepreneur, Den Fujita, who had brought McDonald's to Japan. Determined to meet his role model, at 15 years old he hounded the McDonald's head office in Japan until he got a meeting with Fujita. At the meeting, Sun asked Fujita for advice on what to focus on, and Fujita said, computers. Masayoshi traveled to California in 1973, and began importing cheap video games from Japan to the US. Games like Space Invaders caught on, and within 6 months he had imported 300 machines and become the top games vendor in the area. While still studying at the University of California, he made his first million. In 1980, he returned to Japan and started SoftBank at the age of 23. Following in Fujita's footsteps, he focused on bringing American brands to Japan. Taking Fujita's advice, he focused on computers. He talked the banks into financing his business, and over the next 10 years he grew the company into 15,000 dealer outlets with $350 million in revenue. Sun kept his eyes on the market, and in 1994, as the internet began to take off, he started to buy into US internet companies that he could bring to Japan, including BUY.com, E-Trade, Webvan, and a 30% stake in Yahoo for $100 million. Sun took advantage of the time lag between the internet trend in the US and in Japan. Using Yahoo Japan, he steered visitors to his other virtual properties. Meg Whitman remarked on how clever his strategy was, saying, "He was so smart, because he was the first to understand the power of the internet in Japan. And he made this Yahoo acquisition, and he saw what was happening in the United States, which was several years ahead of Japan. And he said, I'll take one of those, and put it all together when there was virtually no competition on the internet." So he seized first-mover advantage in the best business models. Throughout the 1990s, Sun connected himself with the key players in the US internet and PC market. Wanting to be close to the action, he ended up owning the action, buying Comdex, the industry's main annual exhibition, in 1995 for $800 million. Sun clearly saw the value of owning the market where the opportunities occurred, and SoftBank went on to joint venture with Nasdaq to open Nasdaq Japan, the stock market exchange which hosted Japan's internet IPOs. By 2000, Sun had spent over $3.8 billion on deals in over 300 companies in internet, telecommunications, and media. Then, in 2000 the market went into freefall. SoftBank's value fell from $190 billion to $23 billion, a massive $167 billion fall. Written off by many as a major loser in the dot-com bust, Sun was unfazed. He believed that his greatest assets were intangible brands that did not appear on his balance sheet. Still armed with over $1.3 billion in cash, Sun continued to consolidate SoftBank's role as the gatekeeper of Japan's cutting-edge technology. His strategy led to a further string of acquisitions. By 2006, SoftBank had grown its market capitalization back to over $32 billion. Already owning Japan Telecom, in 2006 Sun bought Vodafone Japan, and began rolling out a broadband wireless network with Motorola, combining internet assets with mobile networks in anticipation of the coming wireless web. Worth $70 billion at the height of the dot-com boom, Sun began 2006 with a $7 billion fortune, remaining the richest man in Japan.
Henry Kravis, the buyout king. Dealmakers have a tight inner circle that control the deals in their niche. Henry Kravis epitomized the power of dealmakers in the 1980s, making billion-dollar deals by leveraging debt, a decade before dot-com venture capitalists started leveraging stock market equity. His $30 billion leveraged buyout of RJR Nabisco inspired the book on 1980s deal-making, Barbarians at the Gate. Kravis joined forces with his cousin, George Roberts, and Jerome Kohlberg to start Kohlberg-Kravis-Roberts, KKR, in 1976. Kohlberg, an analytical Lord profile, was working at Bear Stearns in the back office arranging complex finance structures when he pioneered one of the first leveraged buyouts in America in 1965. The concept was to buy majority control of a business using investors and bank debt, and give existing management a piece of the company. The management would then work to pay off the debt and interest, and the deal makers would profit from a fee on the deal and a stake of the company. Kohlberg had the concept, but had no interest in spending his time deal-making. Henry Kravis and George Roberts, on the other hand, were getting started in corporate finance and already had a network in New York. The three made a perfect team. Kohlberg's analysis identified the companies with the right profile. Kravis and Roberts would then pitch the idea of a buyout to the management. KKR set up office in New York with $100,000 from Kohlberg and $10,000 each from the younger cousins. By having connections with the right investors and the right companies, KKR positioned itself effectively as the middleman with the expertise to put the right deal together. They made a fee as advisor to the company's management team, and they made a fee from the investors, 1% to 1.5% of the cash invested and 20% of the profits the investors made. KKR's first deal came through Roberts' connections, AJ Industries, which they bought for $26 million, of which $24.3 million was loan financing. By 1978, with 3 deals done, the team switched from raising funds on a deal-by-deal basis and instead started a limited partnership fund, with KKR as the general partner retaining full control over the deals. As with all deal makers, the longer they played the game, the larger the deals got. KKR began to target the insurance companies and pension funds as a source of financing. In 1982, they raised $316 million in a second fund, 10 times the size of the 1978 fund. By 1983, KKR were able to claim a 62.7% return on investments compared to a 9% return on the stock market. Both investors and potential acquisitions began to knock on their door. By now, leveraged buyouts had become an industry in themselves, with 175 deals worth $16.6 billion taking place in 1983. The following year, KKR did their first $1 billion deal, broadcasting company Wometco Enterprises, leading Roberts to say, "Lots of firms can do smaller deals, but over $1 billion, we don't have any competition." By 1988, the LBO market had ballooned to $77 billion, and the success of the early dealmakers had led to an oversupply of financing and an undersupply of deals. 1988 became a pivotal year. A feeding frenzy of corporate deals that culminated in KKR leading a record-breaking leveraged buyout of RJR Nabisco for $30 billion. KKR received $75 million in fees from that one deal. By 1989, with the crash of the junk bond market and an effective end to the increasingly cheap and easy financing of the 1980s, the leverage buyout market had seen 2,385 buyouts worth $245 billion. Starting from nothing, KKR's share of that was $63 billion. Many of America's best-known companies have passed through Kravis dealmaker hands, including Texaco, Gillette, Safeway, and Samsonite. Today, Henry Kravis is an active philanthropist and vice chairman of Rockefeller University with a $2.5 billion fortune.
Rupert Murdoch. Outwheat, outplay, outfox. Murdoch built his global media empire from one newspaper in Adelaide, Australia, 54 years ago. Today, News Corporation is a publicly listed company on the Australian, New York and London stock exchanges, and is one of the world's largest media companies with over $23 billion in revenue. Murdoch inherited the Adelaide News when his father, Sir Keith Murdoch, died in 1952. Murdoch was 21 years old. From early on, he preferred to buy rather than start new businesses, saying, "In terms of starting new businesses, I've always been a skeptic." While mechanics, with their systems, limit choice, typified by Henry Ford's famous statement, "You can have any color as long as it's black," deal makers, with their networks, broaden choice. It is this passion for broadening of choice that has driven his strategy. Communicating news and ideas, I guess, is my passion, and giving people alternatives so that they have two papers to read, and alternative television channels. Murdoch's relentless strategy, acquiring media titles and using their cash flow to acquire further titles, has taken him into new countries and new markets as opportunities emerged. From the age of 29, Murdoch went on a buying spree. Seeing the opportunity in England, he bought the News of the World and The Sun, followed by The Times in 1981. Using cash flow from his tabloid titles, he funded his satellite TV network, Sky. Murdoch's heavy expansion in the 1980s came with a series of crises. First, he overcame a dispute with trade unions in Wapping, followed by an urgent restructuring of his debt as the 1990s recession hit. He dealt with both in his flow, taking advantage of the poor market to force a merger with his competitor, BSB, to form B-Sky B and dominate the UK satellite TV market. His actions led Sunday Times editor, Andrew Neil, to call Murdoch probably the most inventive, the bravest dealmaker the world has ever known. Relying on cash flow and debt financing for his acquisitions, Murdoch repeated his formula in the United States, buying the New York Post in 1976, and Fox Studios and 7 Metromedia TV stations in the 1980s. To overcome U.S. ownership laws and complete the transaction, Murdoch became a U.S. citizen in 1985. From dominating the press to dominating satellite TV, Murdoch continued to move wherever he spotted the greatest flow to leverage. When questioned by a reporter whether he still stood by his earlier words that newspaper classifieds were media's rivers of gold, he replied, "Sometimes rivers dry up." Murdoch had already moved his focus to broadband and content in online networks, buying MySpace for $590 million in 2005, gaming company IGN for $650 million, and a share in DirecTV for $6 billion. For Murdoch, this was a natural progression. The internet is about giving lots of people lots of choices. Everything we've ever done is about giving people choices. How does a dealmaker oversee a $20 billion empire with 750 companies in 50 countries without getting bogged down in detail? Dealmakers do not need excess paperwork. Murdoch explains, "We have weekly reports, flash reports, which state profits and losses for nearly every single division. Our finance people put that together. I've had that since the day I started, when it was in pen and ink, right down to the overtime, every detail. Just a sheet of paper." Today News Corporation encompasses HarperCollins Publishers, B-Sky B, News International, 20th Century Fox, Fox TV and Star TV. With a $6.7 billion fortune in 2005, Australia's richest man now lives in America and, at 75 years old, continues to play the game. In an interview with The Bulletin, when asked what he would like to see differently, he said, "I'd like to see the future a bit more clearly."
Deal makers in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, blaze/tempo. Action dynamic, extrovert. Thinking dynamics, sensory. Wealth creation key, connecting the right people at the right time. Secondary profiles, supporter, trader strengths, outgoing, entertaining, approachable, mischievous, always connecting people, quick to spot opportunity, operates out front, creates cash through conversation. Weaknesses, needs structure to deliver, dependent on the value of their network, often too quick to please, can easily lose identity, often gets carried away, quick to blow off course successes. Best when free to network, working out and about. Deal makers need constant variety to play the game. With a strong team to crunch the numbers and prepare the paperwork, they excel when their hands are free and their eyes open. Every successful deal maker has a niche which they dominate, and as a result all deals get attracted to them. Failures, many deal makers are busy networking naturally, with little ownership of the deal. They make the connections and then find themselves on the outside. By owning a niche and having forward momentum, contacts won't cross a powerful deal maker. It's tempting for deal makers to get the best deal for themselves rather than those around them, but only by building a track record of win-wins will connections keep coming back for more. Deal makers are often so busy helping others, they neglect their own team. Only by building a team of the best experts and connectors can the deal maker focus all efforts on what they do best, with every hunch and every lunch taking them a step closer to the next big deal. The deal maker strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. Your wealth is in your relationships, and the higher level your relationships, the higher level the deals will be that you do. The time it takes to do a deal that makes you $100 is not so different from the one that makes you $1 million. Build your relationships, but set the level you want to play at. Focus on building your managers and players to support the deals you can do, and align yourself with the mentors, connectors and financiers who can provide you with the resources to make deals happen. 2. Moment of wealth creation. You need to maximize the time invested picking deals, finding the right people and managing negotiations. As a deal maker, choose your niche and grow your network. Seek out value differentials to bring potential buyers and sellers together. You need to clear the decks to give you the time to do this job well, and with the right advisors around you, a fantastic deal could be just a month away. 3. Value creation. The value creation activity you must focus on is building a team to seek and attract the best deals. This team becomes an appreciating asset, growing in value with every new deal that you make, and you can fine-tune the team as you go. Your internal value will be in developing your negotiating skills and tuning yourself into whichever market you choose to focus on. 4. Value ownership. Wealth comes from not just finding the deal but controlling it. That means your ownership will come down to the relationships on either side of the deal, and the details of the deal, both legal and financial. You become the critical link without which the deal cannot take place, and that is where you capitalize on the value created. 5. Leverage. You are magnifying your record, which means that you are building credibility as you go, and will need to be leveraging on someone else's credibility when you begin. Your leverage will also come over time as your team develops knowledge, your relationships build depth, and your own knowledge increases. To begin with, leverage your time and other people's credibility. 6. Secure cash flow. Ensure you have determined your cash flow in advance to avoid confusion. Too many deals have gone through in which the deal maker remembered everyone except himself. Your cash flow must come from the deal itself, as that is where you are delivering value. So, although you may want some equity stake for your efforts, your focus must be on the front-end commission, back-end commission and auxiliary fees you are charging to make the deal happen. To really reach your wealth fast, the money you make should be in relation to the wealth created, not to the time spent. The value in a deal often grows not as a result of the product or business that is changing hands or merging, but simply as a result of the timing in the market or the demand for the deal. Your ability to pass a deal between multiple connections to end up with the right price and right players is an art which comes from practice. So find your mentors and learn from the masters. Deal makers to learn from: Donald Trump, the Trump Organization, David Geffen, SKG Dreamworks, Henry Kravis, Colbert Kravis Roberts, Masayoshi Son, SoftBank, Rupert Murdoch, News Corp, Roman Abramovich, Chelsea Football Club owner, Kerry Packer, CPH, Kirk Kerkorian, Tracinda Corporation, PC Chatterjee, Indian Deal Maker.
Chapter 9. The Trader. We were just feeling our way. George Soros. Buy low, sell high. Traders sit on the base of the wealth dynamics square. Like creators, some traders are introvert and some are extrovert. Introvert traders operate best through data and research and can make their money in front of a computer screen. Extrovert traders will trade with people. They sense the lows and highs when with people, they can see them in your eyes. Traders are sensory, reacting to events as they take place. For this reason, they are more likely to have a day-by-day action strategy than a 3-year plan. Market traders like George Soros and Peter Lynch make it look easy, but it is in their canny sense of timing rather than a fixed system that they make their money. Ear to the ground. While creators have their head in the clouds, traders have their ear to the ground. The earth energy of traders keeps them grounded when markets take off, and their low altitude gives them a detailed view of the terrain. Having a ground-level view, they will notice patterns and inflections while others are preoccupied with the big picture. A trader's strength operating at point-blank range is also their weakness. They rarely plan ahead. Traders are emotionally drawn to the trading process, which can become consuming. As a result of their reactive nature and reliance on other events or other people, traders are not always proactive at grabbing hold of their future and ensuring their wealth. Traders work best when they tune into their internal rhythm. Even so, many traders find themselves in their rhythm, but doing something that isn't firing them up, head down and stuck in the mud. While traders naturally nurture relationships, they are not the first to create new ones, lending their sensory nature to service above sales. Many may have tried some other vehicle in which they did not have to rely entirely on their own initiative, such as network marketing, real estate, or insurance. However, until they take stock and follow their path, their true wealth will continue to elude them. Traders struggle when given a blank sheet to fill but will quickly find the patterns in a puzzle. They find their flow when they grow a connection with their market and with their team. When they are taken out of this connection, it takes them time to tune back in and find their rhythm again. Coupled with their ability to multitask, this is a double-edged sword. Traders often take on different activities that keep taking them out of their flow. Great traders make it look easy, and every market, whether an up market or a down market, will have traders who are making money, while others are losing money. While deal makers may do one big deal in the year, traders will make many trades. It is in this consistent activity that they gain the edge. Their ability to detach and observe their own activity relative to the market leads them inevitably to home runs, and these home runs supplement an already impressive batting average. Successful traders seek out a changing market where they can take advantage of their incredible sense of timing. They are careful to own both the buy side and the sell side of the trade. After all, the value is not in either side, but in the spread. Ultimately, the world's best traders have made their wealth not from one trade, but from an ongoing trading history which others are willing to invest in. This increased leverage allows them to literally move markets, shaping the very waves they are surfing on.
George Soros, the man who broke the Bank of England. While creators are constantly seeking certainty in their creations, traders are constantly seeking uncertainty in their markets. Arguably the world's most famous trader, George Soros, said, "I look for the flaw in every investment thesis. When I find it, I am reassured. As long as I can see only the positive side, I worry." Anyone who invested $1,000 in Soros' quantum fund in 1969 would have seen it grow to $2 million 30 years later. This translates to a year-on-year compound return in excess of 30%. The theories that powered Soros' trading strategy originated from the philosophy of Karl Popper, a 20th-century evolution of the tenets within the Tao Te Ching. Soros studied under Popper at the London School of Economics before moving to the US. He coined the term reflexivity, which theorizes that self-awareness influences reality. That the interpretation of markets causes exaggerated actions within their movements, resulting in booms and busts. Hungarian-born, Soros began his trading career at the age of 26, working as an arbitrage trader when he arrived in the US. For 10 years he worked in trading and investments before persuading his company to set up a fund for him to run, called First Eagle, in 1967. 2 years later, he set up a hedge fund, Double Eagle. With 17 years of trading experience under his belt and with the investor contacts he had built up, he set up the Quantum Fund with Jim Rogers in 1970. Soros was 40 years old. The Quantum Fund started with $12 million of investors' money managed by Soros and Rogers, who earned 20% of profits which they reinvested in the fund. Soros' approach was typical of a trader, where it isn't work rate that defines success, but the opposite. The amount of work you need to do is inversely related to your success. The less successful you are, the more you're going to have to work to correct the situation. If the portfolio is doing well, you'll have less work to do. He adds, "I do the absolute minimum that is necessary to reach a decision. When I have to, I work furiously because I am furious that I have to work. Soros built the Quantum Fund by staying hands-on and sensing the critical moments. Far from having a fixed system of trading, Soros includes philosophy and his own physiology in his approach. When I was actively running the fund, I suffered from backache. I used the onset of acute pain as a signal that there was something wrong in my portfolio. The backache didn't tell me what was wrong, lower back for short positions, left shoulder for currencies. But it did prompt me to look for something amiss when I might not have done so otherwise. Soros added, that is not the most scientific way to run a portfolio. Throughout the 1970s, Soros had already become an active philanthropist, supporting activists in South Africa during apartheid and the growth of democracy in Eastern Europe. Soros' Open Society Institute was named after Karl Popper's work, The Open Society and Its Enemies, and his fund, the Quantum Fund, was named after the inherent uncertainties in quantum mechanics. By 1980, the fund was worth $100 million, and Soros was worth $25 million. In 1987, Soros wrote The Alchemy of Finance. This was a real-time experiment in which Soros recorded his trading process. It was not a scientific experiment, but an alchemical experiment, because I expected the fact that I was conducting an experiment to influence the results. As so often happens with a master of an art, the process of explaining success made him even more successful. Soros says, the real-time experiment turned out to be a very good idea because it stimulated my thinking. Having to explain my reasons for making decisions forced me to become more coherent. The Quantum Fund grew faster during Soros' real-time experiment than in the period leading up to it. Then, on Black Wednesday in September 1992, Soros became world famous when he shorted over $10 billion worth of English pounds, making over $1 billion in one day. The selling pressure that Soros put on the pound in 1992 forced the Bank of England to borrow nearly $15 billion to buy back pounds in an attempt to prop up the currency. When that failed, England was forced to withdraw from the European exchange rate mechanism and devalue the pound. After that, Soros was known as the man who broke the Bank of England. Every great trader has leveraged their trading record by attracting a team of great traders and outside funds, through the time and money of others. In this way, traders are freed up to direct the profits to their purpose. In the 1990s, the Quantum Fund continued under the management of an expert team of traders, while Soros continued to pursue his philanthropic activities. He continued to build his worldwide influence, becoming part of a group of international private investors with an estimated $100 billion in assets. In 2000, the Quantum Fund's chief investment strategist, Druckenmiller, resigned following more than $5 billion in losses due to the dot-com crash. Soros had already made the move to focus entirely on his philanthropy, and following Druckenmiller's resignation, he said, "Quantum is far too big and its activities too closely watched by the market to be able to operate successfully in this environment. My own needs are for a more reliable stream of income to fund my charitable activities. To meet those needs, we shall convert the Quantum Fund into a lower risk/lower reward operation." Despite the losses, the assets of the Quantum Fund still exceeded $14 billion, and despite having already given away $4 billion, Soros was worth $7.2 billion in 2006. In 2006, Soros toured the world, advocating the concept of open societies, in which he takes self-doubt and imperfect understanding to a global level. His cause is driven by his wealth, And in his own words, Soros' wealth has also been driven by his cause. When I set up my first foundation in 1979, I had no public image. At that time I was a small fry in the market, managing a fund with $100 million in capital. Today we have more than $10 billion. While Gates has harnessed his creator profile to identify innovative ways to distribute his fortune, Soros has harnessed his trader profile to advocate the expression of uncertainty and tolerance within the promotion of open societies. Ultimately, your profile does not only determine the way you make your money but can also determine the most effective path for you to give it away.
Peter Lynch, the 27-bagger. Like Soros, Lynch persisted in his flow until he had a trading team and a trading track record that could not be beaten. Like Soros, he also now dedicates himself entirely to philanthropy and has gone to lengths to share his success strategies. Lynch headed the Magellan Fund, America's largest investment fund, throughout the last 2 decades, so it would be easy to take his advice on stock picking at face value, missing the broader principles that took Lynch into his flow. While many new stock traders are eager to get started with their own money from day one, Lynch had over 10 years of trading history, learning from others and trading with other people's money, before making great wealth himself. When he traded his own money, it was from reinvesting the commissions he earned from trading. Like Soros, by the time Lynch began risking his own money, he was already a successful trader. In fact, Lynch got into trading after working for 8 years as a golf caddy, during which time he caddied for the president of one of America's major investment groups, Fidelity Investments. Hired as an intern at Fidelity in 1966, Lynch rose up the ranks of the investment company until he became head of the Magellan Fund in 1977, at the age of 33. RISK can be seen as an acronym for Reaction to Incomplete or Summary Knowledge. By the time Lynch was making million-dollar investments with his own money, the risk on that money was less than the risk on a beginner's first $100 bet. Lynch had invested years of time playing the game and building his knowledge. While many new traders try to get into the game playing on their own, Lynch, like Soros, worked with a team. Lynch had a trader buying and a trader selling, and he would invest his entire time getting a feel for the market and the companies in it. Lynch said about his education, studying history and philosophy was a much better preparation for the stock market than, say, studying statistics. Investing in stocks is an art, not a science, and people who've been trained to rigidly quantify everything have a big disadvantage. Lynch compared the logic of a prepared trader against the illogic of the market, saying, "Actually, Wall Street thinks just as the Greeks did." The early Greeks used to sit around for days and debate how many teeth a horse had. They thought they could figure it out by just sitting there, instead of checking the horses. Lynch checked thousands of horses, visiting 40 to 50 companies each month, asking questions, and looking at them in detail. While Soros was a speculator, Lynch was a percolator, spreading his bets over a wide playground. "I always thought if you looked at 10 companies, you'd find one that's interesting. If you'd look at 20, you'd find 2. Or if you look at 100, you'll find 10. The person that turns over the most rocks wins the game." And that's always been my philosophy. Lynch built up investments for Magellan in over 1,000 companies, categorizing them into one of 6 types: slow growers, stalwarts, fast growers, cyclicals, turnarounds, and asset plays. He had a different buy, hold and sell strategy for each type, and would recheck and recategorize each company regularly. Like successful players of every profile, Lynch's strategy was to ensure that he stayed ahead in down markets, knowing the up markets would take care of themselves. In his book, One Up on Wall Street, he explains, if you're in the market, you have to know there's going to be declines. Every couple of years you're going to get a 10% correction. That's a euphemism for losing a lot of money rapidly. That's what a correction is called. And a bear market is 20-25-30% decline. If you're not ready for that, you shouldn't be in the stock market. I mean, stomach is the key organ here. It's not the brain. Do you have the stomach for these kinds of declines? Lynch's trading decisions came from a wide variety of inputs, from the fundamentals of the companies he looked at, his knowledge of market history and psychology, his categorization system, his clearly defined decision-making criteria and passion in pursuit of the 10-bagger, a company that would return him 10 times his investment. His common-sense advice led to gems such as, "You won't improve results by pulling out the flowers and watering the weeds. A stock does not know that you own it. Go for a business that any idiot can run, because sooner or later, any idiot probably is going to run it, and sometimes it's always darkest before the dawn, but then again, other times it's always darkest before pitch black." During Lynch's 13-year reign, the Magellan Fund became the largest investment fund in the U.S. Today it has more than $50 billion in assets. As with all the wealth creators in this book, Lynch generously shared the strategies to his success, writing 3 books on trading: One Up on Wall Street, Beating the Street, and Learn to Earn. By the time Lynch resigned from the Magellan Fund in 1990, after 13 years, the fund had recorded annualized returns of over 29%, and had investments in over 1,000 different companies. For all of Lynch's advice on pursuing the 10-bagger, anyone who had invested in the Magellan Fund when he arrived would have seen their investment grow by 2,700%, a 27-bagger.
John Templeton, the billionaire contrarian. As we reach a halfway point in our account of wealth creators, a pattern begins to emerge. We see that many of them have great ability not just to make money, but also to give it away. John Templeton is another example of a billionaire wealth creator who now works full-time at giving his fortune away. Templeton spent his life as a trader, making a reputation for himself in 1939, at the age of 28, when he bought $100 of shares in every listed stock on the New York Stock Exchange. At the time, on the brink of World War II, the NYSE had 104 listed companies, of which 37 were in bankruptcy. Templeton said, "I was sitting in my office at 30 Rockefeller Plaza in Manhattan when the news came out that Hitler had invaded Poland. It was obvious within a few days that it was going to lead to the Second World War. During war, everything that was in surplus, and therefore unprofitable, becomes scarce and profitable. 3 years later, I had a profit on 100 out of the 104. Templeton was aware that his spread would be greatest in imperfect markets, so he began looking globally for markets that had not yet matured to invest in. Becoming the first truly global investor, Templeton focused on overseas companies and launched his own fund, Templeton Growth, in 1954. He was 33 years old. Over the next 40 years, the fund grew phenomenally through Templeton's Hansen trading of international equities and his contrarian strategies, buying as others were selling at a macro level. $100,000 invested in 1954, with dividends reinvested, would have grown to $55 million in 1999. Templeton moved from New York to the Bahamas in 1963, reflecting the global nature of his fund. In 1992, Franklin Resources bought his fund for $440 million, and today the investment company is worth over $24 billion. Flush with cash, in 1992 Templeton turned his focus to his philanthropic work. As trading was his passion, Templeton also kept active in the market, continuing with his contrarian philosophies. At the age of 88, Templeton made a hefty profit during the dot-com boom and crash. In a 2004 interview with Smart Money he said, "I have put these philosophies into a simple statement: help people. When people are desperately trying to sell, help them and buy. When people are enthusiastically trying to buy, help them and sell." If the wealth dynamic square was a hosepipe of attention, the wood profiles above would be a directed jet, the earth profiles below would be a sprinkler, the fire profiles on the right would warm the flow, and the metal profiles on the left would cool the flow. Traders, with a wide peripheral view, are the most sensitive to the environment around them. As a result, It is no surprise that every trader we cover is dedicating their lives to broadening open-mindedness and tolerance on a social scale. While Soros has focused on open-mindedness and socio-political growth, Templeton, like Lynch, has focused on open-mindedness and spiritual growth. Templeton set up the John Templeton Foundation to fund and encourage research into the link between science and spirit. He also established the Templeton Prize in 1972 for progress toward research or discoveries about spiritual realities. The prize is the richest in the world, exceeding the Nobel Prize at over $1 million, and is presented by Prince Philip at Buckingham Palace each year. The prize is intended to promote a clearer acceptance of the diversity of gifts within the major religions of the world. The first one was awarded to Mother Teresa in 1973. With a strong sense of the flow of time, through which he achieved his wealth, Templeton has focused this award on recognizing today's living legacies. At the launch of the award, he said, "We are indebted to our forefathers who recorded in books their spiritual discoveries and revelations. Alive today are other persons to whom God is revealing further holy truths." In his book, Wisdom from World Religions, written in 2002 at the age of 91, Templeton brings together spiritual principles from all the world's major religions, from Taoism, Hinduism, Islam, and Buddhism to Christianity, Judaism, Sikhism, and Confucianism. In the book, he explains the key to his wealth. An attitude of gratitude creates blessings. Help yourself by helping others. You have the most powerful weapons on earth, love and prayer. Recently, Templeton also talked of commerce being the most powerful force for good, saying, "For one thing, it enriches the poor more than any other system humanity ever has had." A prerequisite, of course, is the intent of commerce. He adds that if a business is not ethical, it will fail, perhaps not right away, but eventually. Templeton was knighted in 1987 for his philanthropy.
Jim Rogers, the Indiana Jones of finance. How does a trader link their profile with their passion? Jim Rogers has combined his trader profile with his passion for traveling and for teaching. When he couldn't find a commodities fund to invest in, he created his own. When he couldn't find a global index to trade, he invented one, which today is the fastest growing index in the world. Rogers stumbled on his path by accident. Offered a job on Wall Street, Rogers quickly discovered his passion for trading. "It was unbelievable," he said. "I didn't know a stock from a bond, but learning as much as possible about the world was already my passion, and I discovered that Wall Street would pay large sums of money just to figure out what was happening. I would have worked for free if I could have afforded it." To avoid the draft, Rogers went to Oxford on a scholarship for 2 years, studying philosophy and economics. He spent his time reading The Economist and Financial Times, and daydreaming about becoming a gnome of Zurich, one of the mythical Swiss bankers who control the worldwide flow of capital. In 1980, after 6 years of trading on Wall Street, Rogers met George Soros, and the two of them founded the Quantum Fund. At Quantum, Rogers was fully in his flow. "Every day I woke up racing to get on the bus to go to work. There was nothing that made me more excited and happier than the markets. That's all I wanted to do. I adored it. I was so consumed and mainly just in a constant panic to know everything I could know. It's like you're continually doing a 4-dimensional puzzle, because no matter what you do, they change the pieces every day and you have to put the puzzle together again. How much more exciting could it be than to sit there and try to put this puzzle together every minute of every day, and figure it out before other people did? Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how much fun that was. The flow at Quantum led to a return of 4,200% over 10 years, while the S&P 500 rose by 47%. By the age of 37, Rogers had made $14 million by reinvesting his commissions into the fund. By 1980, with Soros looking to continue to grow the fund, Rogers decided to retire from the fund and to leverage his time by combining his passion for travel with his passion for trading. Rogers packed his motorcycle and set off with his girlfriend, Tabitha Estabrook, on a trip around the world. As they traveled, he looked for ground-level investment opportunities and documented the ones he found. When they rode through Botswana in 1991, Rogers saw a growing economy and bought into all 9 stocks traded in the local market. Since the market was turned into a formal stock exchange in 1994, it has grown by 800%. Rogers repeated the strategy in 1994, when he bought shares in almost every company on the Austrian stock market after learning of a change in trading rules. The market in Austria rose by over 400% in the following years. The book that resulted from the journey, Investment Biker, made Rogers a cult hero in the trading community. The 65,095-mile trip also led to an entry in the Guinness Book of World Records. No one retires from their profile, and Rogers continued to trade, with an unparalleled ground-level view of the world's economies. Rogers moved from equities to commodities. Realizing there was no suitable commodities fund or index, he decided to set up his own. He launched the Rogers International Commodities Index in 1998, made up of 35 companies focused on commodities. Then, to leverage his own index, he launched a private futures fund to track the index, which soon attracted funds from investors. In 1999, Rogers embarked on a second trip, this time in a custom-built Mercedes with Paige Parker, to chronicle the world at the turn of the century. The trip began in Iceland on the 1000th anniversary of Leif Erikson's landing in America. After 2 years, 116 countries and 152,000 miles, Rogers returned with another book, Adventure Capitalist, and another Guinness World Record. During his years of traveling, which spanned the dot-com crash, his commodities index had continued to grow. By 2006, the fund had made a 263% return, making it the top-performing investment index in the world. Rogers' third book, Hot Commodities, was launched at a time when oil and metal prices were going through the roof, making him a sought-after guru. When told that whatever he touched turned to gold, with the value of lead growing at double the value of gold, he advised, "You'd make far more money if you could turn your gold into lead." Despite the demands on his time, Rogers' outlook on the U.S. economy led him to move to Asia in July 2006, saying, "The U.S. owes the world $8 trillion. It's a huge international debtor, and I'm not the only one who understands that." He added, "Long-term, I expect the dollar to be seriously depressed." Rogers moved to Singapore, seeking a new base in Asia. Predicting a boom in Chinese stocks, Rogers began buying in tourism, agriculture, and airlines. With China's economy hitting record growth, increasing 11.3% in the second quarter of 2006, Rogers is preparing a profitable future for both himself and his family. Rogers made sure his daughter had a Chinese nanny to teach her the language in New York, and now aims to live in a Chinese-speaking city. Asked whether his continued success is a result of luck, he replies with a Chinese saying, "Luck always follows the prepared mind."
Traders in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, tempo. Action dynamic, introvert/extrovert. Thinking dynamics, sensory. Wealth creation key, buying low and selling high. Secondary profiles, deal maker, accumulator strengths, sensory, balanced, observant, insightful, grounded, creates loyalty easily, can multitask, gets the right price, gets to the point, often sees things that others miss. Weaknesses, can get bogged down in data, gets buried in activity, can miss the big picture, can lose confidence quickly, internalizes stress and doubt. Once a position is set, hard to shift, can live in the moment at the expense of the future successes, works best when in the thick of the action. Traders need to be hands-on and actively engaged. When they are engaged, they remain grounded, but if the anchor is up, they are easily set adrift. When they are given the autonomy to make moment-by-moment decisions, without needing to leave the field of play, they excel. Failures. Traders fail when their multitasking takes them into areas of creation, administration, or presentation, which are out of their flow. Without the right team to support them, traders will tend to take too much on and will sink under the weight of their workload. Traders will be happy to take cues from others and then execute once the brainstorming is over. As a result, they are often overlooked in creative environments for the essential role they play in keeping the team grounded and the customers happy. Traders who fail to communicate their natural strengths end up frustrated without the connection and contentment they find in their flow. The trader strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. You need to fine-tune your trading skills, which will only happen when you choose your market and build the network to support you and allow you to leverage your time and expertise. Every market is a competitive one where the best traders are easily found. Every market has networks of knowledge, strategies, and systems. Connect to the one that resonates with you and get to work shadow trading with others to accelerate your learning, before you begin risking your own money against seasoned veterans. 2. Moment of wealth creation. Maximize the time that you invest in analyzing opportunities, trends, and the differential values of the assets that you are trading. Also maximize the time that you are investing in timing trades and connecting with the people who you will be trading with, wherever that is relevant. In trading, it is easy to measure, so always keep score. 3. Value creation. The value you are creating comprises internal values, as all external values are locked into the trades, so are temporary by nature. The internal values that you are building are your access to information, your depth of market knowledge, overall, of individual buyers, sellers, and products, and also your sense of timing, which will continue to sharpen with experience and knowledge. 4. Value ownership. You must own the timing in both buying and selling the trades. Strange as it may sound, if you are a stock market trader, this is already a given. But if you decide to begin an import business and start trading in motorcycles or wicker baskets, then suddenly you find you have a run on stock and a stop on orders. That loss of control in timing could mean the loss of your entire business. So don't leverage until you know you have this ownership secure. 5. Leverage. You can begin by leveraging your time, as your wealth will ultimately flow from your internal value. All successful traders find leverage first by multiplying the number of trades they process, then by magnifying, increasing size of each trade and the resource base they have to trade with. 6. Secure cash flow. The trader will always make their money from the spread. Where a deal maker relies more on his interpersonal skills, a trader will rely more on the trading process, with the buyer or seller often being entirely unknown. And whilst a deal maker can do one deal with no upfront commitment and very high margin, a trader is more likely to have the upfront commitment and a much lower margin. That means that cash management becomes key. However, as you are making money from the spread, do not be limited by your buying power. Control the buying and selling, and then raise the capital and finance you need to do the deals that will make you the money. When you are in your trading flow, you can move from market to market depending on your trading horizon and appetite for volatility. That means it may be a regulated trading exchange such as equities, currencies, commodities, or derivatives, or it may be a market such as property, businesses, tradable assets, or even trading within a particular country, market, or online trading site. Traders to learn from: George Soros, Quantum Fund, Peter Lynch, Fidelity, John Templeton, Templeton Growth Fund, Jim Rogers, Rogers International Commodities, Charles Merrill, Merrill Lynch.
Chapter 10. The Accumulator. Our favorite holding period is forever. Warren Buffett. In for the long haul. The accumulator is the safest of the profiles, relying on a system of incremental growth to achieve wealth. There are many books on long-term investing, as it appears to be a relatively straightforward process to follow. Many wealth seekers adopt the accumulator strategy, but either lose patience or get itchy feet and move on. The natural accumulator becomes successful by patiently sticking with it. Accumulators don't need a lot of people to make a lot of money. Buffett's investment company, Berkshire Hathaway, has 15 staff. On the left side of the wealth dynamic square, they can be happily hands-off, seeking out the next gem to add to their collection, while the others grow in value with little more than the occasional polish. Doing your homework. As they expect to be hands-off, accumulators will take longer to do their homework and to decide on what to accumulate. They will look for talent or assets that need little maintenance. After Buffett has invested in a company, he won't interfere in the operations, saying, "At Berkshire, we don't tell 400% hitters how to swing." While many billionaires own properties, stocks, and other assets, there is an important distinction between wealth creation and wealth retention. Billionaires in each of the 8 wealth profiles attract through their wealth creation, which is the art of turning their time into money by following their flow. Once they have money, they will put it into wealth retention, which is the art of turning their money into more money. In wealth creation, they focus and create one big river, investing all their time in what they love. In wealth retention, they diversify and create multiple streams. Bill Gates will buy shares in Berkshire Hathaway as part of his wealth retention, relying on Warren Buffett to leverage his money into more money more effectively. Warren Buffett will give his money to the Gates Foundation, relying on Bill Gates to leverage his giving into more giving more effectively. Accumulators often struggle if they attempt to start up companies and create products, but make money naturally when leaving the startup to others. As with all wealth profiles, few started with money. They started with their time, and once they had demonstrated their natural ability to pick appreciating assets, money got attracted to them. Their analytical skills and sense of timing make accumulators excellent project managers who will find the way to deliver what is needed on time. This ability to be extremely reliable has led many accumulators up the ranks in areas that are not their passion. Many end up being faced with office politics, which they have little interest in and are ill-equipped to handle. Accumulators who wake up to their profile often find they have spent their entire life collecting, and they did it naturally. When this ability is redirected to collecting appreciating assets, their wealth soon flows. While creators and stars often make things complicated, accumulators like to keep things simple. In his 1989 letter to shareholders, Warren Buffett said, "After 25 years of buying and supervising a great variety of businesses, Charlie and I have not learned how to solve difficult business problems. What we have learned is how to avoid them." Accumulators are also the most risk-averse profile. Accumulators don't like to speculate. Where traders seek spread, accumulators seek a margin of safety. Benjamin Graham, the first successful value investor and Warren Buffett's first mentor, made the distinction between investing and speculating, saying there are 2 rules to investing. The first rule is don't lose. The second rule is don't forget rule number 1.
Benjamin Graham, the Dean of Wall Street. Benjamin Graham is recognized as the father of value investing and is credited as the mentor of many modern investors, including Irving Kahn, William Ruan, and Warren Buffett. Starting as a bond salesman at a Wall Street brokerage house when he was 20, Graham generated little commissions, earning $28 a week. When the quality of his research reports was noticed, however, a position was created for him in the firm as statistician, a role that the industry today calls a security analyst. In the 1920s, Graham began formulating his principles of value investing. By 1926, he had attracted $450,000 in funds when his big break came. Reading through an Interstate Commerce Commission annual report on railroads, he came across a small footnote on some pipeline assets owned by the Northern Pipeline Company as a result of the breakup of Standard Oil in 1911. A train trip to Washington led him to the discovery of unvalued railroad bonds owned by the company, amounting to $95 per share against the share price of $65. Graham began buying up all the shares he could afford, and over the next 2 years persuaded the company to distribute the surplus capital to shareholders. With the support of the largest shareholder, the Rockefeller Foundation, the shares in Northern Pipeline rose to true value, and Graham's fund grew to $2.5 million by 1929. In 1929, the stock market crash hit Graham as hard as the rest of America. On Black Tuesday, $14 billion was wiped off the market. Over the next 3 years, the market continued to falter, and by 1932, Graham was left with less than 25% of the $2.5 million he had before the crash. Graham moved to a cheaper apartment and began to earn money from writing. He wrote a series of articles for Forbes magazine on his experience during the crash, and hired David Dodd, a colleague at Columbia, to help him write an investment book. Graham also decided to leverage his students from the lectures he was giving at Columbia University for his research. The students were tasked to compare the intrinsic values of all 600 industrials listed on the New York Stock Exchange with their market prices, which led to the discovery that 1 in 3 companies had a market price that was below their net working capital. Graham began buying up the best bargains. While still recovering from the crash, in 1934, at the age of 40, Graham published his first book, Security Analysis. It soon became an investor's Bible. His second book, Intelligent Investor, was described by Warren Buffett as the best book on investing ever written. By 1948, Graham had turned his investment vehicle into a public company, Graham-Newman Corporation. Graham became far more disciplined in his approach, and the results showed. In 1951, Newman sent his top student to research Geico, a direct mail auto insurance company they were looking to invest in. The student visited the company on a Saturday, and the janitor sent him to the only person in the office, Lorimer Davidson. The two chatted for 5 hours, and the student was impressed enough to pledge 3/4 of his own net worth, at that time $9,000, to buy shares in the company. On his recommendation, Graham bought 50% of Geico for around $720,000, using 1/4 of his fund's assets. In the following 2 years, the company's share price increased by 50%. The 21-year-old student, Warren Buffett, was rewarded with a $4,500 profit, which grew to significantly more over time. Today, Geico is part of Berkshire Hathaway and valued at over $9 billion. The Geico investment was an example of Graham's distinction between speculating and investing. Investing was based on knowing the intrinsic value of a stock based on the health of the company, rather than stock market fluctuations. Graham's concept of margin of safety became the key measure for accumulators, where the difference between the intrinsic value and the market value could be measured. The lower the market value was against the calculated intrinsic value, the more attractive the investment was to buy. Graham's view was that wealth creation does not come from taking greater risks, but from taking less risk. He believed that with research, better bargains led to higher margins of safety, and it was in these investments that risk would be lowest while returns would be highest. Risk's correlation was not with reward, but with research. Graham gave detailed, common-sense strategies for value investing, so why didn't everyone who read his books become wealthy? Graham pinpointed the need for the right temperament, saying, while enthusiasm may be necessary for great accomplishments elsewhere, in Wall Street it almost invariably leads to disaster. Having the temperament of an accumulator, patient, analytical, reliable, was one step to following Graham's strategies effectively. A second step was in effective leverage. Graham's disciples, who went on to become billionaires, were accumulators who became wealthy by growing and leveraging funds made up of other people's money, eventually recycling the money they made from their river into their own flow. Those who attempted to use his strategies simply to invest their own limited supply of money would need to wait until old age before finding their fortune.
Warren Buffett, the Sage of Omaha. Warren Buffett's story underlines the importance of finding the right mentor and adding to their flowing river as you master the practice of value and leverage. Buffett started his learning early. At the age of 13, Buffett submitted his first income tax form, deducting his bicycle as an expense for his paper rounds. The following year, Buffett had accumulated enough money from paper rounds to buy 40 acres of farmland. He continued this accumulation trend through booms and busts, building a $42 billion fortune, which he is now giving away. Determined to have the right mentor early on, Buffett applied to Columbia Business School where Benjamin Graham was lecturing. He subsequently worked for Graham until Graham's retirement in 1956. In 1957, Buffett had learned enough to launch his own fund. Needing capital, he approached the investors from his previous funds. He asked one of his partners, a doctor, to find 10 other doctors who would invest $10,000 each into his partnership. 11 doctors agreed to invest. He continued to leverage his contacts in this way, with investors recommending investors, and by 1962 the Buffett partnership, which began with $105,000, was worth $7.2 million. Buffett invested $1 millions of his $5 million fund in Dempster Mill Manufacturing, bringing in management to turn it around, and making a net gain of $2.3 million within 2 years. From then on, Buffett's direction evolved from Graham's investing strategy. He saw himself as a capital allocator, where his input could support the intrinsic value growth of a company. He began to repeat the formula of buying a controlling stake of undervalued businesses through his partnership, then adding value and seeing his investment grow. Buffett had a big break in 1962, when American Express shares fell from $65 to $35 following a scandal. As the rest of the market was selling far below intrinsic value, Buffett bought the company's stock, investing $13 million, 40% of his assets. Within 2 years, the shares had tripled in price and the partners made a $20 million profit. 4 years later, Buffett made a fateful purchase of a textile company, Berkshire Hathaway. He recalls, "We went into a terrible business because it was cheap. It's what I refer to as the used cigar but approach to investing. You see this cigar but down there, it's soggy and terrible, but there's one puff left and it's free." That's what Berkshire was when we bought it. It was selling below working capital, but it was a terrible, terrible mistake. Buffett bought Berkshire Hathaway and then tried to turn it around but couldn't. So, he turned this terrible, terrible mistake into a listed vehicle to manage all his other investments. As a listed company, he could now raise funds through the stock market. Through his experience with Geico, he also understood the value of owning insurance companies, giving you an instant cash base from policies to invest with. In 1967, he bought 2 insurance companies for $8.6 million, which came with a combined investment portfolio of $31.9 million. Over the next 2 years he grew the portfolio to $42 million, more than paying for the entire purchase price of the companies. Buffett continued with this strategy, and by 2004, Berkshire Hathaway owned 38 insurance companies. With ready access to cash to feed his flow, Buffett had built the leverage mechanisms he needed to sustain ongoing growth. He set a target to grow the intrinsic value of his investments by 15% per year, which he then proceeded to do. Reinvesting all gains, Berkshire Hathaway has grown through 40 years with no dividend payments. In 1969, Buffett dissolved his partnerships and injected his funds into Berkshire Hathaway. The following year, Berkshire made $45,000 from its textiles business, and $4.7 million from investments. Accumulators love underpriced markets, especially when they are flush with cash. The 1972 market sell-off came at just the right time, leading Buffett to say that at the time he felt like an oversexed guy in a harem. He added, "You're dealing with a lot of silly people in the marketplace. It's like a great big casino and everyone else is boozing. If you can stick to Pepsi, you should be okay." By 1979, Buffett's fortune had risen to $140 million, but he continued to live on a $50,000 salary. Accumulators are famed for their frugal life, and Buffett has continued to work from the same office and live the same lifestyle that he had before his wealth. The security and comfort that comes from familiarity extends to their relationships. In 1978, Charlie Munger joined Buffett as vice president, and over the next 28 years they have built one of the most enduring partnerships in modern business history. Buffett married his wife, Susan Thompson, in 1952. They lived in the same Omaha home that they bought in 1958 for $31,500, until Susan passed away in 2004. In the 1980s, access to money became far easier, as the leveraged buyout market and the junk bond market took off. Buffett, however, stayed out of this market, despite junk bonds becoming a $210 billion market and investors claiming returns of 60% and more. Buffett noted, "Mountains of junk bonds were sold by those who didn't care to those that didn't think, and there was no shortage of either." During the 1987 stock market crash, Berkshire lost 25% of its value. Undaunted, the following year Buffett began buying stock in Coca-Cola, eventually buying 7% of the company for over $1 billion. This turned out to be one of his most profitable investments. In 1988, the leveraged buyout frenzy culminated with the buyout of RJR Nabisco for $30 billion by KKR. The deal-making company earned a record-breaking $75 million for putting the deal together. Despite the size of the deal and heady returns, Buffett stayed on the sidelines until the junk bond crashed, and then, in 1989 and 1990, he quietly bought $440 million in discounted RJR Nabisco bonds. In 1991, RJR Nabisco decided to retire most of the bonds at face value, and Buffett made $150 million, double KKR's highly publicized fee. Buffett repeated this practice of buying discounted bonds after the dot-com crash. During the dot-com boom, while facing open criticism for not achieving the same astronomical returns as Nasdaq, Buffett wrote, "We have embraced the 21st century by entering such cutting-edge industries as bricks, carpets, insulation and paint. Try to control your excitement." After the crash in 2002, he bought discounted bonds, including $158.4 million in those of Amazon.com. By keeping to his strategies, Buffett has achieved a 22.2% compound growth rate over 40 years. Berkshire Hathaway has grown from $22 million to $143 billion in value. In June 2006, he announced that he would give 85% of his $42 billion fortune to the Gates Foundation. This was the largest act of charitable giving in history.
Li Ka-shing, Superman. Based in Hong Kong, Li Ka-shing is the wealthiest person in Asia, the richest Chinese and the 9th richest man in the world. Like Buffett, Li has accumulated ownership of companies under a listed holding company. His holding company, Chung Kong Holdings, owns businesses in real estate, construction, banking, telecoms, media, retail, hotels, power, steel, ports, and shipping. In 1940, when Li was 12, his family fled China as the Japanese invaded, making a home for themselves in Hong Kong. Determined to be successful, Li worked 16-hour days selling metal wares door to door and found a tutor to teach him English. Preferring operations to sales, by 1949, he had gathered enough money from friends and contacts to open a manufacturing plant making plastic flowers. 9 years later, unable to renew his lease, Li bought his own site and found himself in the real estate market. In 1967, Cultural Revolution riots led to a drop in property prices, and Li began buying bargain parcels of land. At the age of 39, Li found his flow. Li built his investments as a typical accumulator, saying in a recent interview, "I loathe the social scene. I don't like cultivating relationships, and I'm too emotional. These are all weaknesses in doing business. But I also have some strengths. First, I have a thirst for knowledge. Second, I work hard, which can compensate for some of the weaknesses. Most importantly, I know what's right from wrong. I long for a frugal life. In general, frugal people have more time. This attitude has not affected my business, but has actually helped me to achieve the best results and best returns for my shareholders." Li's thrift on himself and largesse towards charities is legendary. In 2002, Bloomberg asked Li, "Do you still wear a $50 Citizen or Seiko watch? Is it always set 8 minutes fast? Do you still live in the same house you have lived in for 20 years? Li replied, "Except for the fact that my watch clock's a full 20 minutes ahead, your facts are basically correct. My standard of living has remained at about the same level as when my business first began to take off in 1957, perhaps even more modest. I have always enjoyed a simple lifestyle. I have very modest needs in terms of material comfort. Spiritual peace and comfort, however, are very important to me. I only have a desire to do more meaningful deeds." Li's ability to absorb knowledge and data led him to devise a structure of control for his activities leveraging on Hong Kong's growing stock market. Li had a goal of beating the colonial company, Jardine Matheson, which had grown from opium sales, tea and real estate into Hong Kong's largest conglomerate. To build their wealth, accumulators need to control but don't need to own the assets. While Buffett leveraged by taking a controlling share in asset-rich insurance companies, Li leveraged by issuing dual-class equities and creating cross-holdings that gave him control with minority ownership. Within Chung Kong, Li built a stable of listed companies, enabling him to raise funding from the public when he needed it, while also ring-fencing the liabilities and focus on each company. In 2006, Li had 10 listed companies under the group. Each company had its own management team leading Lee to comment, "Even should I myself or any senior management retire from office, it would not have any real effect." Like Buffett, giving management freedom to grow the business freed up Lee's time to seek out synergies and the most effective allocation of capital. By 2006, his port operations controlled 12% of all container port capacity in the world. He had over 6,800 retail outlets in supermarkets, chemists, and electrical stores. His water was the top-selling brand in Hong Kong. 1 in 12 homes in Hong Kong had been developed by Lee. The group's market capitalization was 766 billion Hong Kong dollars, 100 billion US dollars, accounting for 1 in every $8 invested in the Hong Kong stock market. Lee typifies the thinking process of an accumulator. If you think, then you will be prepared. If you are prepared, then you will have no worries. While he will only spend 200 Hong Kong dollars on the watch he wears, Lee has already given 7.7 billion Hong Kong dollars to charity. Lee set up his charitable foundation, the Li Ka-shing Foundation, 26 years ago, in 1980, with the mission to nurture a culture of giving in society. He shared, "We focused mainly on education and medical care projects. It is my belief that knowledge can change one's fate. My father died of tuberculosis when we could not afford medical care. I know the feeling of helplessness and loneliness." Lee's slogan, "Knowledge Changes Fate," covers his contributions from medical care to libraries and universities. Lee says of his early years, "I bought secondhand books whenever I had spare money, and I absorbed them before trading them in for more books. Even today, I read before going to bed every night. Knowledge is not a guarantee of a life of riches, but it does open the door to more opportunities. And recognizing more opportunities is really the best that you can expect." In 2000, when receiving an Entrepreneur Award in Canada, Lee said, "50 years ago, I named my company Chung Kong Holdings after the Yangtze River that flows through China, a great river that aggregates countless streams and tributaries. These days I think about where this river should flow." Throughout the years, a charitable foundation I set up has sponsored more than $700 million to many causes, and in particular education and medical development. I will continue to do the same and more, not out of a sense of duty, but because it is a maxim by which I choose to live my life. Lee now calls his foundation his third child. He recalls, "I was tossing and turning one night. The next day, when I was having dinner with my family, I told them that I have a third child. They fell silent. They were shocked and thought that I had finally lost it. Actually, it was an epiphany. If I had a third child, wouldn't I want to build a solid foundation for his future? By treating my private foundation as my third son, I could allocate more assets to it and enable it to benefit more people. I hope our 1.3 billion compatriots can understand this reasoning, because our Chinese tradition is to pass on our wealth from one generation to the next. But if we can use our wealth to benefit society, then everyone will be happier." In 2005, Lee sold his $1.2 billion stake in CIBC, Canada's third largest bank, with all proceeds going to his foundation. Having already been named by The Times and Ernst & Young as the Entrepreneur of the Millennium in 2006, Lee became the first recipient of the Malcolm S. Forbes Lifetime Achievement Award for a lifetime of achievement as a hero of entrepreneurial capitalism.
Sandy Weil, the king of capital. What if it were possible to retire in your 50s, only to return and apply a lifetime of experience into your flow? Might it be possible to achieve more in the next 20 years than in the previous 50? That's exactly what Sandy Weil did. Within 15 years of coming out of retirement, he had built the largest company in the world. Sandy Weil got started in Wall Street as a broker for Bear Stearns in 1955, when he was 23 years old. Weil was far happier studying financial statements at his desk than making cold calls, and for weeks his only client was his mother. While deal makers magnify out of their niche, accumulators multiply out of their numbers, and Weil began to get a reputation for the quality of his investment research reports. Teaming up with 3 partners, his firm, CBWL, began to attract clients looking for quality research. Weil set to work to ensure that CBWL had the most efficient back-office operation in the industry, saying, "This pipeline will be the platform for our growth." Over the next 14 years, while accumulated trading partnerships in a series of mergers which, by 1979, had grown into a firm with capital of $250 million, making it America's second-largest securities brokerage firm after Merrill Lynch. In 1981, Weil sold the company to American Express for $900 million in stock. He took on the role of president of American Express in 1983 and became chairman and CEO of the company's insurance subsidiary, Fireman's Fund. Weil did not gel with American Express corporate culture. Monica Langley, in her biography of Weil, says, American Express always had a 5-year strategy in place. Sandy's long-term planning ran to where he was going to eat dinner that night. The company's chairman, James Robinson, sent Weil to a speech coach to polish up his presentation skills. In constant conflict with the company, in 1985, Weil retired from American Express at the age of 52. Weil took time out, but then decided that his career was not over yet. Like Buffett, Weil understood the leverage potential of a well-run insurance and finance empire, and in 1986 he invested $7 millions of his own money in Commercial Credit, a consumer finance company, taking over as CEO. Cutting costs and reorganizing, he went on to list the company. In 1987 he bought Gulf Insurance, and the following year he bought Primerica, an insurance and brokerage company, for $1.5 billion. Further acquisitions followed. When the junk bond market crashed and Drexel Burnham Lambert fired its junk bond chief, Michael Milken, Weil bought up the Drexel branch offices at the cost of their fixtures and fittings, for $1 million. From the purchase, Weil inherited 500 brokers who went on to deliver $100 million in revenues and $20 million in profits over the next year. In 1992, he bought 27% of Travelers Insurance for $722 million. At the age of 60, Weil was just getting started. He reacquired his old brokerage, now called Shearson Lehman, from American Express for $1.2 billion. Leveraging on outside financing and smart transactions, by the end of the year he had bought the rest of Travelers Corp for $4 billion in stock and consolidated his holdings under Travelers Group. Investing all his time in seeking out the next acquisition and adding further efficiencies, in 1996 he bought Aetna Life and Casualty for $4 billion. In 1997 he bought Salomon Inc. for $9 billion in stock, and this allowed him to merge the investment banking firm, Salomon Brothers, with Smith Barney, giving Weil the world's second-largest securities firm, Salomon Smith Barney. In 1998, already owning interests in insurance, broking and financial services, Weil set his sights on controlling the ultimate leverage vehicle, his own bank. He approached Citicorp CEO, John Reed, about the idea of building a financial services powerhouse. That year, Travelers Group joined with Citicorp in a $76 billion merger, at the time the biggest in history. The new company, Citigroup, had assets of around $700 billion and served 100 million customers in 100 countries. For the merger to be approved, Weil needed government banking laws to change. Accumulators network by having great networkers do the networking for them. Weil recruited to his board ex-President Gerald Ford along with ex-Treasury Secretary, Robert Rubin. With a respected Democrat and an influential Republican on board, the law took less than 2 years to change. Meanwhile, Weil continued to build the business, turning Citigroup into a $1 trillion financial powerhouse and, according to the Forbes Global 2000, the largest company in the world. After the turn of the millennium, as the company dealt with the fallout and scandals of WorldCom and Enron, Weil stepped back from the management, resigning as CEO in 2003 and resigning as chairman in 2006. When he left at age 73, the group he built had 450,000 employees around the world and total assets of over $1.6 trillion.
Paul Allen. The Accidental Zillionaire. What happens when you persist down the wrong path, but are simultaneously following your flow by accident? Laura Rich's biography of Paul Allen is called The Accidental Zillionaire, because, while Allen left the software business he co-founded with Bill Gates in 1983, he continued to get richer and richer. She says, one should earn money or good fortune,
and since Allen hasn't worked at Microsoft in 2 decades, he seems, to many people, just lucky. While Allen has lost billions trying to create the next big thing, he has made more billions through his accumulation. In 2006, 23 years after leaving Microsoft, he was ranked by Forbes magazine as the 6th richest person in the world, worth an estimated $22.7 billion. Less than 25% of this was in Microsoft stock. It was Allen who persuaded Gates to drop out of Harvard and start Microsoft with him in 1975. Allen was the detailed programmer who knew the latest developments in the industry, and Gates was the creative genius who found the ways to monetize Allen's hard work. In 1983, at the age of 29, Allen was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease. The same year, his father died. After receiving treatment, spending time with his family and reflecting on his life, he decided to resign from Microsoft to travel the world. When Microsoft went public in 1986, Allen's 28% share became worth $134 million. Allen was motivated to get back in business, but he told Gates he was going to branch out on his own. Determined to live a meaningful life, Allen set up the Paul G. Allen Family Foundation. Dedicated to health and human services, Allen decided to build his fortune to give back. He launched Asymmetrics to create the next big thing, but this became the first in a series of creative ventures that failed to achieve Allen's ambitions. Allen's strategy for building new products was to ask his team to bring me some good ideas, leaving them with little strategic direction or creative input. In 1991, Allen invested in SkyPix, a new broadband satellite network, and started Starwave, to support SkyPix's channels. Again, Allen assembled a team and asked them to come up with something groundbreaking. SkyPix went bankrupt in 1993 and Starwave was redirected into CD-ROM content. Meanwhile, Allen tried his luck again, setting up a third company, Interval Research, to be an incubator for new ideas. He filled the Ideas Lab with expensive inventors, instructing them to follow a good idea wherever it goes. By 1995, Asymmetrics's debt had grown to $50 million. He had spent over $96 million on Starwave, and a similar amount on Interval. Realizing that his creative endeavors were not coming to fruition, Allen capitalized on Starwave's accidental shift to internet content in 1997 to persuade Disney to buy the company for $350 million. He then shut down Interval. Allen was out of the content creation business after 10 years, breaking even on his investments. If Allen failed in his creativity, how did he magic up a $22 billion fortune? While he was working on his ideas, Allen had set up Vulcan Ventures to look after his philanthropy. His sister, Jody, looked after the fund until Allen found a young 26-year-old manager, Savoy, to leverage the fund in growth opportunities. Allen and Savoy did their homework and started small. A $20 million investment in USSB, a broadcast company, turned into $46 million. An $18 million investment in Certicom, an IT security company, turned into $36 million. Then, in 1992, Allen bought $500,000 of AOL shares during its IPO, and continued to buy shares until he had a 24.9% stake. By the IPO, AOL only had a 5% market share of the online market. Allen wanted a management say in the company, but when Steve Case refused, Allen sold his stake holding in 1994, making a $100 million profit. The same year, he bought 80% of Ticketmaster for $300 million when he saw the potential of their online ticketing. This time, Allen did not interfere with the management, deciding that his time was better spent looking for ways to grow the value of the business from the outside. 3 years later, Allen sold the company to Barry Diller, making a $40 million return. Allen's greater return was from the new network the investment gave him. Through Ticketmaster, Allen became exposed to the stars being promoted by the company. Allen met Hollywood dealmaker, Geffen, who went on to offer him a 24% stake in the new studio SKG DreamWorks for $500 million. To date, Allen has seen the value of that investment double. Even the dot-com bust didn't slow Allen's newfound appetite for savvy accumulation. Although he lost on his internet investments, he had become focused on cable companies. He began following the fundamental accumulator key of asset control above asset ownership, and in 1998, he bought a $2.6 billion controlling stake in Marcus Cable and a $4.5 billion stake in Charter Communications. By the end of 1999, he had invested a total of $18 billion and controlled the fourth largest cable system in America, causing one executive to say, "It was like you woke up one day and Paul Allen owned half of cable." In the new millennium, Vulcan Ventures expanded from cable pipelines to oil pipelines, buying a controlling stake in a series of energy companies. Today, Allen focuses on his cable investments, property investments, and his foundation, which gives $30 million each year. Allen lost money following the wrong path and made money on the right path, and on balance he is $22.7 billion ahead.
Accumulators in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, tempo/steal. Action dynamic, introvert. Thinking dynamics, sensory. Wealth creation key, buying and building appreciating. Assets secondary profiles, trader, lord strengths, reliable, careful, considered, meticulous, delivers on time, rarely overpromises, provides gravity to a team, looks for what can go wrong. Strong at turning a plan into a process. Weaknesses, often procrastinates, easily distracted by detail, often needs more data before proceeding, can be slow to build up momentum, often more pessimistic than optimistic, often ends up collecting clutter, quick to walk away from chaos. Successes, when left to work at their own pace, accumulators become the proverbial tortoise that wins the race. Slow and steady, they pick up the pieces that others leave behind. Shunning the limelight, they deliver through their results. They are happy for others to make a song and dance, as they will be the ones calling the tune. Failures, for the strengths that an accumulator has in seeking out appreciating assets, they never take the first rung in the value and leverage chain, opting instead for an easy entry path even though it may not be their strength at all. Most failed accumulators have never built the capital to get started, or understood the financing or refinancing strategies to release cash flow while retaining ownership. As a result, they have done nothing at all. Other accumulators have gotten involved in their own business and have made the mistake of investing what money they have in assets that are depreciating, not appreciating. Either way, simple switches in strategy are often all it takes to turn the spiral around. The accumulator strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. You are not naturally inclined to throw wild parties for the neighborhood, so the idea of building a network may be far from your mind. But you need one to get to your wealth. If you don't have the money to invest, you need to know the people who do, and they need to know you. Find advocates who will network for you. Money will always follow results, and when you follow your path, your results will shine through. Find financiers to finance and peers to lend you breadth of experience. Find a strong supporter to network on your behalf, and a great mechanic to put your systems together. 2. Moment of wealth creation. You need to maximize the time you invest in developing your selection system for the appreciating assets that you are focusing on. Focus on one area that you have a high interest in, and seek out those that already are masters in that area. This might be an asset class, like businesses or properties, or it might be a region, like China or India. You also need to free up your time to build your sensitivity and awareness for the right buying opportunities, and to time these opportunities to get the right purchase price. 3. Value creation. The value creation activities to focus on are internal values. Developing your market knowledge in terms of overall trends and where and when buying opportunities occur. Your ability to sense future trends, forecast, and predict asset appreciation will also sharpen your purchasing skills. Your understanding of how to finance and refinance your assets without needing to sell them will be a key factor in effectively compounding your gains. 4. Value ownership. The ownership that you need, surprisingly perhaps, is not of the physical assets you are accumulating. You simply need ownership of the purchasing decision process and of the rights of the asset, which means even though it may be part owned by the bank as a result of financing, or by a fund that you set up and that investors are receiving a return from, you hold full control on whether to hold or sell that asset at any moment in time. 5. Leverage. With this ownership, your leverage will come from the system that you create to identify and select the right purchases, together with your leverage on your purchasing power through the financing that you can raise. Your greatest leverage is your performance history, as ultimately investors like a safe pair of hands delivering reliable returns. 6. Secure cash flow. To hold on to your assets for the long term, the two ways to return liquidity back into your pocket is either by creating a fund or investment company that you pass the asset rights to, and from which you sell shares, or by refinancing your assets as they appreciate, allowing you to take out the appreciation in cash in return for added gearing. Either way, you end up with cash and with the rights to the asset still in your hands. Once you have established the right niche and begun to nurture a growing garden, you will find the best assets and opportunities being attracted to you. Stay in your flow, at your pace, and your wealth will emerge more from a rising tide than a breaking wave. Accumulators to learn from: Benjamin Graham, Graham Newman Corporation, Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway, Li Ka-shing, Chung Kong Holdings, Sandy Weil, Citigroup, Paul Allen, Vulcan Ventures, Carlos Slim Hellu, Telmex, John Maynard Keynes, economist, J.P. Morgan & Co.
Chapter 11. The Lord. Formula for success: rise early, work hard, strike oil. Jean-Paul Getty. The Lord is in the detail. Successful lords are not seen, and rarely heard, until they emerge in control of an entire industry. Lords such as Carnegie in the early 1990s, and Middle in the early 2000s, emerged in control of the steel industry after quietly building their empires for years. Lords can be found wherever there is a fixed asset that is generating cash, whether it is a rented property or a leased vehicle. They become the aggregator for the cash flow of an industry, whether it is diamonds, oil, or steel. Lords have become billionaires by quietly controlling every aspect of the delivery chain, whether in oil, steel, property, consumer rentals, or a website called Google. Keeping the change. Lords are famous for cutting costs and finding efficiencies in their business. The same economic thinking extends to their personal lives. Lords live frugally, watching every penny. They also look at the entrepreneurs and stars of the world and in most cases believe they could never do what they do in the limelight and would never want to either. Lords are at home with themselves and don't believe you need to draw attention to yourself to create wealth. If you do, it seems a heavy price to pay. Lords don't have time for politics or niceties. They would rather deal with simple facts than complicated people. When Rockefeller began buying up other refiners in the 1800s, he did not wine and dine them, but instead said simply, "If you refuse to sell, it will end in your being crushed." And as he knew his numbers, he was right. Lords will be first to analyze a situation, and will not act unless they have some level of certainty about the results they can expect. This can often cause friction with others. If Lords puts themselves in a fast-paced, high-growth environment, they will often be seen by others as counterbalancing the chaos that surrounds them. However, this role will often put them out of reach of their flow, as they are seen in a support role and could be replaced. And here lies the critical point. Successful lords not only know they can be replaced, they want to be replaced. With their assets working for them, they have the time freedom to do whatever they want. Lords who have not become successful are passing their wealth every day. They simply have not had the luck to stumble upon a lord who can show them how. When a lord-in-waiting realizes that few lords use much of their money at all to create their cash flow, then motivation suddenly sets in. Lords are often the most useful profile to have at a brainstorming session. Why? When a group of creators are left together with their heads in the clouds, the best ideas can be left floating in the ether. A lord will document the ideas, categorize them, prioritize them, and see to it that there is a process designed to pull them from the top drawer to the bottom line. As lords have a strong introvert dynamic, Many have never found their flow as they have kept to themselves. When connected to the right team or mentor, they soon sparkle. Supporters warm to the summer energy of fire frequency. Lords cool to the winter energy of metal frequency. They find their flow in certainty rather than variety and are best when delving into the detail. In any industry's winter season, products become commodities where companies compete on price. This is where lords shine, weathering the peaks and troughs of their industry, pricing by the unassailable position they have built by being in their flow. Andrew Carnegie, Jean Paul Getty, John D. Rockefeller and, more recently, Lakshmi Mittal and Sergey Brin, dominated their markets by the yield per dollar they could generate from their scale and efficiencies.
Andrew Carnegie, man of steel. Lords thrive on finding efficiencies in cash-generating assets. Andrew Carnegie extracted margins by capitalizing on economies of scale in the age of steel. His cash management and margins were the cushion that enabled him to weather the American Civil War, 19th century banking collapse and crises, in the early industrialization of America. Modern American cities built on steel are his legacy. Carnegie's family moved to America from Scotland when he was 12 years old, and Carnegie began working at a local cotton mill in Slabtown, Pittsburgh. Graduating to a messenger boy at the Pittsburgh Telegraph Office, Carnegie came across James Anderson, who was setting up free libraries for working boys. Having had no formal education, when Carnegie entered his first library of 400 books, he said, "The windows were opened in the walls of my dungeon through which the light of knowledge streamed in." Carnegie credits Anderson for his success, saying, "To him I owe a taste for literature which I would not exchange for all the millions that were ever amassed by man." Carnegie was soon noticed by Thomas Scott, a superintendent of the Pennsylvania Railroad at the time. Scott made Carnegie his secretary for $50 a month and began to mentor him. He rose up the ranks, and then, in 1862, Carnegie got his lucky break. Scott and Carnegie, seeing the success that an engineer, Linville, had had in constructing iron bridges, proposed to him to form a company together with Piper and Schiffler, who owned the bridges on the Pennsylvania line. Each of the five took a 20% share of the company for $1,250. Carnegie borrowed the money from the bank for his own share. At the age of 27, he was in business entirely through the resources of others. Having the right team is critical for every profile, and Carnegie relates, "We had the best talent of that day. Linville the engineer, Piper a hustling, active mechanic, and Schiffler sure and steady." The following year, with an extensive network and know-how in the rail industry, Carnegie put his lord profile to work, moving from iron bridges to manufacturing rails in 1864 and locomotives in 1866. This began a trend of vertical integration that is typical of successful lords. By controlling each step of the supply chain within an industry, cash remained in the control of the lords and margins could be built through economies of scale. It was a small step from iron rails and bridges to iron manufacturing, and Union Iron Mills was formed in 1867 in partnership with three others. This was when Carnegie's lord profile sparkled. He found that financial controls in the industry were lax, saying, "It was a lump business, and until stock was taken and the books balanced at the end of the year, the manufacturers were in total ignorance of results. I felt as if we were moles burrowing in the dark, and this to me was intolerable." Carnegie set to work on an accounting system that ran throughout the process until we began to know not only what every department was doing, but what each one of the many men working at the furnaces was doing. Our strict system of accounting enabled us to detect the great waste possible in heating large masses of iron. By 1870, Carnegie had found his flow by extracting from his one iron smelting furnace. The Lucy furnace became the most profitable branch of our business, because we had almost the entire monopoly of scientific management. Having discovered the secret, it was not long before we decided to erect an additional furnace. As the Civil War ended, high import tariffs and new technology from England made steel manufacture in America viable. To underwrite the risk of starting a steelwork, Carnegie sent his men to get forward orders from railway companies for steel rails, giving him enough bookings to cover his risk and start the steelworks before the competition knew what he was up to. Carnegie began buying into iron ore mines to feed his furnaces, and coke companies to heat them. As he grew, he bought the management with the company. Henry Frick, the owner of the Frick Coke Company, which he bought in 1882, eventually took charge of all of Carnegie's manufacturing. Carnegie's steel empire continued to grow. Output swelled from 600,000 tons in 1888 to 2 million tons in 1897. Profits grew from $2 million to $40 million. It was not, however, through the peaks in the markets that Carnegie made his reputation, but in the troughs. While speculators and businessmen were caught wrong-footed by the early financial crises in the American economic system, Carnegie's caution at speculation and debt had led to him always remain creditworthy. Carnegie said, "I have adhered to the rule never to purchase what I did not pay for, and never to sell what I did not own," adding, "The losses men encounter during a business life which seriously embarrass them are rarely in their own business, but in enterprises of which the investor is not master." As a result of his safe hands, he was able to attract financing far easier than his competitors. After writing his book, The Gospel of Wealth, in 1900, Carnegie stepped away from his business. J.P. Morgan bought Carnegie Steel for $500 million and renamed it U.S. Steel in 1901. It was the largest buyout in history at that time, and the company was the first to exceed $1 billion in valuation. That year, U.S. Steel produced 67% of the steel in America. U.S. Steel remained the largest steel producer in America for the next 100 years. For the last 20 years of his life, Carnegie turned his attention to philanthropy and the creation of free libraries. The impact that James Anderson and the Working Boy Libraries had on him stayed with Carnegie throughout his life. His entire fortune went to the creation of over 2,800 libraries in America and Europe.
John D. Rockefeller, the first billionaire. Rockefeller's story is a great example of how a detail-oriented entrepreneur could become the richest man in the world, leveraging the majority of America's richest natural resource of the early 1900s, oil, without the need to own a single oil field, or a single drop of oil. Like many Lord profiles, Rockefeller had a closer relationship with numbers than people. His biographer, David Freeman Hawke, wrote, "John D. Rockefeller seemed to have no inner life unconnected with numbers." At 16 he began work as a $4 a week bookkeeper for a Cleveland dry goods merchant, and from the numbers learnt about commerce. He set up his own produce business with a $1,000 loan from his father when he was 19. The black gold rush began in 1859, when Rockefeller was just 20 years old. Lords are typically risk-averse, and as prospectors flocked to the oil regions of Pennsylvania and investors began buying up land for the risky game of oil prospecting, Rockefeller chose instead to refine the oil others had already found. In 1864, at the age of 24, he set up a barrel-making operation at a small refinery he had established with friends, bringing the barrel unit cost down from $2.50 to 96 cents. Barrel making led to oil refining. He brought in his brother to negotiate better prices with European end users and a partner, Henry Flagler, to negotiate lower rates with railroad operators. Rockefeller's obsession with price and reliability gave him leverage to drive down raw material prices that others couldn't match. Paint, glue. "We bought ours far lower than anyone else could, since ours was a steady demand for the largest quantities," he later said. Lords do not have an innate sense of timing but are able to weather hard times as a result of their shrewd and intimate knowledge of their numbers. After the Civil War in 1865, many refiners were forced out of the industry by oversupply and overcapacity. Between 1865 and 1870, refined kerosene prices fell more than 50%, but Rockefeller was saved by his profit margin of 43 cents per gallon compared to the industry average of 19 cents. When Rockefeller had driven prices down with suppliers as far as he could with his own capacity, he began buying up other small refineries. In 1872, he formed, and named himself the president of, the National Refiners Association, to negotiate better terms on behalf of all member refineries. By 1869, Rockefeller's oil refinery company, Standard Works, had an output of 1,500 barrels per day. By 1872 this had risen to 10,000 barrels per day. In the 1870s, Rockefeller then began to bypass his highest cost, railway transportation, by buying up America's pipelines. In the 1880s, he bumped up margins further by cutting out the middleman and setting up his own gas stations. It was a full 28 years after he entered and dominated the oil industry before Standard Oil bought its first oil field. By this time the oil industry was past the volatile phase that had driven out most of the early prospectors and had reached maturity. By 1891, Standard Oil was extracting 25% of all American crude. In 1911, Standard Oil had such a grip on America's oil industry, with a 64% market share, that the Supreme Court ordered it to be broken into 34 new companies. These included companies we know of today as ConocoPhillips, Chevron, and ExxonMobil. Today, ExxonMobil is the largest company in the world by revenue, and these three companies have a combined market cap of $650 billion. Rockefeller ended his reign of America's oil industry with a $900 million fortune. Having given 10% of his earnings to charity from his very first day of work, he went on to become one of the century's greatest philanthropists. The Rockefeller Foundation grew to assets of over $1 billion. It revolutionized medical research, public health services and sanitation standards in America. It went on to pioneer the Green Revolution around the world, saving the lives of an estimated 1 billion people in developing countries over the last century.
Jean Paul Getty, the oil baron. Like Rockefeller, Getty built his fortune in the oil industry. Getty graduated from Berkeley and Oxford in 1914 before joining his father on his oil fields in Oklahoma. Getty, together with Trump, are the only two entrepreneurs in this book to have millionaire parents. Getty's father paid him $100 a month to seek out prospecting land to buy. Getty toured around in a Model T Ford for a year, without any luck, before he finally spotted a promising piece of land. With a limit on the amount he could spend, and heavy competition at the auction, Getty tried a ruse. He got a prominent bank vice president to bid without revealing who he represented. The other bidders assumed it was a major oil company with deep pockets and kept out of the fight, and Getty got the piece of land for the astoundingly low price of $500. From this first move, Getty, like all lords, showed his ability to make calculated moves while remaining in the background. Getty struck oil within a month, and within the year he had made $1 million. Getty promptly retired, saying later, "I lacked the maturity to grasp what, to play loosely with Immanuel Kant, might be termed a categorical imperative. In order for it to have substantive meaning, wealth must be regarded as a means. The true measure of any wealthy person is shown by the broader ends toward which he directs the means. And so, snug, and not a little smug, with my million, I stopped working. Completely." Getty was 23 years old and, without a purpose to strive for, headed to California. It was 3 years before Getty decided he would strive for a purposeful life. He returned to work, determined to carve out a niche separate from his father. As he began, he kept his finances tight, so when the 1929 stock market crash came, neither my father nor I had succumbed to the stock speculation madness of the 20s. The Wall Street crash caused us no direct personal losses. Following his father's death in 1930, Getty found himself flush with cash in a bargain basement market. He began to buy into Tidewater, a refining company, with the objective of getting into the matured oil refining market. Like Carnegie and Rockefeller, Getty built his fortune by understanding the numbers and maximizing efficiencies through vertical integration, controlling assets financed by others. Getty bought into the entire oil delivery process, controlling the oil wells, storage facilities, refineries, pipelines and supertankers to ship the final product. By 1948, Getty had won control of the oil concession on Saudi Arabia's undivided half-interest in the neutral zone between Saudi and Kuwait. The oil from this zone, which flowed through a series of Getty-controlled companies, turned Getty into a billionaire. As the Getty empire grew, Getty became disillusioned with the American government, saying, U.S. federal expenditures in 1900 were less than $500 million. 50 years later, they were closer to $50 billion. By 1974 they topped $300 billion. During the same period, the population of the United States increased less than threefold, from 76 million in 1900 to an estimated 212 million in 1974. Thus, federal spending rose over 200 times more than the population. The insane overspending by federal, state and local governments is literally devouring the future of our society. Getty's base became Europe, and his home became Sutton Place in England. It is here that Getty's thrift became legendary. Accumulators are known for watching their pennies, but lords take it to an art form. Despite being a billionaire, Getty installed a Coinbox phone for guests to pay for their own calls. He stayed out of debt and economized wherever he could. He was reported to have waited 10 minutes at a box office to save 5 shillings on a show ticket at the standby price. Getty dedicated a section of his autobiography to defending his decision, writing, "I make no apologies for the reasoning in the situation. If I have ample time on my hands, the weather is clement and a 10-minute stroll will save 10 shillings, well, why not wait and save the money?" While Getty abhorred wasted capital, he was generous in his philanthropy, saying he would prefer to give his money than to waste it on himself. His response to his critics was to say, "I was brought up in an era when thrift was considered a virtue. People lived within their means, saved for rainy days, and swallowed no tranquilizers and had far fewer ulcers."
Lakshmi Mittal, the richest man in England. Lords like to stay in the background. Getty was only noticed when Forbes magazine announced he was the world's richest man in 1957. Lakshmi Mittal was only noticed and he was revealed as the mystery buyer in England's most expensive house purchase, for £70 million in 2003. Mittal, today's modern-day Carnegie, has lived up to his namesake, Lakshmi, the Hindu goddess of wealth. Today he is known as the richest man in England, and the 5th richest in the world, with a net worth of over $27 billion. Born in 1950, Lakshmi Mittal was brought up in Sidalpur, India, in a house built by his grandfather. Graduating from St. Xavier's, Kolkata with a commerce degree in 1969, Mittal discovered early a passion for numbers, and applied it to good use in his family's steel business. In 1994, he took over the international side of the business. Mittal made a name for himself when he took over a steel company in Trinidad and Tobago in 1989 that was losing $1 million a day. By cutting costs and maximizing margins, he doubled the output and made the company profitable. By 1992, Mittal had bought up Mexico's 3rd largest steel producer, Sicartza, for $220 million. Saying, "I realized that life is too short to build a steel company from scratch," he made acquisitions in Canada, Germany, Ireland, and Kazakhstan, often buying state-owned steel plants and turning around their operations. Mittal ended up privatizing and turning around 15 different government operations. Mittals was clear in his focus, saying, "Management teams need to become more bottom-line driven. As management, we need to be aware of all of the opportunities existing for further consolidation, restructuring and forming new alliances. Within 10 years we are likely to see a handful of truly global players accounting for 80 to 100 million tons each, and with a footprint in all the major regions." This he said when such production capacities were unheard of. In 1997, Mittal listed his group, Ispat International, on the New York and Amsterdam stock exchanges, continued with his strategy of acquiring and overhauling, and then in 2004 merged his 2 companies Ispat International and L&M Holdings. Mittal also added to his group by merging with an Ohio company, ISG. His management style was commented on by an ISG executive who said, "I had to make 6 reports a month." With Mittal, it was 66, how much oil we were using, how many units of electricity per hour, how much time for repairs, in minute detail at every step. The newly named Mittal Steel became the largest steel producer in the world by 2005. Still not satisfied, Mittal made his most audacious move in January 2006, launching a hostile bid to take over his nearest competitor, Arcelor, for $33 billion. Like all lords, Mittal had little interest in sweet-talking Arcelor's executives once he had made a bid, letting the numbers do the talking. Arcelor's board unanimously rejected the bid and Arcelor's chief executive, Guy Dahl, dismissed Mittal as a company of Indians. Luxembourg-based Arcelor's management opposition was joined by a string of European governments, who saw Mittal's bid as a threat to their national interests. Mittal persisted. Rather than waste time on deal-making and negotiations, he kept out of the limelight, lobbying governments in the background, and changing his bid until it became irresistible to Arcelor's shareholders. By June 2006, the Arcelor board approved a merger, leading to the creation of the largest steel company in the world by a long stretch, ArcelorMittal. The new company combined Mittal's output of 63 million tons with Arcelor's 47 million tons. This compared to the nearest competitor, Nippon Steel, at 33 million tons. Mittal's control stretches far beyond the steel output, with controlling interests in mines, power, oil, transportation and shipping covering every aspect of the production process. Like Carnegie before him, Mittal has risen to dominate the steel industry. The steel industry that Mittal has risen in, however, is on an entirely different scale. While Carnegie reached annual output of 3 million tons, Mittal to date has reached output of 110 million tons.
Sergey Brin. Do no evil. Lords create their wealth once a market has become established, and resources can be consolidated through ruthless efficiencies. While the steel industry took 120 years to churn through 2 cycles of creation, fragmentation, percolation and consolidation, the internet has sped through a full industry cycle in 10 short years. Out of the carnage of the dot-com crash, Sergey Brin, together with Larry Page, have emerged as the present victors, aggregating global online traffic through Google and taking a slice of each transaction as they go. By 2006, at 33 years old, Brin is the youngest entrepreneur in this book, with a net worth of $13 billion. Born in Moscow, Brin moved with his family to America in 1979. With an affinity for computers and mathematics, Brin took a master's degree in computer science at Stanford University. There, he got interested in data mining and pattern extraction and met Larry Page. The two of them started Backrub in 1996, a search engine based on ranking sites based on the backlinks to them from other sites. This then changed to Google, named after Google, the mathematical term for a 1 followed by 100 zeros. Working out of Page's dorm room, the two tried to find a buyer for their system without luck. Their luck changed when they met Andy Bechtolsheim, co-founder of Sun Microsystems. Brin recalls, "We met him very early one morning on the porch of a Stanford faculty member's home in Palo Alto. We gave him a quick demo. He had to run off somewhere, so he said, instead of us discussing all the details, why don't I just write you a check?" It was made out to Google Incorporated and was for $100,000. The check sat in a drawer as the pair set up a company, bank account, and realized they had a business on their hands. The search site was now attracting 10,000 searches a day, and others began to see the same potential as Bechtolsheim. Friends and family added to the first check, and Google Inc. launched in 1998 with $1 million. Within a year, the site was up to 500,000 searches a day and the team grew to 8 staff. Taking advantage of the dot-com frenzy, Brin and Page raised $25 million from Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins Caulfield and Byers, giving them the funds they needed to grow. The deal also secured them the expert help and network they needed in Mike Moritz and John Doerr, 2 venture capitalists who had the expertise and track record to support them. By 2000, the site had risen to an incredible 100 million searches a day, and Brin and Page hired ex-Novell CEO, Schmidt, to take over the management of the business, with Brin becoming head of technology and Page becoming head of products, suiting their natural lord and mechanic profiles. Google was still looking for a revenue driver that could leverage this burgeoning traffic. Display ads were not the answer, as they slowed down the searches. Finally, the team found the magic elixir, AdWords. Simple links paid for by advertisers on a pay-per-click, results-based model, AdWords didn't even need a sales team to grow, with advertisers tailoring their campaign and paying for their usage online. By now, it was clear that Google was aggregating content and viewers at a pace that enabled it to entirely dominate online search, without users even needing to visit the Google website. The Google toolbar allowed viewers to search without visiting the site. Gmail gave users free email storage in return for featured AdWords, and AdSense enabled website owners to earn income by featuring targeted AdWords links on their sites. The combination of AdWords and AdSense meant Google was now controlling searches and profiting from each one. Throughout the internet, by effectively becoming the toll collector of sponsored search traffic between sites. With revenue continuing to grow, Google's IPO took place in 2004, raising $1.67 billion and giving Google a market cap of more than $23 billion. To date, Google runs over 450,000 servers in data centers around the world, with a 54% market share of online searches, over 1 billion search requests every day. While Carnegie consolidated the steel market and Rockefeller consolidated the oil market, both through control of flow throughout the industry, how is Google achieving this on the internet? Google is creating an unbeatable aggregation of global content. In addition to Google's online search of content, images and videos, Google Earth aggregates all global information geographically, Google Maps aggregates all local street information, Frugal aggregates products from online shopping websites, Google Groups aggregates the archives of online discussion groups. 2005 profits reached $1.4 billion on revenue of $6.1 billion. In Google's prospectus, the pair stated a company mission of, "Don't be evil," adding, "We believe strongly that in the long term, we will be better served, as shareholders and in all other ways, by a company that does good things for the world even if we forego some short-term gains." The Google story is far from over. In a 2006 interview with Time, when asked how their wealth was affecting them, Bring replied, "You always hear the phrase, 'Money doesn't buy you happiness.' But I always in the back of my mind figured a lot of money will buy you a little bit of happiness. But it's not really true. I got a new car because the old one's lease expired." Page added, "If we were motivated by money, we would have sold the company a long time ago and ended up on a beach."
Lords in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, steal. Action dynamic, introvert. Thinking dynamics, intuitive/sensory. Wealth creation key, controlling cash generating assets secondary profiles, accumulator, mechanic strengths, controlling, cautious, organized, detailed, analyzes every situation, sees distinctions others miss, only comfortable once all bases are covered, able to list out every detail weaknesses, may excessively value tasks over relationships, little patience with social niceties, often involved in excessive organizing, can struggle in presenting complex ideas, can get absorbed in the data, often misses the big picture, often misses the big party successes, when focused on the back end, and freed of the front end, Lords rule. Once systems are in place to control business processes, Lords will run a tight ship and continually find ways to improve the bottom line. Failures. When Lords are put in situations where they need to create and motivate, their dictatorial style can easily rub people up the wrong way. If they do not have the resources to access the data they need to operate effectively, they quickly become frustrated. Lords need a controlled environment to operate. Yet this need for control often results in micromanagement, which can soon work against them. In fast-growth industries, Lords can be left behind. As with every profile, choosing the right industry at the right time is a major factor in their success, and Lords excel when they are finding efficiencies within a consolidating industry. The Lord strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. You are happy enough on your own and with those that you are close to, but by being so you are closing the door to your wealth. You must open your mind to the wealth waiting for you, and find the mentors who can guide you. This does not mean you need to be knocking on doors. Find yourself a supporter who will be your front man to a network of opportunities and resources. Also look for deal makers to seek out the best cash flow streams for you. 2. Moment of wealth creation. Your time has to be invested in selecting and financing the assets that will generate the cash flow you want. Internally, you need to invest in your ability to calculate and measure the cash flow that you will receive net of cost of financing given different scenarios with the market and interest rates. Invest time in learning the skill of seeking low asset prices from sellers that you can convert to high cash income via tenants or customers. 3. Value creation. The value that you want to create is largely internal, building your know-how of the financing industry and understanding the supply and demand dynamics of the assets you are creating cash flow from, whether these are rental products, rental properties, natural resources, or other cash-generating assets. 4. Value ownership. The key to the Lord profile is understanding that you do not have to own the asset at all. You simply need to own the right to the cash flow that it is generated from the asset. This is most apparent to someone who chooses to start a licensing agency or a photo library, where cash flow is created without owning the intellectual property rights of the assets that are being leased or licensed out. 5. Leverage. You will create leverage by multiplying your assets through the same leasing system. The management you need will not grow at the same speed as that at which your car leasing or property rental company grows, and so you leverage on your knowledge, your history, and your system. This, in turn, allows you to leverage further by financing more assets to create further cash flow. 6. Secure cash flow. Unlike other wealth profiles, your job is made simple in that what you own is the cash flow, and so your cash flow is already secured. However, you do not have control over interest rates and future asset purchase prices, so control over cash flow also means the ability to control the amount that you are charging, whether it is the lease on the property or the overnight rental price from your video stores. Once you have begun to create cash flow, whether it is a vending machine or a steel plant, begin to leverage on economies of scale by multiplying the flow, turning your trickle into a river. Lords to learn from: John D. Rockefeller, Standard Oil; Jean Paul Getty, Getty Oil; Andrew Carnegie, Carnegie Steel; Lakshmi Mittal, Mittal Steel; Sergey Brin, Google; Hank Greenberg, AIG; Frank Lowy, the Westfield Group.
Chapter 12. The Mechanic. Most everything I've done, I've copied from someone else. Sam Walton. A well-oiled machine. The mechanic is an enigmatic character who has the ability to control and manage many people without needing to demonstrate any charismatic leadership qualities. His creative thinking and systems focus leads to a knack for duplication and replication, which leads to a well-oiled machine that manages for him. Where a star endears, a mechanic endures. What they build tends to be built to last. The endless perfectionist, the mechanic will keep finding ways to improve his system, making things simple and smart, whatever the product, whether it is a process to make computers, cars, or burgers. Perfecting the system. Mechanics tend to come late to the party. That's because they are better at perfecting what is there than coming up with something new from scratch. Successful mechanics give creators a run for their money in the business celebrity stakes. High-profile mechanics out there include Sam Walton, Ray Kroc, Ingvar Kamprad, and Michael Dell, who expanded Walmart, McDonald's, IKEA, and Dell. Mechanics often take over from creators as businesses mature, and they are capable of starting global, system-based businesses that multiply around the world. Mechanics can be found behind most franchise and multi-outlet businesses, and in all manufacturing, distribution, construction, and logistics businesses where all creative focus is on the systems rather than the products. Mechanics rely on people less than any other profile, because the system takes on the work. When Henry Ford was criticized for the mindless tasks his workers had to perform on his production lines, he retorted, "I have heard it said that we have taken skill out of work. We have not. We have put a higher skill into planning, management, and tool building, and the results of that skill are enjoyed by the man who is not skilled." As a result, successful mechanics expect, and factor in, a high turnover of staff. While supporters and deal makers develop people and happily change processes, mechanics develop processes and happily change people. Mechanics like to take things apart and put them together again. They are up to the challenge of changing the wheels on a moving car, and as a result they are continually challenging the status quo on the way things are done. This can be very stimulating for some, and very frustrating for others. Mechanics who never got started are likely to have seen their sensitivity to systems as more of a curse than a talent. They are the first to notice when systems break down, and they are the first tasked to repair processes once the damage is done. For many mechanics that never found their wealth, they found the comfort of a large, structured multinational too inviting to resist, and became forever swallowed in a comfy armchair of middle income. Successful mechanics have overcome their need to be involved with everything and have focused all their efforts on the engine of the business, while others look after the styling and upholstery. As they pass over people management to others and focus on efficient operations, they find their flow. After all, it's easier to fix a process than to fix a person.
Henry Ford. So long as it is black. Henry Ford's role model was Thomas Edison, one of the century's great creator profiles. Having an illustrious wealth creator as your mentor can be counterproductive if they have a profile different from your own. Ford, like all of us, followed his profile naturally as a child. When his father gave him his first pocket watch, he took it apart, and by the age of 15, he had built a reputation as a watch repairman. Yet choosing Edison as a role model meant that it was only in his 40s that Ford found his flow. As the automobile industry took off in the 1880s, Ford worked for the Edison Illumination Company, later to become General Electric, while trying to invent his own car. In 1899, he convinced a group of investors to back his efforts, and he set up the Detroit Automobile Company. With Ford insisting on trying to perfect the design, the company went bankrupt. He tried a second time, forming the Henry Ford Company and raising $28,000 from investors. Again, he failed. His early models were expensive and had limited success in an increasingly competitive market. Ford struggled in the early years to out-innovate the market, and by 1905 he had decided to change his approach. By now, the industry was 30 years old, and he was 42, with a history of limited success. His new approach was to be inventive with the system of production rather than the car itself. In short, he switched from a creator strategy to a mechanic strategy. He discovered a new, cheap, and reliable steel alloy from France, and in 1908 produced the Model T. The true innovation of the Model T was the production process, with the cars roped together to move through the production process at a constant speed and tasks broken down for each man to follow. Like so many mechanics who succeed by lowering prices and increasing accessibility to a maturing market, Ford made his Model T the vehicle for the common man. In 1980, the Ford Model T was launched at $825. 10,000 sold in the first year. He reinvested the profits in a new production facility at Highland Park, America's first tailor-made production line, called by John D. Rockefeller the industrial miracle of the age. When deal makers get into their flow, their deals grow in price. When mechanics get in their flow, their products fall in price. Production increased from 19,000 in 1910 to over 78,000 in 1912, now selling at $575. In 1913, Ford pioneered the moving assembly belt, and by 1916, the price had dropped to $360. Sales reached 472,000. With a team of engineers focused on efficiency, Ford fine-tuned every aspect of the production process to bring down prices. As black paint dried the fastest, all Model Ts were black, leading to his famous phrase, "Any customer can have a car painted any color that he wants so long as it is black." The Model T went on to take 48% of the U.S. auto market. By 1924, the 10 millionth Model T Ford had rolled off the lines. Henry Ford's story is a classic story of a wealth creator who resonated with his time. As cars became commodities and price and reliability became paramount, Ford was there to deliver. His story is, unfortunately, also the story of how a winning formula becomes a losing formula as the industry moves on. By the 1920s, at the height of the Model T's success, Ford staff tried to persuade him to innovate the base product, the car. Ford refused. As irony would have it, his earlier company, the Henry Ford Company, would end up being his undoing. When he left the company, the investors continued with it under the management of Henry Leland. The company was renamed Chevrolet, which was then absorbed into a new company, General Motors. As Ford persisted with a Model T, a new spring was beginning in the industry. GM began to offer innovative Chevrolets with the same price and reliability as the Model T, but with an electric starter, 3 gears, and other fancy features. By 1926, Model T sales had plummeted, and in 1927, Ford discontinued production and closed Highland Park. Ford had revolutionized America's industrial production process, but he had no second product to take over for the Model T, which had remained largely unchanged for 14 years. If his son Edsel had not been quietly working on a replacement, Ford as a company may not have continued as it has until today. Even so, 75 years later, Fortune magazine named Ford Businessman of the Century, beating out runner-up Bill Gates. Today, Ford Motor Company is run by Bill Ford Jr., Ford's great-grandson, has revenues of $178 billion and, along with the Ford brand, owns Aston Martin, Jaguar, Daimler, Land Rover, Lincoln, Mazda, Mercury, and Volvo. The Ford Foundation continues to donate over $500 million each year to reduce poverty.
Ray Kroc, the hamburger king. While Ford had to wait until he was 43 before he found his path to wealth, Ray Kroc had to wait until he was 52 before he even spotted the Garden Gate. In his words, "I was 52 years old. I had diabetes and incipient arthritis. I had lost my gallbladder and most of my thyroid gland in earlier campaigns, but I was convinced that the best was ahead of me." Kroc was an aging milkshake machine salesman when he met the McDonald brothers at their San Bernardino hamburger stand in 1954. Curious as to why one outlet would want to order 8 of his Prince Castle multi-mixers when most only needed 1 or 2, he decided to visit Maurice and Richard McDonald's Golden Arches 55 miles east of Los Angeles. Finding a crowded hamburger production line with burgers selling for 15 cents, Kroc quickly saw that he could make a lot more by multiplying these outlets than by selling milkshake machines. Like all successful mechanics, whose greatest moment comes when they see the opportunity to revolutionize an existing industry, Kroc said, "When I saw it working that day in 1954, I felt like some latter-day Newton who just had an Idaho potato caromet off his skull." That night in my motel room, I did a lot of heavy thinking about what I'd seen during the day. Visions of McDonald's restaurants dotting crossroads all over the country paraded through my brain. Kroc set up a model franchise, drafted the first operating manual to multiply the outlet through franchises. Commenting on his mechanic profile, Kroc said, "There is a certain kind of mind that conceives new ideas as complete systems with all of their parts functioning. I don't think in that grand design pattern. I work from the part to the whole, and I don't move to the large-scale ideas until I have perfected the small detail." Within 2 years, Kroc had perfected the small details and was ready to franchise. A popular story today is that McDonald's makes more money today from real estate than from hamburgers. This is a typical story of the dynamic balance of value and leverage, when a wealth creator continues to find new value and leverages that value to find new value again, often taking them to an entirely different destination than they could have imagined. In Kroc's case, he began by persuading the McDonald brothers in 1954 to allow him to sell franchises for $850. He kept 1.4% of sales and the brothers kept 0.5%, with him doing all the work. In 1955, he set up his first model franchise in Des Plaines, Illinois. Kroc then rolled out the franchises. By 1960, Kroc had franchised 200 outlets and grossed $75 million, but still made only $159,000 profit. With little profit and less cash after 6 years, Kroc's break came in 1960. Dealmaker Harry Sonneborn approached Kroc with an idea to lease land on a subordinated basis, get a mortgage, then build and franchise with the franchisee paying rent to cover the mortgage and deliver a profit. With no capital, Kroc now had a way to create money from nothing, with the income they made from lease payments soon outstripping royalty payments. To finance the properties, Kroc couldn't get bank financing, so he got financing initially from his suppliers, then later found a source of funds in insurance companies. In 1960, he sold 22.5% of the business to 3 insurance companies, giving him a $1.5 million loan secured against the equity. Kroc recalls, that loan could be called the liftoff of McDonald's rocket-like growth in the 60s. Sonneborn was Kroc's dealmaker, keeping an open conduit to financing as Kroc multiplied the system, keeping relentlessly focused on 4 principles. If I had a brick for every time I've repeated the phrase QSV&C, quality, service, value, and cleanliness, I think I'd probably be able to bridge the Atlantic Ocean with them. Kroc's real estate model enabled him to create the profit model and asset base to secure financing, which in turn gave him a model to finance growth. In 1961, Kroc bought out the McDonald brothers for $2.7 million, financed entirely by a New York investor sourced by Sonneborn. Soon McDonald's was joined by plenty of competitors, but Kroc kept a step ahead by staying in his flow, saying, "My attitude was that competition can try to steal my plans and copy my style, but they can't read my mind, so I'll leave them a mile and a half behind." While he focused on the systems, new products appeared to fill the system. Kroc pushed his suppliers, saying to one, "Don't wine me, don't dine me, don't buy me Christmas presents. I want nothing from you but a good product." He also found products by luck through the system. For example, in 1962, a struggling franchisee in Cincinnati, Louis Grown, came up with a fish sandwich to compete with the competition in a Catholic-dominated community. When Kroc heard this, he said, "Hell no. I don't care if the Pope himself comes to Cincinnati. He can eat hamburgers like everybody else. We're not going to stink up our restaurants with any of your damned old fish. He changed his mind when his product team came back with an innovation, a slice of cheese. His response, of course. That's exactly what this sandwich needs, a slice of cheese. No, make it half a slice. The Filet-O-Fish was born. Growth continued, and by 1965, McDonald's had grown to 710 outlets and $171 million in sales, but as Kroc recalls, what none of the stories mentioned, and I wasn't about to tell anyone, was that even though our stores were booming, we had no cash. We were barely able to meet our payrolls in corporate headquarters. Kroc solved his cash flow problems by continuing to work with his suppliers and investors to fund his growth until taking McDonald's public in 1966. By 1970, Kroc had created a $500 million fortune, starting with nothing more than the enthusiasm, knowledge, and network of a 52-year-old. Kroc died in January 1984, 81 years old, 30 years after discovering McDonald's and 10 months before McDonald's sold its 50 billionth burger. Today, McDonald's is the world's largest restaurant chain, serving 50 million customers every day.
Sam Walton. Made in America. Like all successful mechanic profiles, Sam Walton, who founded Walmart and went on to become the richest man in the world in the 1980s, had an insatiable appetite for hands-on tinkering and testing. Walton learned about systems by first buying a Ben Franklin franchise on the advice of a friend. This practice of learning through the systems of others is one of the fastest ways for mechanics to get started. When the landlord refused to renew the lease, Walton was forced to find a new location and in 1951 set up the Walton Five and Dime in Bentonville, Arkansas. Over the next 10 years, Walton opened a further 11 Ben Franklin franchises, pioneering the use of checkout counters near the exits and profit sharing for staff. By 1962, Walton and his brother Bud owned 16 stores, and Walton was ready to branch out on his own. Walton's manager Bob Bogle, who was in charge of buying the signage for the Ben Franklin stores, was asked to come up with a name for the new store. He came up with Walmart, as there were only 7 letters in the name and so not so many letters to buy. The focus of the store was price, with Walton saying, "What we were obsessed with was keeping our prices below everybody else's." Our dedication to that idea was total. Walton was happy to promote loss leaders, marketing items at ridiculously low prices to drive customers to the store, who would then buy more. Walton focused on improving his systems at every opportunity, stopping at competitors' stores over the weekends with his yellow legal pad, taking notes and finding talent. Walton later said, "I did something I would do for the rest of my run in the retail business without any shame or embarrassment whatsoever, nose around other people's stores searching for good talent." Walton funded his growth through his suppliers, managers, and individual investors in each outlet. By 1970, we had 78 partners invested in our company, which really wasn't one company, but 32 different stores owned by a combination of different folks. My family owned the lion's share of every store, but Helen and I were also in debt up to our eyeballs, several $1 million worth. To solve the issue, like Ray Kroc, Walton went to the stock market, listing Walmart in 1970 and raising $1.8 million. Walmart's saturation strategy was based on mapping out the area within a one-day drive of each distribution center, and planning a Walmart within each area that held between 5,000 and 10,000 population. Walton would leverage on his love of flying, taking regular flights in his plane over new expansion areas. I loved doing it myself. I'd get down low, turn my plane up on its side, and fly right over a town. Once we had a spot picked out, we'd land, go find out who owned the property, and try to negotiate the deal right then. In this way, Walton built his first 120 stores and kept ahead of the competition. He added, "I guarantee you not many principals of retailing companies were flying around sideways studying development patterns." This strategy enabled Walton to launch in areas ignored by the larger discount stores, giving him uncontested markets in which to grow his business. By 1980, Walmart had grown to 276 stores with revenue of $1.2 billion. With a growing empire, Walton devised a new system to stay on top of things. Connecting all his stores by satellite, Walton received real-time information from them,
giving him information on sales by store and region on every one of the 80,000 products on sale. This became powerful information that vendors wanted, giving him additional leverage over price negotiations with them. This paradox of focusing further on detail the bigger you get is reflected in Walton's statement: the bigger Walmart gets, the more essential it is that we think small. A second paradox was Walton's insistence that the more rigid their communication system, the faster creative ideas would flow. Without fail, every Monday his 18 regional managers flew out of Bentonville in Walmart's fleet of planes. They would come back on Thursday, tasked with finding at least one idea that would pay for their trip. On Friday morning they would attend a merchandising meeting and share their ideas. The best were implemented by phone to all stores by the afternoon. Every week, week in, week out, for 30 years. Walmart President David Glass comments, "Our Friday merchandising meeting is unique to retailing as far as I can tell. Once we've made that decision on Friday, we expect it to be acted on in all stores on Saturday. What we guard against around here is people saying, 'Let's think about it.' We make a decision. Then we act on it." This system built innovation into the entire Walmart empire on a weekly basis, and was scalable with the company's growth. By 1985, Forbes ranked Sam Walton as the richest man in the United States. He kept this rank until he split his shares between his children, and the Walton family held 5 spots in the top 10 rich list for the next 15 years. Walton died in 1992. If he was alive today with his family assets consolidated, he would continue to be the richest man in the world, with twice the wealth of Bill Gates. Today, Walmart is the world's largest retail chain, with 1.8 million employees, 6,500 stores, and revenue of $312 billion.
Ingvar Kamprad, the Swedish Scotsman. Like so many wealth creators, Ingvar Kamprad's fortune did not come from a grand plan, but from innovations arising out of necessity as he followed his natural path. Kamprad's redeeming quality was to commit that, no matter how difficult things got, he would not work for others but would stay true to his path. As a result, beginning with nothing, he became the richest man in Europe. Born in Samland, Sweden, he started his company at the age of 17, by joining the IK from his initials, the E from Elmtoryd, the farm he grew up on, and the from Agunnaryd, his home village. He came up with his company name, IKEA. Going door to door, he got started by selling products from stationery to picture frames, watches and wallets. After finishing his national service, Kamprad went full-time on his business in 1946. Tired of selling door-to-door, he began advertising and delivering to the home, experimenting with different products. After 2 years of trial and error, he tried furniture in his ads in 1948. He soon worked out his returns on furniture were the best, with fewer trips to make higher profits. Soon after, Kamprad discovered that a catalog was a far more efficient way to get word of his furniture products to his customers, and, within 4 years, Kamprad had found his niche as a catalog-based, furniture home delivery company. Kamprad was 24 years old. A full 8 years after starting his business, still struggling to make a profit and with a furniture price war taking place, out of desperation Kamprad decided to change his model by letting his customers touch and see the furniture. He bought a local joinery in Älmhult that was about to close and turned it into an exhibition venue that doubled as a warehouse. An overwhelming 1,000 people turned up on the first day. Kamprad cut his costs throughout the process. By customers driving to the warehouse, he was able to cut transportation costs. By providing food at the store, customers stayed for far longer, giving him a higher yield per customer. Then in 1955, Kamprad had another setback. Competitors, feeling threatened by his growing success, grouped together and pressured suppliers to stop supporting him. Unable to source supplies and banned from trade fairs, Kamprad's sales were drying up. He responded by buying his own exhibition centers, creating different furniture exhibits to give visitors choice, even though every exhibit was owned by him. The IKEA store was born. Flat packing was introduced in 1956, self-service stores were introduced in 1965. By 2006, 235 stores had opened, and the IKEA catalog had reached 160 million copies, the greatest print run of any book, far exceeding the Bible. By continuing to focus on his flow and multiplying the result, Camprad is now worth $28 billion. Like Walton, who drove the same old, red pickup even after becoming a billionaire, Camprad has also made a name for himself for his thrift, with reports that he flies economy, saves wherever he can, and encourages IKEA employees to write on both sides of the paper. Even so, his charity foundation is the second largest in the world, with a value of $36 billion in 2006.
Michael Dell. Direct from Dell. Here we are, at the 38th and final entrepreneur in this book. Appropriately, it is the same entrepreneur I came across in my 20s as I struggled with his ex-executives to find a stream to match his mighty river. Not only did I do a disservice to hand technologies by trying to follow a mechanic strategy when I was a creator profile, but I spent years out of my flow. Some of us are so busy doing what we are doing, we have forgotten who we are. Dell, on the other hand, was having a ball, a billion-dollar ball. On Michael Dell's 15th birthday, his parents bought him his first computer. To the dismay of his parents, the first thing he did with it was take it apart. A typical mechanic profile, Dell had to see how it worked. By 19, while studying at the University of Texas, he had started a business, PCs Unlimited, which was soon selling between $50,000 and $80,000 of upgraded PCs, upgrade kits, and add-on components every month. The difference of a mechanic and creator profile can be seen by comparing the way Dell came up with his first PC compared to the length Steve Jobs went to perfect his machines. 8 months after starting PCs Unlimited, later renamed Dell Computer Corporation, he called his local Intel salesperson and said, "Tell me who in this town can design a 286 computer." He got the name of 6 or 7 engineers, called them up and said he wanted a computer designed. One engineer, J. Bell, replied, "I can do it in about a week and a half, for $2,000. "That doesn't sound like a lot to lose," Dell said. "I happen to be going out of town for a week. I'll give you $1,000 now and another $1,000 when I come back." By the time he returned, J. Bell had built Dell's first 286-based PC. Steve Jobs later acknowledged the entirely different approach Dell took to the PC production process, saying, "Pretty much, Apple and Dell are the only ones in this industry making money. They make it by being Walmart. We make it by innovation." Dell began selling his PCs from his dorm room in 1985, custom assembling each order, cobbling components together and keeping costs down. Demand was instant. By 1986, he hired Lee Walker, a venture capitalist, as president. Through his contacts, Dell got the financing he needed to grow the company and to then take the company public in 1988. The listing raised $30 million, and within 3 years of launch, the Dell Computer Corporation had turned from a one-man operation to an $80 million company. As Dell focused on delivering low-cost, customized PCs, a series of crises allowed him to evolve his system. In 1989, 5 years of hyper-growth caught up and prices plunged. Dell relates, "We were suddenly stuck with too many chips that nobody wanted, not to mention the fact that they had cost us a ton of money. Dell had to sell off the inventory and said, to our stunned disbelief, we had quickly become known as the company with the inventory problem." Dell put his mind to work on a system that would avoid a similar situation in the future. Like Ford before him, Dell understood that it came down to inventory velocity, the number of inventory turns he could achieve by increasing output and reducing stock. While stars will slow down their asset cycle, retaining brand equity for as long as possible, mechanics will speed up their asset cycle, aiming to increase their inventory velocity. Dell's realization was, the quality of your information is inversely proportional to the amount of assets required, in this case excess inventory. If you have great information, that is, you know exactly what people want and how much, you need that much less inventory. With the support of suppliers and customers, Dell began to minimize inventory, leading to unbeatable pricing. A crisis in 1993 helped to focus the system further. Dell had grown beyond its ability to finance growth. Dell said, "We had grown too quickly. We realized our priorities had to change. We needed to focus on slow, steady growth and liquidity." Liquidity, profitability, and growth became the cornerstones of Dell's systems, and he said, "Once we established clear metrics and measurements, it was easy to see which businesses were performing or not, and to change the strategy accordingly." For example, we changed our information systems so that a salesperson could see the level of margin for a product literally as he or she was selling it on the phone. Dell weathered the storm of 1993 and formalized 3 tenets out of these crises, which have since become Dell's 3 golden rules. Disdain inventory, always listen to the customer, never sell indirect. Dell had now become a huge company. Saying, "My high school didn't teach any courses in how to manage a $3 billion company," Dell brought in more outside help. As with every profile in this book, nothing can happen without a team. Dell explains, when you're the leader of a company, be it large or small, you can't do everything yourself. In fact, you can't do much of anything by yourself. He adds, one of the challenges you face as a company grows is that you tend to get a little too close to your own strengths and weaknesses, and it's hard to be objective. I've heard this referred to as believing your own press, but I prefer to think of it as breathing your own exhaust. It doesn't sound healthy, because it isn't. Dell brought in Bain & Co. to advise on the changes they would make. Bain consultant, Kevin Rollins, came on board to support the effort. With the arrival of the internet, customers were able to customize their machines, purchase online, and receive delivery of their purchase to their door. Dell's revenue began another upward trend, culminating in 1999 when Dell overtook Compaq to become America's largest seller of PCs. As the IT industry enters a new cycle, will Dell go the same way as Ford as the industry moves on? In anticipation, Dell changed its name to Dell Inc. in 2003 and looked beyond their IT market to the electronics market, applying their direct model to home entertainment, TVs, and multimedia, and the anticipated convergence of appliances, electronics, the internet, and mobile networks. In 2004, Dell promoted Rollins to president and CEO, while he remained as chairman. In 2005, 20 years after Dell sold his first PC, Fortune magazine named Dell at first place in their global ranking of most admired companies. In 2006, Dell was worth $17 billion. I, in the meantime, had gotten over my frustrations and was following my flow on the other side of the planet.
Mechanics in a nutshell. Dominant wealth frequency, steel/dynamo. Action dynamic, introvert. Thinking dynamics, intuitive. Wealth creation key, creating a better system. Secondary profiles, Lord, creator strengths, innovative, perfectionist, detail-oriented, completes things well, able to quickly fine-tune, spots inefficiencies in the system, able to simplify and replicate weaknesses, can seem aloof and removed, can cause friction with their communication style, often very structured and inflexible. Internal focus can miss market shifts. Focus on perfection can lead to slow willingness to change. Successes. Mechanics are at their best when they can get hands-on with business processes and find ways to consistently improve. When they are tied up with people issues and have little freedom to change things, they soon become frustrated. Mechanics don't take things at face value, and so excel when given the freedom to take things apart. Failures. Mechanics are often mistaken for creators, and so are left to map out plans and strategies, which they have difficulty doing. While creators can quickly come up with a half-baked idea that will change as it grows, mechanics won't be satisfied until they can present the fully baked solution, a prototype, the ingredients, a comprehensive recipe, and a preheated oven. Without the right product and team attraction, and without the right environment to operate in, a mechanic will soon struggle to get into their flow, as they will be distracted with imperfections and inconsistencies that they will want to change. The mechanic strategy. 1. Building your wealth foundation. You are dynamic, yet with an introverted tendency, so are likely to pick your friends carefully. That's okay, because now it's time to also pick your wealth network carefully. The people around you will attract the market to your natural talent at perfecting processes. Your greatest catalysts to wealth will come from those who have created the products or businesses that you will now distribute or franchise, and those who can connect you to your markets. 2. Moment of wealth creation. You need to maximize the time invested in innovating and perfecting the systems and processes in the business you have chosen to become involved in. This includes the constant process of stress testing, refining and measuring performance, and continuously looking for ways to extract even more value from the system. 3. Value creation. The value creation activities that are important to you include the documentation of all systems and processes, and all checks and measures. This becomes embedded value that endures not just with the venture you are involved in now, but the next one as well, and the one after that. 4. Value ownership. Ownership must be in the systems that you create. If you approach a creator with a one-outlet business, and you systematize the business, find the financing and multiply that business to further outlets. You don't need to own the outlets. You do need to own the operating system. Make sure you own it before you multiply. 5. Leverage. You need to leverage through a system of your own creation. Whether it is a license or a franchise, ensure that the leverage is at the lowest common denominator. The more idiot-proof the system is, the greater your ability to leverage will be. In the event that your system is a distribution or retail system, such as Walmart, your leverage also comes from your product partners. The more products that are attracted to your system, the more the market gets attracted to your system. Every new product or customer means additional revenue leveraged off the same system. 6. Secure cash flow. Your cash flow will come from the value you deliver with your system. That means ensure you have the right franchise, license or distribution agreements in place that will allow you to create an ongoing source of cash flow from your system. As you tinker with your system, with your head under the bonnet, you are leveraging the value of the other profiles. Become a master of perfecting process, and those with products, financing and connections will find their way to you. Mechanics to learn from. Henry Ford, Ford Motor Company, Ray Kroc, McDonald's, Sam Walton, Walmart, Ingvar Kamprad, IKEA, Michael Dell, Dell Inc., Jeff Bezos, Amazon.com, Larry Page, Google, Fred Smith, FedEx, Alfred Sloan, General Motors, Lee Kuan Yew, Minister Mentor, Singapore.